Xianxia's complexion changed. She immediately thought of a possibility. In an instant, the undying inferno sparkled with dazzling flames as it immediately arrived in front of the extreme cold battle array like a bolt of lightning. This was true refined source strength of the undying inferno. It was enough to crush a planet. Everyone was inexorably horrified. The undying inferno had arrived too fast, so fast that none of them were able to react. Boundless burning power of fire combined with a tyrannical and overwhelming power. The extreme cold battle array began to tremble once more. Some of the shattered runes fell away, allowing the majestic fire power to enter. Wherever the power of fire went, it would turn everything into liquid flame sludge. One after another, the runes of the extreme cold battle array began to break apart. Everyone felt their hearts sink into despair. This empowered extreme cold battle array wasn't able to resist the core mystic strength of the undying inferno, let alone their mortal bodies. At this time, Xianxia's pupils began to swirl, becoming deep and dark like fathomless pools. A six-petal snowflower design began to appear within her eyes as a cold light emitted from them. This was her vital soul force. As her soul force shot out into the extreme cold battle array, the shattered runes and soon-to-break extreme cold battle array were immediately revitalized, once more shining with a dazzling light. Each rune glowed with an icy white atmosphere. Spirit power burst out, blinding the eyes. Even the power of fire in the air froze and was forcefully extinguished. Bang! The luminescent extreme cold battle array collided with the undying inferno's life essence. Each strike of the undying inferno was able to shatter a planet. But no matter how much it tried, all of its attacks were blocked by Xianxia's vital soul force-empowered extreme cold battle array. Every collision would cause numerous runes to dim down and fade away. But with Xianxia's support, more and more runes were born, rapidly glistening in the air. An intense energy storm swelled forth in all directions, tearing apart space and ripping open the earth, destroying all things in its path. It was truly terrifying. Flames swept up in tornadoes. More and more ice runes were destroyed. Under this dreadful assault, Xianxia began to drip crystalline beads of sweat. At this time, her concentration was utterly focused. The six-petal snowflower design in her pupils had turned icy blue in color. These pupils were similar to Dragonfang's Three Lives pupils. They were different methods that brought out equally wonderful results. By using a secret technique, the shape of her pupils changed, allowing Xianxia to erupt with an even greater strength. Seeing Xianxia in such a state, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. This undying inferno had surpassed his imagination. Xianxia was using up far too much strength. Even if they persisted until the undying inferno became an egg, the following attack would still have to rely on Xianxia. After all, against a fire phoenix egg, only attacking it with the power of ice could result in the greatest lethality. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation methods were biased towards thunder and fire. Using fire to attack a fire phoenix egg was an exercise in futility. Dragonscar also saw beads of sweat drip down Soul Empress Xianxia's face. He gripped his fists, unable to stop his heart from racing with anxiousness. The fire phoenix hasn't died yet. How could it be so tenacious? Dragonscar howled in his heart. And at this time, through the Azura heavenly Tao laws, Lin Ming could feel the strength of the undying inferno rapidly weakening. The undying inferno is dying. A happy expression crossed Lin Ming's face. If this continued, then the undying inferno wouldn't be able to attack more than 5 times. Soon, the other people also discovered that the impact strength behind the undying inferno strikes was weakening. The fire phoenix's flame body started to become increasingly dim in the air. The flames around its body shrank to dim strands that fluttered about. However, it was still as wild and crazy as before, attacking the extreme cold battle array until it died. Finally, as the undying inferno attacked the great vaulted barrier of the extreme cold battle array once more, the flame energy within its body was actually frozen by the extreme cold battle array, causing it to rapidly fade. Yes, this undying inferno will be extinguished soon. Haha, a breathless youth said. wild with joy as he saw the flames around the undying inferno beginning to extinguish. But at this time, as the central force of the battlefield, Xianxia had yet to speak a single word. Even uttering a single syllable could release the energy within her, causing her strength to collapse. Then, from the area where the undying inferno had just been extinguished, strange changes began to slowly occur in the midst of the dim flames. Within the glow of flames, strange and mysterious lines of the great Tao began to appear. Hu, hu, hu. Terrifying waves of energy swept out. The earth shook once more. Alarming cracks spread through the ground like an endless spider web, and from these cracks, blazing flames shot up, soaring to the heavens. These flames howled in the air, all of them rushing towards the area where the undying inferno had been extinguished. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Horrifying flame explosions rang through the air, reverberating through space like a supernova was occurring right before their eyes. A terrifying heat swept over them. Even a planet would be instantly turned to be molten lava by this degree of burning heat. The extreme cold battle array fiercely shook. Millions of runes extinguished as they tried to withstand this dreadful firestorm. And at this time, in the center of the flames, all of the fire energy became increasingly dense. It was gathering into a massive egg the size of a mountain. Thump, thump, thump. Loud heartbeats rang out from the thick egg shell, like the steady beat of a great drum, showing off the exuberant life force within. And this beating sound seemed to pass into the hearts of everyone present, making it feel as if their very beings were sympathetically resonating with it. There was an unspeakable discomfort that percolated within their chests. The undying inferno was being reborn in a bath of flames. At this moment, Xianxia's fingers began rapidly twisting as she shot out numerous ice law runes. The strange ribbon that wrapped around her floated in front of her, glowing with an icy cold light. This ribbon was the lucky chance that Xianxia had obtained on the 4th level. Although it wasn't an offensive magic tool, it could actually enhance Xianxia's power of ice. At this time, Xianxia's jade-smooth complexion dripped with little beads of crystalline sweat, revealing a faint trace of stubbornness. Victory or defeat, everything would be decided in one strike. Ka-ka-ka. Strange explosive sounds crackled all around Xianxia. The sea of fire vanished, replaced by limitless freezing ice. This everlasting ice even froze the void and shattered it to pieces. And from the cracks of the frozen void, an ancient glacier began to flow out. A resonant and mournful ice phoenix cry spread out from within Xianxia's body. Then, an ice phoenix emerged from her inner world. This was not a phoenix phantom but a true god beast. It was Xianxia's mount, a royal ice phoenix. Before, regardless of what attack she had to face from the undying inferno, Xianxia had not summoned her ice phoenix. This was because she needed the ice phoenix to conserve its strength, all to aid her in this final strike. Royal Ice Phoenix. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Xianxia was actually able to possess an ice phoenix of royal lineage as her contract beast. However, beneath the peculiar Azura heavenly Tao laws, even Xianxia's ice phoenix had its cultivation suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm. The ice phoenix cried out. A dreadful icy wind howled about it. It dove into the ancient glacier, fusing together with it. Then, the massive glacier suddenly rose into the air. The enormous glacier began to fall like a river of white stars, crashing into the mountain-sized egg. Everyone watched with bated breath. Even after experiencing dozens of attacks from the undying inferno and having consumed a great deal of her strength, Xianxia was still able to use her ice phoenix as support and display such a terrifying striking power. Where the titanic glacier went, space froze and cracked open like glass. With an overbearing momentum, it crashed into the giant egg. Ka-ka-ka-ka. A sound of shattering ice spread out with enough power behind it to freeze the souls of powerhouses. Waves of mystic ice law runes gushed out onto the fiery giant egg, covering it with a thick layer of frost. With the extreme cold, ever-frozen glacier to attack the fiery giant egg, all of that horrifying cold energy reckless seeped into the egg, wildly attacking it. In that moment, a crack appeared in the surface of the giant egg. As this crack appeared, it began to widen a little bit at a time. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widening. Had they succeeded? The great eggshell began to slowly split apart. A cold air fell down to the earth, as if it came from the highest frozen mountains. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched as the massive egg was frozen by the freezing glacier, becoming a giant block of ice. Above this block of ice, tiny cracks appeared and one could see faint traces of the great Tao fire laws swirling about. Then, the heartbeat of the great egg also began to slowly die down. Everyone kept their eyes locked onto the great egg, watching for any changes. They had no idea just what the result was. After a moment of silence, the surface of the great egg released a crackling sound as a pillar of flame shot up into the skies, breaking through the cage of freezing ice and shooting into the horizon. Everyone was on edge, their minds alert. This was a critical stage. They all thought that the undying inferno might rush out at any moment. However, just an instant later, the entire great egg shattered, turning into a mass of flame that fused underground. They did it. No one was able to determine just what happened. Even Xianxia pressed her eyebrows together in thought. She had already swallowed down a transcendent divine pill, rapidly restoring her origin energy even as she kept watching against any sudden changes and dangers. Lin Ming spread out his sense, trying to use the Azura laws to investigate the situation of the undying inferno. For a time, there was only absolute silence. The sea of fire receded and the flowing lava solidified. The violent fire origin energy that flooded the world began to rapidly dissipate. We really did it. Seeing the dark wasteland that was immersed in the sea of fire begin to reveal itself once more, many martial artists relaxed, joy starting to appear on their faces. Yes, Dragon's vigorously gripped his fists together, overjoyed from the depths of his heart. These changes rapidly continued until they swept through the entire 5th level. The sea of fire had really vanished, disappearing until there was nothing left. Can we really enter the 6th level? That's right, haha. Even if I cannot pass the 6th level no matter what, I am more than satisfied with taking a look at it. Indeed, we will leave behind a legend that hasn't appeared for 1 billion years. As many trial challengers were excitedly speaking, they all looked at Xianxia. Without a doubt, Xianxia was the pillar of their group. But at this time, Xianxia's complexion was still dignified. She hadn't relaxed at all. Xianxia's expression caused Dragonscar's mind to chill. Empress, what is it? Xianxia frowned. She gloomily said, haven't you discovered that since the sea of fire receded, the temperature has already become lower than normal? In fact, it is dropping even more. What? Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone was panic-stricken. Indeed, as she had said, without them knowing, the temperature had dropped below freezing, and it was continuing to drop. Originally, because of the undying inferno and the terrifying sea of fire, the temperature in the 5th level was enough to melt rock. Even though Xianxia continuously activated the extreme cold ice array and even crushed apart the fire phoenix egg with her Everfrost glacier, she still wasn't able to cause the temperature to fall. But now, after the undying inferno dissipated, the temperature began to plummet at an alarming rate. Soon, from the molten temperatures, this became a land of Arctic ice. A cold and dark wind wildly howled about, and even the moisture in the air instantly froze, turning into ice crystals. A thick layer of frost began to cover the ground. The rivers of lava turned into frozen rivers. Cold energy sank into the body, making everyone feel as if their souls would freeze here. This is. Dragonscar had already realized a single terrifying possibility. But he wanted with all his heart to believe that this wasn't true. He turned to Xianxia. Empress, is this because of your Everfrost glacier? I think that. Xianxia lightly sighed. She interrupted Dragonscar and shook her head. Empress, we've lost. The undying inferno has become the undying polar ice. Xianxia whispered. What? Although the trial challengers could feel that something was wrong, Xianxia's sudden words shocked all of them. Before this, they had already consumed a tremendous amount of their strength to struggle through a brutal battle. Even Xianxia had released that unrivaled attack. But even so, they still hadn't been able to kill the Undying Inferno. This Undying Inferno was far too ridiculous. Such a powerful 5th-level overlord. How could anyone possibly pass? Even that powerful Everfrost glacier wasn't able to kill the Undying Inferno? This Undying Inferno truly lives up to its name. It cannot die. Titi, then what do we do? Some trial challengers sputtered out, at a loss of how to deal with the current situation. Xianxia shook her head and said, "We have already lost, so we can only return to the 4th level. It seems I underestimated the strength of the Undying Inferno." Ultimately, the last time that Xianxia had arrived at the 5th level, after her cataclysmic battle with the Undying Inferno, she had only thought up a possible method to defeat it. Today was her trying out that method, but she had no idea whether it would succeed or fail. Xianxia soon regained her composure. All of the years of preparation had been destroyed, but she didn't lose faith. Currently she was only in the 6th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation art, and there was still the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions. Sooner or later she would pass the 5th level. It seemed that her hopes of passing the 5th level at the 6th revolution had been too naive. After all, the vision of the Azura Roadmaster was far too high, so it was normal for her not to pass even at the 6th revolution. Return. Hearing Xianxia say this word, the martial artists looked at each other in dismay, at a loss for words. They thought that they could leave behind their own legends and be recorded in the historical texts of every major sect in the Azura Road. But now, all of those dreams had been popped. That's our only choice. We've used up too much energy. If we don't leave now, then we won't have another chance. As people were speaking, their misty breath instantly turned to ice crystals. The temperature had fallen to a point where even heaven and earth origin energy was being frozen. But still, some people weren't willing. There might be a mistake, since the Undying Inferno hasn't died. How come we don't see the Phoenix Egg? Lin Ming said, "There is no need for the Phoenix Egg to form. The entire 5th level is the breeding ground for the undying polar ice. When the cold energy in this world has risen to the extreme, it will naturally gather together and reform into an ice phoenix." After comprehending the Azura heavenly Tao, Lin Ming could foretell what was soon about to happen. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming with surprise. This young man's insight was truly keen for him to realize the situation in the 5th level. And at this time, information appeared in everyone's minds. This information told them their completion percentage. Everyone felt their hearts shake. Most of them had over 60%, with an extremely small number over 70%. When they completed the Gate of Laws, their completion percentage had been over 30%. After the 4th level, it was around 50%. And then after the Divine Seal Altar and the battle with the Undying Inferno, the final number had settled around 65 to 70%. This number left them depressed and frustrated. Let alone the legendary 80%, most of them didn't even reach 70%. But at this time, Xianxia also received a message, 86%. Compared to the last time she was here, it was a mere 3% higher. Although it was only 3%, after reaching 80%, increasing the score by a single percent was incomparably difficult. Her score had surpassed 85%. As the Divine Void Soul Emperor had said, there was no one that would be able to match her in the past or future. However, Xianxia was still unsatisfied with this percentage. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, your completion percentage? What is it?" As Xianxia spoke, everyone looked over to Lin Ming. They also wanted to know. This freak of nature had passed the Azura level Gate of Laws. His completion percentage, just how high had been able to go. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, 85. Although this completion percentage didn't seem like much to Lin Ming. As this number fell into everyone's ears, they sucked in a breath of cold air. 85%. That already broke past Xianxia's past record. But this time, Xianxia was likely to have created a new record. Lin Ming was also curious about Xianxia's completion percentage. He asked her, "And the Soul Empress?" Everyone waited with bated breath as they turned back to Xianxia. Xianxia was silent for a moment and then clearly said, 86%. Xianxia was even higher. Everyone looked at each other with surprise. Some people were stunned speechless. They were already shocked enough when Lin Ming had perfectly crossed the Azura level gate of laws and thought he would have the highest completion percentage. But now their thoughts had been completely reversed. The Soul Empress is fierce. I thought Lin Ming would be slightly higher. This is just on par for normal. Lin Ming probably had around 5% more than the Soul Empress after the Gate of Laws, but in the 5th level we had to face the Undying Inferno and it was the Soul Empress who led the way. It is impossible for anyone to compare with her heaven-defying comprehension of laws. Rather, Lin Ming dropped a little. After all, he is too young, so this is a handicap he cannot overcome. After Lin Ming had completed the Gate of Laws, his completion percentage reached 45. This was proven when he was able to step into the planet-sized Immortal Palace. After crossing the 4th level and killing so many monsters, his completion rate had risen to 60%. Then, after climbing up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal Altar, his score had risen to 75%. Up until then, his score had been perfect. But on the 5th level, the one leading the force and also the one with the greatest role had been Xianxia. Facing the Undying Inferno, whether it was defending or attacking, it was almost Xianxia alone. No matter how much everyone tried to support her, they were just that, supporting actors. Thus, Lin Ming obtained another 10%, but Xianxia's score rose by 16%. After combining everything, Lin Ming was slightly worse. Although Lin Ming's completion percentage was lower than Xianxia's, it was enough to bewilder all the trial challengers present. How terrifying! If Lin Ming comes again and his skeletal age rises a little more, he might be able to obtain 88% or 89%, a trial challenger said. But his words were immediately refuted by someone else. Don't be silly. Do you think completing the final trial is so simple? And you even thought of 89%. Do you know what sort of concept that is? Even someone who will become a true divinity might not be able to achieve such a higher score. After reaching 80%, every single point more is incomparably difficult. In the future, after several hundred more years pass and Lin Ming's comprehension of laws becomes higher, if he enters the final trial again, then he might be able to obtain an 87% completion rate. That is the limit, but that is already more than high enough. As everyone was speaking, Xiao Moxian smirked, thinking otherwise. Beside Lin Ming, Mo Bright Moon and Suya also tried to comfort Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was still young. Once his comprehension of laws rose, then he could always come again. And with Lin Ming's future status, it wouldn't be hard to obtain the complete sets of God runes needed to enter. At this time, Dragon's Car said, "We must go now. The undying polar ice will emerge soon. If we delay, then we won't be able to leave." Hearing Dragonscar's words, many people felt disappointed. To return back to the 4th level also meant that their journey into the final trial would end here. Although the trial challengers had only been in the final trial for several months, they had experienced countless slaughterfests and perilous dangers here, and it felt as if they had spent several years here instead. Even after all of that, their completion percentage was still low. Thinking that they had to return now, everyone was at a bit of a loss. However, remaining was also impossible. They were just not a match for the undying polar ice. Some people had already turned around and were ready to leave. But at this time, an icy voice rang out, especially clear in the chilling winds. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Everyone was startled. They stopped their steps and turned around to see a black-clothed Lin Ming standing not too far away from them. Standing right beside him was the black-clothed Xiao Moxian. The one who spoke just now was Lin Ming. "What is it?" Everyone looked at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. They didn't know why Lin Ming had stopped them. Lin Ming paused for a moment and then said, "The undying polar ice. We can try to battle it." His slow and calm words passed through the cold wind, causing everyone to shiver. "What?" Hearing Lin Ming's words, the martial artists were stunned. They glanced at each other, aghast. The undying inferno couldn't be killed, and that was with Xianxia using her ice attribute cultivation methods that restrained it. In this situation, how could they fight with the undying polar ice? Lin Ming stopped joking around. The undying polar ice is likely as strong as the undying inferno, just that the attributes are different. We were only able to rely on the Soul Empress to attack, and that is also because the Soul Empress trains in ice attribute cultivation methods, so cracking open a heated rock isn't too difficult for her. But to freeze open a rock of ice, that is impossible. Some martial artists frowned, thinking that Lin Ming was playing with them. It's getting colder and colder here. Let's not talk any nonsense. We have to hurry back to the 4th level. If the undying polar ice emerges, then we might not even have a chance to escape. Seeing the surrounding ice energy begin to permeate into their inner worlds, a trial challenger spoke out in a flustered panic. If the undying polar ice were to attack them, that wouldn't be funny at all. Some trial challenger began urging others to leave faster. At this time, more and more bone-chilling winds were sweeping through the 5th level. All of the heaven and earth origin energy seemed to have developed a faint tendency of gathering back together. The undying polar ice would soon be reborn. In such an environment, Lin Ming remained as calm and composed as before. He didn't bother with everyone speaking amongst themselves, but looked to Xianxia and asked, "Soul Empress, I want to ask, if the undying polar ice attacks, will your array formation last until the undying polar ice exhausts itself of energy and turns into a polar ice egg?" Lin Ming was clear that Xianxia's attacks belonged to the ice attribute, and the undying polar ice was also an ice attribute existence. To rely on Xianxia to attack the polar ice egg was not a realistic idea. But if she couldn't attack, that didn't mean she couldn't defend. Just like Xianxia's ice attacks couldn't harm the undying polar ice, the undying polar ice also couldn't easily wound Xianxia. Ice against ice, neither side could do much to the other. Moreover, ice attribute cultivation methods always had a natural advantage in the defense aspect. For Xianxia, defending against the undying polar ice should be much easier than defending against the undying inferno. Before, it was using ice to repel fire, but now it was ice to ice, both of the elements mutually promoting each other. Sure enough, Xianxia nodded. If it is just defending against the undying polar ice, then I should be able to withstand it until it turns into an egg. But since I have used up a considerable amount of my energy, it will be far more dangerous for you. If there is the slightest mistake, then it is possible someone will die. As Xianxia spoke, the temperature had dropped so low that the surrounding martial artists had no choice but to revolve the energy within them to restrain the frost energy in their bodies. They had already learned their lesson from the undying inferno. Everyone now held an instinctual fear of the undying polar ice. And for Lin Ming to ask such questions at this time, all of them felt anxious. What are we all doing here? Let's hurry back to the 4th level. That's right. If the undying polar ice appears, then we're all done for. Some people ignored Lin Ming and began striding straight back to the 4th level. But after just several steps, Lin Ming's words made them pause again. Lin Ming calmly looked at Xianxia and clearly said, "If the Empress can defend against the undying polar ice's attacks until it turns into an ice egg, then you can leave the task of shattering that egg to me. I believe I have a certain chance of success." Lin Ming's words not only shocked the trial challengers present, but even Xianxia. Lin Ming wanted to destroy the ice egg? The Fire Phoenix egg was something that not even Soul Empress Xianxia had been able to destroy, and now Lin Ming wanted to try it all the same? Was he insane? No one doubted his talent, but he had simply cultivated for far too short a time. Even though everyone here now had an early Holy Lord realm cultivation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to compare with Xianxia. There was an essential difference between the law comprehensions of an Empyrean and a half-step Holy Lord. Moreover, Xianxia was an outstanding genius amongst all Empyreans to begin with. In the future, she might become a monstrous character, a true divinity powerhouse. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She didn't think he would come up with such a proposal. "You are confident you can crush open the ice egg?" "I can only say I'll give it a try," Lin Ming said, not fully confident. Lin Ming wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could surpass Xianxia even if both were at the Holy Lord realm. Just because Xianxia could do things didn't mean that he could do the same. But there was a difference. When they fought the Undying Inferno, whether it was in defense or offense, it was a battle mostly driven by Xianxia. The pressure on her had been too great. To immediately attack the Phoenix Egg after having to withstand dozens of high-energy impacts, it wasn't a surprise if she wasn't able to display her true peak strength. Although she had summoned her Ice Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix was also suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm. Its supportive abilities couldn't have been considered too heaven-defying. But if Lin Ming were to attack, then it would be different. The task of defense could be taken over by Xianxia, and he would be solely responsible for attacking. Lin Ming cultivated the fire laws. Once he released the heretical god force, the terrifying heavenly retribution flames he released from the heretical god tree would be the nemesis of ice. Not just that, but Lin Ming had the tyrannical power of thunder to boost his flames, as well as even more powerful techniques. Lin Ming, are you messing with us? To fight with the undying polar ice is to put our lives on the line, and you want us to persist all the way until it turns into an ice egg just so you can give it a try. Many trial challengers were speechless upon hearing Lin Ming's words. Many of them were already nearing exhaustion, and if they wanted to continue fighting the undying polar ice, they would have to brave great dangers and take great risks. A single misstep and they would die here. Such a great price was all traded for a single chance of attack, and that chance of attack was only to allow Lin Ming a little try. It wasn't a surprise that they were all worked up over such a thought. Lin Ming, just from you being able to pass through the Azura level gate of laws, you obtaining an 85% completion rate truly isn't high. If you return like this, you might be unwilling to, but you are also young and your comprehension of the laws will rise in the future. It won't be difficult for you to reach 87% the next time you come. So why do you have to be in such a hurry to risk such perils? The martial artist who spoke thought that Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with his current 85% completion rate. After passing through the Azura level gate of laws, it wasn't a surprise that he was unhappy Xianxia obtained a higher score. Thus, this was the impetus driving him to propose a ridiculous idea like fighting the undying polar ice. It had to be known that just fighting the undying polar ice and doing great damage to it would earn one a good completion percentage, even if the monster didn't die. This was the case with Xianxia, otherwise her completion percentage should have been lower than Lin Ming's. Realizing this, many people were uninterested in his proposal. Some even snorted with contempt. To raise his completion percentage by a little, he wanted them all to take such a risk. How could they possibly agree? A trial challenger crossed his arms across his chest and coldly sneered. You want to give it a try? Heh, let's be honest here. You're just unhappy that Soul Empress Xianxia was the main pillar for offense and defense, so because you didn't feel too good about that, you want to try attacking once just so you can fish for more completion percentage? If we were to help you, then our completion percentage would be pitifully small. If you are responsible for attacking, then whether or not the ice egg is destroyed, your completion percentage will still rise. Let me give you some advice. None of us here are fools, so don't take us for one. It's impossible for you to use us as your spears. The trial challenger who spoke before was tactful with his words. But the one speaking now was directly taunting Lin Ming, his words grating to the ears. I also have no interest in this. I apologize, but I'm not in the habit of having all my efforts become someone else's rewards. Someone grimly said. These people all began leaving together. If Lin Ming truly could succeed, then they could enter the 6th level and leave behind a billion-year legend. If this was possible, then they were willing to take the risk, no matter how great. But many people simply didn't believe that Lin Ming possessed the destructive capabilities to break through the ice egg. Even the likes of Xianxia had failed. If Lin Ming were to fail, then all the risks they took would be converted into completion percentage for someone else. Only a fool would do something so stupid. Lin Ming's gaze swept over these people as they left. Not a single response on his face. If these people left, then so be it, he didn't want them here either. He turned towards Xianxia. Her attitude was the most important. Even when facing the ice attribute undying polar ice, her combat efficiency in the battle would not be much different than his own. Xianxia thought for a moment. She asked, what are your chances of success? Maybe around 40 to 50%. Lin Ming listed a vague figure. It was impossible to justify such probabilities. 40 to 50%? Xiang Mei's lips slightly curved up, as if she were tempted. Dragon's car saw Xiang Mei's expression and knew what she was thinking. His heart began to burn with nervousness. Empress, you! He knew that Xiang Mei had consumed a tremendous amount of her soul force, so it absolutely would not be easy for her to resist the bombardment of the undying polar ice. She might even need to pay a certain price for attempting it. Dragon's car didn't want to see this. Xiang Mei waved her hand and stopped all of Dragonscar's following words. Towards this youth that kept creating miracles, she held a bit of curiously as well as a bit of belief that he could continue bringing forth more miracles. All right, then I will manage defense and you will manage offense. Xiang Mei's voice was clear and resonant, bringing with it the momentum of endless mountains and rivers. And all of you? Xiang Mei turned to look at Suya, Mo Bright Moon, and the others. Haha, Brother Lin, why are you even asking us this now? We're already standing on your side. Fanny Fafa chuckled as he spoke. Thousand Slaughter didn't speak, only taking out his saber. As for Mo Bright Moon and Suya, their smiling faces already indicated their choice. Good. Then we have enough people. Everyone else, if you wish to work with us in passing this obstacle, then you may stay. If you don't wish to stay, then I won't see you off. Lin Ming indifferently said. Many other martial artists were enraged upon hearing this. This damned fellow was too arrogant. Did he think he was invincible or something? Good. Very good. You are crazy enough. I can't wait to see what your end will be like. Let's go. The martial artists that taunted Lin Ming sneered one more time and began walking out. But as they began walking, they discovered after a while that there were only 8 people in their group, but 10 people had stayed back. Of these 10 people, 6 of them were Lin Ming and his group, Xiang Mei and her follower, as well as a black-clothed youth and green-clothed girl. They were the 2 that Lin Ming had met atop the Divine Seal Altar, Moon Pond and Soul Sky. Following Xiang Mei, Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Dragon's Car, then Moon Pond and Soul Sky were the strongest ones here. Seeing these 2 people stay, Lin Ming smiled. Good. We don't need the others. It didn't matter if they stayed behind to begin with. Out of the original 18 remaining, the 10 of them represented at least 99% of the group's combat strength. Just Lin Ming and Xiang Mei alone were each worth more than hundreds of those that had left. They were dispensable cannon fodder. Lin Ming's words enraged the ones leaving. He had actually said that it didn't matter if they stayed or not. This Lin Ming had never placed them in his eyes to begin with. Brat, you've got guts. One of the leaving trial challengers wickedly said. But he only said this to vent his anger. He didn't dare actually attack Lin Ming because he knew that he would never be able to defeat him. And at this moment, the earth shook once more. The thick frosted ground was torn apart from the vibrations, and a massive plume of cold energy shot up into the skies like a phantom, gathering high up in the air. The source of all cold energy in this world seemed to be suspended 1,000 feet up high. Suddenly, snow-white runes scattered out, exuding mysterious and unpredictable ice laws. One could vaguely see small groups of ice energy dissipate out in the air. The threads of milk-white ice energy in the air became extremely wild and savage. Cold energy gathered together, twining into bundles, condensing more and more. It was like a snow-white dragon swimming around a mass of spiritual ice energy, crazily revolving. Even the space storms that appeared through the space cracks that the undying inferno had pierced through began to freeze over. Even the wild flows of space energy weren't able to withstand this strange cold energy. Everyone felt their hearts wildly shake. This ice energy was exuding a massive pressure. The undying polar ice. It finally came out. Lin Ming breathed in deep, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. Let's hurry and get out of here. Leave them behind to deal with the undying polar ice. We've got to make it to a safe area. The 8 trial challengers leaving were shocked and filled with dread as they witnessed the earth-shaking scene of the undying polar ice being born. But from that initial shock and fear, it slowly became a gloating schadenfreude. No matter how powerful the undying polar ice was, it was Lin Ming that would have to withstand it. It had nothing to do with them. The 8 people all launched their movement techniques and used their energies to break past the massive ice crystals floating in the air, shuttling through the wild and frenzied cold winds. Because the Divine Seal Altar's transmission channel had closed, they were temporarily unable to leave the 5th level. But as long as they were far away from the undying polar ice, they shouldn't suffer any major disasters. After all, when they first arrived at the 5th level, they were quite a distance from the undying inferno and hadn't suffered any attacks. As the 8 people flew away, terrifying snow gales and ice storms blew through the world. Massive chunks of ice fell on the ground, immediately covering the ground in thick glaciers. Lin Ming and the others soared into the air. Xiang Mei once again created the extreme cold ice array around her, enveloping everyone. Immediately, everyone felt the pressure on them be reduced. Lin Ming looked towards Xiang Mei and couldn't help but admire her strength. He could tell that a dreadful amount of energy was required to maintain this extreme cold combat array, and a normal holy lord would only be able to keep it up for half an incense stick of time before being completely drained. Yet not only was Xiang Mei able to persist for such a long time, but she also managed to control the extreme cold battle array to a profound degree that was able to withstand the strikes of the undying inferno and undying polar ice. The reason she was able to accomplish this was because she had an incredibly deep understanding of the ice laws and could utilize her origin energy to its full potential. She was even able to absorb the power of ice from the world and minimize the use of her soul force. But even though Xiang Mei was able to perfectly accomplish all of this, it still placed a tremendous pressure on her to face the undying polar ice in continuous battle. Empress, seeing the heavy burden of defense fall on Xiang Mei's thin and delicate shoulders, Dragonskar felt inexplicable pain in his heart. "Focus your heart on the battle before you," Xiang Mei icily said as she saw Dragonskar be distracted. Dragonskar grit his teeth and turned his head towards that horrifying snowstorm that was breeding in the air. As he turned back, he also maliciously stared at Lin Ming, warning him that he better not be playing tricks here or he would never forgive him. Lin Ming didn't bother arguing. At this time, words had become meaningless. This battle would be his only way of proving his words. "Take these." Lin Ming took out thick stacks of divine runic symbols and passed them to Suya, Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and the others. These were divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up in tragic Death Valley, all in order to prepare himself for the final battle. Taking them out now, when they were all standing on the blade's edge, was the perfect time to do so. The greatest advantage of a divine runic symbol was that its strength wasn't too related to the user's strength. Even if Lin Ming didn't use them, the strength wouldn't be much weaker. Suya and the others received the divine runic symbols, feeling their heavy weight in their hands. "Use them freely. Don't bother saving any," Lin Ming warned. Suya, Mo Bright Moon, and the others all looked at each other, speechless. Every single one of these divine runic symbols was priceless. To recklessly use them was the same as burning money. But Lin Ming was extremely rich and also a divine runic master, so he had the capital to burn as much as he wanted. This boy! Dragonskar's pupils shrank. He was someone that could instantly judge the quality of treasures, and he could see that these divine runic symbols were extraordinary. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ice storm became increasingly intense. The wild winds reverberating in the air were like volcanic eruptions and endless thunderclaps. The glaciers on the ground were cut open by the ice storm, causing massive fissures to open up. Giant chunks of ice flew into the air. It was like a divine being was using saber light to carve down mountains and open rivers. If a mortal's body were sucked up into such an ice storm, they would instantly perish without even their bones left. And in this ice storm, the ice energy that was emitting strange and mystical ice laws suddenly began to condense together, forming an ice essence soul. This ice essence soul contained an incomparably terrifying cold energy. All around it, even the void began to freeze and shatter. Ka-ka-ka. As the cold energy condensed to the extreme, cracks appeared in the ice essence soul. Pure freezing ice energy gushed out from the cracks, forming a giant ice blue phoenix in the air. This ice phoenix looked up towards the heavens and released a shrill cry. Icy cold energy shot up into the air, causing the entirety of the boundless skies to freeze into limitless ice crystals. Then, its icy eyes that emitted a horrifying aura suddenly locked onto Lin Ming and the others within the extreme cold battle array. Undying polar ice. Xiao Moxian slightly shook as she felt a great pressure push down on her. She was originally of the fire attribute Dark Phoenix lineage, and this undying polar ice was her natural inborn nemesis. Everyone's complexion turned solemn. This was a critical situation. I have returned from the earth, and yet you remain here to offend my invincible divine might. There are no words to excuse your crimes, only death. The undying polar ice's dreadful voice rumbled in everyone's hearts. It was like an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, horrible to the extreme. For a time, ice law runes began to shimmer all over the body of the undying polar ice. It opened its boundless wings and countless white lines spread through the world, carrying with them the endless freezing aura of the ice laws that rapidly proliferated like weeds. Wherever it went, there would be crackling, freezing sounds as even space began to rupture apart. As the white lines collided with Xiang Mei's extreme cold battle array, the glass-like battle array emitted the sound of metal striking metal. The entire extreme cold battle array shivered, clearly withstanding a tremendous pressure. However, the millions and millions of runes that formed the extreme cold battle array began to shine with incandescent light. The ancient freezing cold energy began to absorb the aura of the ice laws contained in the white lines. As it was, even though the runes of the extreme cold battle array were being constantly destroyed, they could simultaneously absorb the aura of the ice laws to restore themselves. Xiang Mei's ice laws are above those of the undying polar ice. Far, far above. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Xiang Mei was indeed Xiang Mei. Even though her strength was suppressed to the Holy Lord realm and she was weaker than the undying polar ice, in terms of laws she actually suppressed it instead. Interesting. Then, let me see just how long you can last. The undying polar ice cried out and unraveled its wings to their full extent, wide enough to blot out the skies. Countless pillars of ice shot out, tearing through the void as they hurtled down onto the people within the extreme cold battle array. Dang! 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 The extreme cold battle array emitted more heavy striking sounds as massive runes shattered again and again, crushed as easily as glass. Many sections broke down, seeming as if the entire array would collapse at any moment. The undying polar ice wanted to use its absolute strength to trample over Xiang Mei's laws. Xiang Mei's complexion changed. From her two pupils that resembled 6 concentric ice crystals, a dark light began to shoot out. This black light was twined together with runes. It was threatening and suppressive. Her two pupils seemed to become black vortexes, as deep as the fathomless abyss. A mystic strength constantly revolved within as more and more black light shot out. This was another variation of pupil-type cultivation methods. The eyes were the windows to the soul, and the eye techniques of the Spiritas could mean soul attacks, illusions, or a nearly endless number of other attack methods. Many soul cultivation methods used the eyes as the medium to channel soul force. However, compared to Dragonfang's 3 lives pupils, Xiang Mei's pupil techniques had the flavor of shattering all existence and swallowing it up. As Xiang Mei's pupils changed, all of the runes around the extreme cold battle array began to change with them. They started to dazzle with black ice energy. In the blink of an eye, the extreme cold battle array became as dark as ink. Still, faint traces of black freezing energy rose up like countless pieces of frozen ice, covering everyone within. Primal Chaos Law Eyes and the Umbral Heaven Ice Array. Empress! You! Dragonskar cried out, his voice shaking. The Primal Chaos Law Eyes and Umbral Heaven Ice Array were higher evolutions of the state of her laws. If she still had her Empyrean realm strength, then using these 2 secret techniques wouldn't be difficult at all. But now, Xiang Mei was only at the early Holy Lord realm. She would just barely be able to use these 2 techniques, and she might even have to use up her source soul force. Focus on yourself. Xiang Mei's voice was frosty, her expression as calm as ice. Just looking into her eyes that seemed like an endless abyss was enough to make one's hands and feet go cold. Dragonskar didn't dare to say another word. He knew that speaking any more would just disturb her mentality. He could only grit his teeth and focus on his own battle. The ice pillars that the undying polar ice shot out emitted terrifying sonic booms as they smashed into the umbral heaven ice array. The umbral heaven ice array was different from the extreme cold battle array. It was far colder and far darker, and the inside rippled with mystical strength. The freezing black darkness formed by the array formation suddenly shot out like the quills of a porcupine to meet those innumerable ice pillars. With each collision, two types of ice laws smashed into each other, tearing apart large tracts of space. But even as space tore open, it would be directly frozen shut. It was an extremely unusual sight. At first glance, it was like the sky was filled with countless snow-white patches. However, this array formation withstood the endless attacks of the undying polar ice, resisting and weakening them a great deal. The surrounding Earth, even if it were struck by shards of the ice laws, would be torn open with wounds as great as rivers and large as mountains. The might of this collision was astonishing. Seeing this, Lin Ming was shocked. Xianxia is indeed terrifying. It's unimaginable that she could display this kind of combat strength at the Holy Lord realm. Not just that, but the power of her laws seems to be infinitely varied. Each time she uses one of her laws, it is extremely formidable. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his eyes touched upon Xianxia's proud and focused face. He discovered that crystal beads of sweat were dripping down her nose and then turning into ice crystals that fell down like pearls. Without knowing why, Lin Ming was touched by this scene. As if he pitied her and couldn't endure seeing it. He could imagine just what sort of pressure Xianxia was facing. One only needed to look at Dragonscar's visibly shaken response to understand it. In this battle he could only succeed, he could not fail. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's eyes became calm and tranquil. He shut his eyes and closed off his senses, allowing his mind to enter into an ethereal state. Behind Lin Ming, an auspicious light began to glow. Faint petals fell around him and the sweet trickling murmur of spirit springs filled the air. In this environment of spiritual springs and falling leaves, the phantom of an old tree appeared. This old tree's bark was withered and its leaves had mostly fallen off. But the tree trunk and roots were powerful and vigorous, like the claws of a dragon. The few leaves that remained shined and glittered as if they were carved from the purest green jade. This was the Bodhi tree. When Lin Ming was at Mount Padala, he had meditated under a Bodhi tree and fused the samsara, ethereal and primordious martial intents together. Now, Lin Ming summoned this fused martial intent, forming a pure land of ultimate bliss around him. No matter what crazy storms raged outside, whatever attacks came crashing down, nothing could disturb him. He had already completely handed over the task of defense to Xianxia. As for him, he wholeheartedly invested his focus into adjusting his condition, preparing for the final fatal strike. Attack together, Dragonscar bellowed. He fiercely grit his teeth and all-consuming golden light appeared around him. This soul force flowed down into his hands, turning into a pair of golden soul force swords. As these golden swords were placed together, their golden light was blinding. His feet touched the ground and then he shot into the skies, hurtling towards the ice pillars. After Dragonscar, everyone else began to take action. The Divine Mist Divine Kingdoms Moonpond and Soulsky were the next to move. Soulsky took out a long sword and slashed out 10,000 sword lights. As for Moonpond, her actions were far more unusual. Her slim body became dim in the snowstorm as if she were disappearing. Then, a faintly translucent light appeared around her like a halo. This was an extremely strange variation soul force. This soul force then unexpectedly fused into the pitch-black umbral heaven ice array. The entire umbral heaven ice array began to suddenly shine with a strange light. The runes became increasingly bright and dazzling and the defensive strength of it increased even more. Support-type soul force. Dragonscar was surprised. He gave Moonpond a deeper look. In his eyes, Moonpond's talent wasn't too outstanding, but her support-type soul force was exceedingly rare. Those with a support-type soul force usually didn't possess much combat strength on their own, but they could use their soul force to support the attacks and defenses of others. If the one she assisted was weak, then her use would be small. But if the one she assisted was strong, then her own use would be several times greater than anything she could accomplish herself. For instance, if Moonpond were to lend her soul force to Xianxia, then with Xianxia's comprehension of the laws, she could use this soul force 10 times more effectively. This would greatly lighten the burden on Xianxia. For a moment, Xianxia also opened her eyes, a brilliant light shining in them as she looked at Moonpond. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space for 1,000 miles was torn to shreds by the violent collisions, with countless holes riddled in the void. However, the invisible power of ice forcefully froze and solidified this ruined space immediately. Besides the area that Xianxia's umbral heave ice array covered, the vast earth was suffering an apocalyptic disaster. Dreadful shockwaves rang out, smashing into the ground and creating fathomless pits and deep ravines. In this violent combat, Lin Ming's divine runic symbols played a considerable role. Out of the 10 people that remained, Wuxia, Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and Thousand Slaughter were the weakest of the bunch. Compared to Xianxia, although their added combat strength wasn't negligible, they could still only play a limited role. But with Lin Ming's divine runic symbols in their hands, everything was different. These divine runic symbols could be used several times each. Once activated, they could withstand the impact of an ice pillar and greatly reduce the burden on Xianxia. Hu. The blazing light of heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols lit up the heavens. The blazing flames burned bright. As the ice pillars shot into the seas of fire, they began to rapidly melt away. Ha ha! Brother Lin's divine runic symbols are too fierce. Fanny Fafa happily laughed. He grasped the divine runic symbols and shuttled through the ice storm. His entire body wreathed in burning hot flames so that the freezing storm couldn't harm him. This method of combat was truly admirable. After a long bombardment of attacks, the undying polar ice in the skies suddenly went quiet. But at this moment, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array held their breath. They could feel a dreadful rage brewing. This was the rage of the undying polar ice. Billions upon billions of motes of gray ice energy shimmered with ice runes. Then, in the air, they formed ice phoenix claws that were as large as a mountain. Shwa! These sharp claws carried with them the dreadful anger and will of the undying polar ice. They tore through the air, raising up giant storms and endless waves as they came falling onto the umbral heaven ice array. The strength was titanic, like a star exploding. This momentous impact caused an eye-piercing white radiance to spread out. Finally, the two different ice laws entangled and were destroyed together. The entire umbral heaven ice array was torn apart. It was like some great monster had taken a large chunk out of it. It was truly terrifying. Puff! Moonpond suddenly shook. She had poured her soul force into the umbral heaven ice array and had been supporting Xianxia this entire time. Now, she trembled and blood shot out from her mouth, ears, nose, eyes, and she nearly fell unconscious where she was, because she had fused her own soul force into the umbral heaven ice array. Once the array was damaged, Moonpond and Xianxia would naturally bear the brunt of the attack. And in terms of endurance, Moonpond was far worse than Xianxia. Junior apprentice sister. Seeing Moonpond severely wounded, Soulsky was extremely worried and anxious. Even Xianxia paled by several points. She waved her right hand and summoned a moon-white light that covered the severely wounded Moonpond. She said to Soulsky, "She's fine. There's just been some damage to her spiritual sea." As Xianxia spoke, a vast chunk of the umbral heaven ice array had broken apart and the cold energy from outside was beginning to pour in. Chi. A terrifying cold wind fell upon everyone. Even though they were wearing ice armor which blocked out most of the cold energy, they still felt their bodies chill and their souls nearly freeze over. Wuxia and Mo Bright Moon quickly ignited a group defensive divine runic symbol to reduce the pressure for everyone. At the same time, they also protected Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, who were both within Lin Ming's fused martial intent Pure Lands. This undying polar ice is horrifying. Everyone looked up at the seemingly limitless undying polar ice in the skies, their complexions grim and dignified. "Lin Ming, are you all right?" Wuxia asked with concern. However, Lin Ming didn't respond. He only quietly remained beneath the Bodhi tree, surrounded in the pure lands of ultimate bliss. All around him, faint azure runes shimmered in and out like stars in the night sky. It was as if he was already separated from the world. From far, far away, the 8 trial challengers that had run away were watching everything happen within the umbral heaven ice array. Seeing that Moon Pond was wounded to the point of vomiting blood, and yet Lin Ming was still meditating beneath an old tree, all of them were left speechless. That woman called Moon Pond has already spat out blood, but he's still meditating. It seems he's really good at sitting. How crafty of him. Even now he hasn't helped once. And Lin Ming's woman, she hasn't done anything either. The woman these people referred to was Xiao Moxian. From the start until now, Xiao Moxian had joined together with Lin Ming in his Bodhi Tree Pure Lands, her mind also entering an ethereal state. Originally, there were just 10 people available. Without Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, that meant there were only 8 people left to defend. The last time there were still 18 people that could defend against the Undying Inferno. Now, there were only 8 people. In terms of numbers, they were over half down. In particular, without the unusually strong Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, it wasn't strange that the pressure placed on the ones defending was much higher than it should be. Lin Ming, that arrogant brat, he said it didn't matter if we stayed or not. Very well. Then let's stand here and see just what happens to them. The 8 people that retreated were all of the mindset to watch a good play at the expense of others. They were all looking forwards to Lin Ming and the others falling into peril. This was a normal psychological mindset for these people. Since they weren't participating in the battle, they naturally didn't hope that the battle would begin to veer towards a good outcome. In fact, the 8 people thought that a good result would be if Lin Ming and his group were all beaten to a pulp, and the best result would be if several of them died. At the same time, contradictorily, they also hoped that nothing would happen to Soul Empress Xiangmei. Although Xiangmei came from the 33 heavens, her etherealness, her perfection, her power, all of that quickly made her into the goddess of all the Spiritas in the Azura Road. This was especially true for the 8 trial challengers since they were mostly men. Towards Xiangmei, they held nothing but infatuated admiration. And at this time, the undying polar ice started its attack once more. Its massive form soared up into the skies, and it began to recklessly absorb all the ice energy between the heavens and earth. Massive glaciers that were miles wide were shattered into chunks, turned into countless shards of crushed ice that were sucked into the undying polar ice's body. This momentum alone was already panic-inducing. That's scary. They're all going to die. Many people's eyes were focused on this manic frenzy that was condensing in the world. Whether it was human, saint, spiritas, or anything that possessed intelligence, everything would feel an instinctual fear upon facing such a world-shaking momentum. After brewing for 10 breaths of time, a pair of terrifying phoenix claws fell down from the world storm like falling mountains, carrying with them the strength of an unstoppable barrage. Waves upon waves of icy storms set off massive tides of ice that were tens of thousands of feet high. They were like giant ancient beasts that wanted to swallow the umbral heaven ice array whole. Miss Mo, Mr. Fanny, thousand slaughter, Suya cried out. But in truth, there was no need for her to shout. Mo Bright Moon and the others, including even Soul Sky, were rapidly shooting out divine runic symbols as if they weren't worth money at all. For a time, the heretical god symbol, heavenly flame symbol, all sorts of tyrannical energies wildly galloped through the skies, wreaking havoc where they went, sweeping through the world. Pong! In just a moment, all of the blazing flames were swallowed up by the raging waves of ice. The improved divine runic symbols that Lin Ming drew up were extraordinarily strong. After the raging tsunamis of ice swallowed the fires of the divine runic symbols, they visibly slowed. However, that was only slowed. The momentum, the unparalleled momentum that seemed all-powerful, still impacting towards them as before. Facing this terrifying attack, Suya, Mo Bright Moon, and the others had already lost their use. As long as they took a single step outside of the umbral heaven ice array, then they would undoubtedly die. Dragonscar's muscles were also frozen all over, and he had nearly exhausted his soul force. thus the role he could play now was limited. During the battle with undying polar ice he had been the closest to it, thus he had withstood the most ice energy. As for Moonpond, who came from divine mist divine kingdom, she was on the verge of unconsciousness and had lost all combat strength. She could no longer help support the umbral heaven ice array. If so, then the only one everyone could depend on was Xianxia. In that moment, Xianxia's slim figure faced the horrifying ice explosion. This ice explosion swept out for 80,000 miles, seeming as if it was able to destroy the world. The two were completely disproportionate. But because she had withstood the previous attack, Xianxia's complexion was pale. However, her back was straight and firm, like a proud plum blossom in a blizzard. Her 10 fingers moved, and within the pitch-black vortex of her eyes, countless crystalline ice flowers seemed to fall, as if her pupils contained a world where it was snowing. Empress! Dragon's gnashed his teeth, his voice trembling. He watched helplessly on as the delicate Xianxia, surrounded by a faint icy haze, faced the might and momentum of the world. Bang! A terrifying explosion completely enveloped the umbral heaven ice array. The entire world violently shook and countless glaciers split apart and were sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. In this horrifying ice storm, a strange and wistful song spread out, touching and sweet. This song was ethereal and untouched, like the sounds of nature. Even the sparse plant life of this world seemed to rise up in excitement. The song was melodious and deep. The countless glaciers began to disintegrate and scatter, filling the world with endless falling snowflakes. The raging tide of ice had passed, and the frozen sky also revealed itself once more. The people within the umbral heaven ice array that were covered by countless glaciers became visible again. This umbral heaven ice array was already covered by the all-consuming cold energy of the undying polar ice, and a thick layer of frost had formed over it. The barrier was frail, on the verge of shattering at any moment. A misty blue light shimmered. Xianxia stood proud and inviolable in the snow. Behind her, the phantom of a goddess appeared. This goddess appearance was blurry and her appearance was vague. Her entire body was surrounded by drifting ice and blue silk ribbons. The beautiful and haunting song that was sung just now had come from the lips of this goddess. Bright red blood flowed out from the corners of Xianxia's mouth, winding down like a snake and contrasting with her pale porcelain skin. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, infinitely beautiful and sorrowful. Xianxia was injured. From the moment the final trial began until now, this was Xianxia's first injury. At this moment, for some unknown reason, just looking at Xianxia made one feel an inexplicable ache in their heart. Empress, quickly take away the world apotheosis. Dragon's begged with tears in his eyes. Although he was only Xianxia's servant, in his heart, her safety was far more important than his life. The world apotheosis that Dragon's spoke of was the goddess phantom behind Xianxia. It was summoned by her and was a manifestation of her divine soul. Some of the most talented Spiritas martial artists were able to create an incarnation of their soul that would appear behind them. This was called a world apotheosis. Each person's world apotheosis was different. A Spirita's world apotheosis was similar to the indestructible diamond Vajra body that a saint martial artist could cultivate. It was an extremely higher boundary of cultivation within the Spiritas. However, because Xianxia's cultivation was limited to the Holy Lord realm, in addition to the massive amount of energy she consumed in facing the undying inferno, it was exceedingly difficult for her to summon her world apotheosis. To do so affected her soul source. Xianxia shook her head. The undying polar ice will likely attack one more time. Everyone already realized that the cold air within the world had weakened by a great deal. That previous strike just now had used up a great deal of the undying polar ice's strength, and it had begun to weaken. Even so, it hadn't used up all of its strength. It still had enough power for one final strike, and this strike absolutely would not be easy to withstand. But, Empress! Dragon's was at a loss for words. He could only grit his teeth, heft the heavy sword in his hands, and move by her side. He knew that Xianxia would not heed his words and that further arguing would only affect her mood. Terrifying cold energy started to ferment in the skies once more. The undying polar ice raised its head to the heavens and let out a clarion cry. Its body started to shrink more and more. From the size of a mountain, it rapidly shrunk to 100 foot wide. This was also because the undying polar ice had used up a great deal of its strength. It began to compress its strength and reduce the range of attack. By doing so, the might of its attack would naturally be higher. At this time, the goddess phantom behind Xianxia produced an ice-blue divine sword. Together with Xianxia, it faced the impact of the undying polar ice. A world apotheosis was a part of a Spirita's martial artist's soul. Once it was injured, it would also injure the soul source of the martial artist. As for Mo Bright Moon, Wuxia, and the others, they also gripped the few remaining divine runic symbols they had, ready to face the final strike of the undying polar ice. Although it was hard to say if the divine runic symbols in their hands would be able to play any useful role, it was better to do something than nothing. No one wanted to stand there and wait for death. The many trial challengers were all in a perilous situation. They focused everything they had to resist this strike. Cold energy compressed more and more. The ice phoenix circled in the skies. Then, it opened its beak and a blade-sharp beam of icy light began to form in it. You lowly, pathetic ants. Do you really believe you can withstand my anger? Keep on dreaming. For a time, the ice phoenix's body lit up with a divine ice-blue light. All of its energies began rapidly fusing into this attack. Ka-ka-ka. The space near the phoenix's beak began to crack apart. A terrifying ice energy gathered, forming a thin beam of potent energy that shot forwards like the blade of a divine god. This divine light recklessly cut forwards, ripping through the void. Although it seemed infinitely slow, it was actually faster than lightning. This sort of strange visual illusion occurred only because this icy blue light was able to freeze even time. This power. Dragonscar's mind shook. Dragonscar was also someone that had climbed up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar. Although it had been difficult for him, he was still undoubtedly a heroic elite. His talent far surpassed Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Princes, and his sight was equally fantastic. With just a glance, he was able to see how terrifying this undying polar ice's attack truly was. How can we possibly block this? Everyone's minds trembled. Facing this blue light, the pressure upon them all was unbelievable. Xianxia's pupils shrank and her palms became wet with sweat. There was the undying polar ice's final strike, and the power behind it had surpassed her imagination. She could feel that her own umbral heaven ice array would definitely be pierced through by this beam of light. If the undying polar ice continued using the same attacks as before, Xianxia was confident she could block it even if she was injured in the process. But the undying polar ice had condensed its final attack into a beam of light that was only as thick as a rice bowl. Once struck, her umbral heaven ice array would shatter. If the ice array shattered, the consequences would be inconceivable. Most martial artists present would die, at most 3 of them leaving. Even if Dragonscar didn't perish here, he would be grievously wounded. In that moment, Xianxia clenched her teeth, a rare look of hesitation in her eyes. Then, they focused like she had come to a resolution of her thoughts. Over her entire body, icy blue flames ignited. Empress, you are burning your source soul force. Dragonscar cried out from beside Xianxia. The higher one's cultivation, the more talented one was, the more precious their source soul force and blood essence were. Xianxia's source soul force had already reached an unimaginably precious degree. Once she lost some, not even a transcendent divine pill would be able to make up for a tiny bit. But now, she planned to burn her own soul and possibly even discard a portion of her world apotheosis in order to incite her greatest strength and engage in a life-or-death battle with the undying polar ice. If Xianxia did this, then her divine soul was bound to suffer massive damage, and Xianxia's soul was extremely unique. Even with divine sovereign soul rapture's astonishing methods, it was likely he wouldn't be able to fully cure her. This would cause her future achievements to be affected. Empress, have you gone mad? Dragonscar's eyes turned blood red. He was well aware that if Xianxia didn't burn her source soul force, the Umbral Heaven Ice Array definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the undying polar ice's final strike. If that happened, then everyone else besides Xianxia in the Umbral Heaven Ice Array would die. Maybe even Dragonscar would perish here. However, even if Dragonscar had to give his life, he didn't wish to see Xianxia receive the smallest wound. In Dragonscar's eyes, Xianxia's source soul force was far more precious than everyone else's lives added together. The truth was that with Xianxia's cultivation and talent, she was absolutely able to retreat and avoid this strike. Although this would signal her end in the final trial, she could return next time. But she had no intention of doing this. "Get out of my way!" Xianxia's icy voice shouted out. She had already firmed her resolve. She didn't know whether it was because she had fought side by side with these people or because she felt some faint sympathy towards one or two people here. Normally Xianxia couldn't care less about the lives of inferior martial artists. But today she hoped that this group wouldn't die. Moreover, she had a faint premonition that if she were to run away by herself, it would bring about a loss that she would forever regret. This inexplicable feeling forced her to stay and not retreat. In that moment, between Xianxia's eyebrows, the mark of a six-leaf snow flower appeared. This mark was like a third eye, shining with a blazing light and surging with wild origin energy. Xianxia's hair began to wildly sweep up all around her. As the icy blue flames burned on Xianxia's body, as her divine soul was soaking in these flames, within the group, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning crashing down in an ice storm, piercing through all. Even with her back to Lin Ming, Xianxia could still feel this intense substantialized vision. "Lin Ming? You dash." Xianxia was startled. She didn't know why Lin Ming had woken up from his meditation, but when he opened his eyes, his body had already hurtled forwards. He was like a dormant great dragon that had awoken from slumber. His body shot into the skies. At this time, he ran out of the Umbral Heaven Ice Array and directly faced that terrifying ice-blue light. "Lin Ming!" Xianxia was bewildered. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to withstand that freezing blue light. That beam of light had reached a preposterous level of strength. Even Xianxia had to admit that it would be difficult to resist even after burning her soul force. Seeing the freezing blue light howl towards him, Lin Ming's gaze was cold and decisive. Within his eyes, an inverted image of the blue light appeared, shooting out like a pair of divine blue swords. It wasn't just Xianxia who saw this amazing scene occur, but also everyone else within the Umbral Heaven Ice Array and even the 8 trial challengers standing far off near the center of the 5th level's entrance. All of them were shocked speechless. Could Lin Ming be thinking of committing suicide? Sir Lin, Suya and Mo Bright Moon felt their hearts skip a beat. Lin Ming had moved far too suddenly, and even if they believed Lin Ming was strong, they didn't think he had the ability to directly resist the undying polar ice's final strike. Facing that freezing beam of light, even a half-step Empyrean would perish. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to block it. This fool, he is courting death. If even the Soul Empress cannot block it, then him running forwards like a fool is no different than a bug in front of a cart. The far-off watching trial challengers had previously despised Lin Ming for sitting in meditation behind a woman. But the truth was that they all understood this was the most intelligent plan. However, as they saw Lin Ming rush forwards towards the undying polar ice, his actions were the same as bringing about his own death. If they were to take 10,000 steps back and look at the wider picture, even if Lin Ming were to withstand the strike, this also meant that it would be impossible for him to have the strength to destroy the undying polar ice's egg form. According to the previous agreement, Xianxia was responsible for defending against the undying polar ice, and Lin Ming only needed to adjust his condition and wait until the undying polar ice turned into its egg form, and then he would thunder out with his strongest attack. Lin Ming had already adjusted his condition for an extremely long time, and now he couldn't bear it and had rushed out to attack. To everyone else, this felt as if all his efforts were going to be wasted. Facing that howling ice-blue light, Lin Ming didn't fear it but met it head-on. His entire body was wrapped in thunder and flames. However, when compared to the ice-blue beam of light that could even freeze time, the flames raging on Lin Ming's body were nothing at all. This also caused Xiang Mei's heart to tighten. She faintly felt that Lin Ming would explode into action ahead of time and rush out. In truth, she didn't want to burn her source soul force. But even so, she couldn't sit idly by and not help Lin Ming. She didn't know what his plans were. Had he decided to give up on attacking the undying polar ice? At that moment, Xiang Mei also hurtled forwards. Purple soul flames blazed around her body as the six-leaf snow flower shimmered between her eyebrows. She flew straight towards Lin Ming. Even if they had to give up on killing the undying polar ice, she couldn't allow Lin Ming to die here like this. However, Lin Ming had taken the initiative and his speed was far too fast. It was impossible for her to catch up. Just when Lin Ming was less than 10,000 feet from colliding with the freezing blue light, a shadow rushed out from his inner world. This shadow held a giant shield in its hands, welcoming the attack of the freezing blue light. This was Lin Ming's avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Pa pa pa. All of the joints within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone began popping and exploding. The strength that came from being nourished in the God-Beast Grand Array for billions upon billions of years completely erupted into a horrifying bodily strength, rapidly surpassing that of 10 dragons. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's comprehensive combat strength was inferior to that of Lin Ming's true body. But in terms of bodily strength alone, in terms of frontal impact and the ability to endure strikes, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone actually far exceeded Lin Ming. If Lin Ming could be called a master martial artist of the mortal world, then the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a wild tiger. A mortal expert could defeat a wild tiger, but in many specific situations, a wild tiger was far more useful than a mortal expert. For instance, at this very moment, at this time, behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a phantom of the God-Beast Tomb Array appeared. And in front of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, the incomparably massive shield it held was the Primordius Gate. The primeval and simple Primordius Gate's surface was covered with innumerable strange lines of the Grand Mist laws. These lines were all formed from the primal energy of when the universe was being formed, and were naturally carved onto ancient divine stones. To take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone as the lance and take the Primordius Gate as the shield. Essence Energy Avatar. Third seal, release. Lin Ming shouted out loud. In that instant, a boundless and incredible strength erupted from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. In the past, when Lin Ming inherited the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar from the Bronze Temple, it had 3 seals placed on it, each more powerful than the last. These seals were left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. At the Bronze Temple, Lin Ming had released the first seal, and with this strength he had developed his inner world and broke through the Divine Lord realm. The second seal was released when he was in Bai Qi's tomb, in the battle against Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming had bet everyone on this gamble and had released the second seal. In combination with Xiao Moxian's primordial Yin, he broke past the body transformation's heavenly Tao array diagram and entered the 9 stars of the Tao Palace boundary. Finally, there was the third seal. It was the most powerful seal, and with Lin Ming's previous cultivation he had been unable to release it. But now he was able to do so. Facing the undying polar ice, Lin Ming opened it without hesitation. For a time, there was nothing but a terrifying thunderclap ringing in the air, like countless volcanoes erupting, like countless god-beasts roaring. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone's body suddenly rose and grew. The energy in the sky seemed to be sucked in by a massive vortex, gathering towards the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. An indescribably horrifying strength gushed out like a landslide. As the strength filled up the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone avatar and even flooded out, all of that extra energy hurtled towards Lin Ming's main body. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. Releasing the seal of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone inevitably meant that he would have to welcome a powerful flow of energy. He shouted out loud and opened his inner world wide, completely absorbing the entirety of that raging tide of power. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body erupted with a blazing divine light. Every inch of his blood vessels, meridians, muscles, everything contained a tightly compressed and dreadful strength. Above Lin Ming's head, the sky of endless snow and ice disintegrated. 9 blazing stars appeared, letting their luminescent starlight fall down like waterfalls. And of these 9 stars, 2 were particularly bright. Their starlight corresponded to 2 Dao palaces in Lin Ming's body. A black electric light shot forth from the purple temple Dao palace, instantly entering Lin Ming's body. Thump, thump. A vast and boundless life vitality gushed out from the depths of Lin Ming's body. All of his blood began to race, issuing sounds like surging tides crashing into each other. Each inch of his skin began to shine with starlight. His blood tumbled and surged, overbrimming with power. The heavenly retribution Dao Palace shot out a strange mystic strength. From all of Lin Ming's pores, it was like trillions of arcs of electricity shot out, dissipating into the void. And at this time, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone welcomed that deep blue freezing light. This scene caused every martial artist's pupils to shrink. They could already see that this figure holding the massive stone gate was Lin Ming's avatar. Was he planning on discarding his avatar? As this thought raced through everyone's minds, there was a loud bang as the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, holding the Primordius Gate, collided with that blue beam. Kacha! The void shattered. The Primordius Gate was nearly instantly frozen. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Primordius Gate were both sent flying away together. No matter how powerful the mortal body of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was, after this terrifying strike, its arm bones were likely shattered. A horrifying cold energy froze the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Primordius Gate into an ice sculpture. For a flesh and blood body, even the mortal body of a peak great world king saint would have their body instantly frozen and then cracked into pieces. However, within the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, an incomparably terrifying blood vitality suddenly burst out. This blood vitality burned like a brilliant conflagration of flames, directly impacting into the skies. This burning blood vitality was actually able to forcefully resist the cold and make it so that the power of ice wasn't able to invade the meridians of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Beneath this smoldering blood vitality, even the ice surrounding the avatar began to slowly melt away. What? Behind the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, Xianxia was dumbfounded. This avatar was able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the cold energy of the undying polar ice. Just how powerful was this avatar's blood vitality? It was simply unimaginable. Even an adult god beast might not be able to rely on its blood vitality alone to resist the freezing cold impact of the undying polar ice. But Lin Ming's avatar had a powerful blood vitality, one that blazed like a massive fireball, and it was actually able to resist the strike. Just how was this avatar refined? In terms of the power of blood vitality alone, this avatar far surpassed Lin Ming's main body. Although all of these thoughts raced through Xianxia's mind, she didn't divert any of her attention. She could instantly see that the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was not enough to withstand the ever-cold light of the undying polar ice. No matter how pure and potent the blood vitality of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, or how strong its body was, it was still unable to compare with the undying polar ice. It was knocked away by the freezing blue light, and that freezing blue light continued hurtling towards Xianxia and everyone else. But because that freezing blue light was blocked by the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, a great deal of its power had been weakened. In that moment, as Lin Ming saw the freezing blue light shooting towards him, his steps moved and he used the space laws to avoid its attack path. Xianxia immediately understood what had happened. Lin Ming only used his avatar to block the momentum of the freezing blue light. He still planned to maintain his strength and attack the undying polar ice's egg form. As for the remains of the freezing blue light, that would be handled by Xianxia. Now, the freezing blue light had 30 to 40% of its initial energy diminished. If Xianxia wanted to resist this strike, she wouldn't need to burn her source soul force anymore. When Lin Ming struck out in that final moment, he had not only retained his strength but also protected Xianxia. Moreover, his plans remained unchanged. He was still planning to strike down the undying polar ice. Such methods, such daring boldness, all of that left Xianxia shocked, even feeling admiration. Throughout all her long years of life, Xianxia had never felt admiration towards a junior. Primal chaos law eyes. Umbral heaven ice array. Xianxia cried out. The purple soul flames that covered her body hid themselves as she no longer had to burn her source soul force. Even so, the six-leaf snow flower mark between her eyebrows glowed with an ever-brighter light. A touching song spread through the world once more. The peerless goddess behind Xianxia, her world apotheosis, also attacked. The deep ice-blue sword came slashing down. The ribbon that fluttered around Xianxia flew high in the skies, covering all space around for 100 miles. Kacha! The undying polar ice's freezing blue light crashed into Xianxia's umbral heaven ice array. The frozen essence spirit embryo stone crashed into the umbral heaven ice array like a meteor. As for the freezing blue light, it was blocked outside. The entire ice array wildly shook and countless chunks of ice fell down. Hundreds of thousands of runes around the array formation dimmed to nothing, completely vanishing altogether. Seeing the chance, Mo Bright Moon, Suya, and the others threw out all the remaining divine runic symbols in their hands. Heavenly fire burned in the skies and arcs of thunder twisted about. After being weakened again and again, the terrifying freezing blue light became darker and darker until it finally failed to pierce through the umbral heaven ice array. With the cooperation of everyone here, the undying polar ice's final strike had been staved off. They blocked it, they really blocked it. Seeing the freezing blue beam of light scatter into sparkling motes in the sky, everyone within the umbral heaven ice array was excited. They felt as if they had just taken a round trip through the gates of hell. Even though none of them had much strength left over, they were burning with incomparable joy in their hearts. Great! Awesome! Dragon's Car gripped his fists together. Even though his entire body was soaked in blood, there was a stupidly happy smile on his face. He was certainly happy. This was because even until the end, Xianxia hadn't burnt any of her soul force. She only used up some origin energy and would be able to fully recover after some rest, not suffering any side effects at all. There wasn't anything more important than this. This Lin Ming is really terrifying. Dragon's Car looked up at Lin Ming in the sky. At this time, he had opened 2 Dao palaces and the power of thunder and fire was twined around his entire body. He gave off a noble and striking momentum. He originally thought that Lin Ming wouldn't help in defending, but at the very end it was because of Lin Ming that they were able to cross this most difficult pass. It wasn't just Dragon's Car that was thinking this, but many others had this thought. Far away, the 8 trial challengers were also staring at each other in blank dismay. They had all fled from danger because they didn't believe this battle could be won. They didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to crush the ice egg, and they thought it was unlikely that Xianxia would be able to block the undying polar ice's attacks. Rather, it should be said that even if Xianxia was able to block the undying polar ice's attacks, there was still a high chance they could die here. In this sort of situation, it was a completely reasonable decision for them to leave. But now, they never imagined that the 10 individuals would be able to withstand the attack of the undying polar ice without any deaths. Hoo! Cold air recklessly howled. 100,000 feet high in the skies, although the undying polar ice's final strike had consumed most of its strength, it still hadn't faded from the world. It continued to maintain its ice phoenix form, but its body was extremely blurry. You stupid ants! You have truly provoked my anger. Originally I didn't want to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. All of you can die here. The undying polar ice roared, its terrifying voice resounding through the world. Horrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, the undying polar ice's ice energy poured into the earth. The glaciers covering the ground began to thicken at an alarming rate. What? How can the undying polar ice still have such terrifying strength left? Everyone was shocked. They had no idea just what the undying polar ice was doing. And at this time, the continually quiet Xianxia's complexion changed. She finally understood what the undying polar ice was doing. It had indeed consumed too much energy, so it was impossible for it to send out another wave of attacks. But it was still able to use the last dregs of its strength to freeze the space node connecting the 4th and 5th levels. She said, startled, "Be careful. It is sealing up the space channel to return to the fourth level. Xiang Mei's words shocked everyone present. The undying polar ice wanted to cage them in here. The fifth level had a multiple space node. If a trial challenger gave up on killing the fifth level's overlord, they could retreat to the entrance. After a period of time, the space node would atomically expand and open, forming the channel from the fifth level to the fourth level. Otherwise, if a trial challenger was able to strike down the fifth level's overlord, then another spatial node would open, forming the channel from the fifth level to the sixth level. The undying polar ice used its power to freeze the space node, thus postponing the opening of it. And, in a mere half-incense stick of time, the undying polar ice would complete its second nirvana and reform into the undying inferno. Once this happened, it would be impossible for the exhausted group to block its attacks once more. Damn it! This beast wants to lock us in here. Mo Bright Moon, Moon Pond, Dragon's Car, and the others with them remained calm. As for the 8 trial challengers that had withdrawn to the entrance, they felt their hands and feet turn numb. Once the undying polar ice completed its nirvana, the consequences could be imagined. And at this time, Xiang Mei was tranquilly sitting in the void, her eyes still emitting a mystic light. A black vortex appeared above her head, absorbing and condensing heaven and earth origin energy so that it wildly merged into her body. At this time, she was incomparably calm. No matter what happened, she had to restore her strength as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to deal with the ever-shifting situation. The undying polar ice's cold eyes focused on Lin Ming. It could clearly feel the killing intent on Lin Ming. This human would surely attack him. Ha ha ha! Human, you want to kill me? Interesting. How interesting. Then let me see what methods you have to kill me. You can either forcefully withstand my 9 nirvanas or you can pierce through my nirvanic egg. But, in my nirvana state as the undying polar ice, my shell's defense is even greater than it is as the undying inferno. I will wait for you. Ha 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 ha. The undying polar ice recklessly laughed. Its body grew smaller and smaller as energy dissipated from it. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. His aura erupted. The terrifying strength unsealed from the essence spirit embryo stone still roiled within his body, wanting to break free from him. He sunk his energy into his inner world. A large tree began to rapidly bloom behind Lin Ming. This was the heretical god tree. But this time, it didn't seem like a phantom of the heretical god tree at all, but a true and sublimely supreme divine tree. This divine tree was covered with ancient marks, as if an azure dragon had forcefully grasped onto the bark. The branches and leaves that decorated the crown were lush and verdant, each one showing off a differently styled leaf. Some leaves billowed with flames, emitting the source fire laws of heavenly tribulation. On other leaves lingered arcs of crackling thunder, roaring and crackling. This was the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation that lived in harmony above the heretical god tree. These two powers of heavenly tribulation emitted an inexplicably powerful pressure, causing the surrounding space to distort as if it would collapse at any moment. The heretical god tree had appeared in its true form, and the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation also displayed its true meaning. Faintly, plumes of enchanting flames mixed together with arcs of lightning, like dragons of thunder and fire twining together. This was the peak manifestation of Lin Ming's understanding of the heretical god force. The powers manifested once more and rose. Within the heavenly tribulation flames, there even seemed to be fire phoenixes crying out and stretching their wings. Within each flame there was a phoenix phantom dancing about like a captivating dream. The undying polar ice stared at the heretical god tree behind Lin Ming, a sneer forming on its face. Finally, its energy was completely exhausted. The endless power of ice laws between the heavens and earth collapsed, and the blue light swirling in the world also dimmed. In the next moment, the cold energy within the world seemed to be summoned by something. It wildly rushed towards the undying polar ice, as all the power of ice laws retracted into the body of the undying polar ice. Ripples of cold energy crazily circled in the air, forming a giant blue vortex. At the center of this vortex, all of the cold energy gathered together, becoming increasingly thick and tangible as it formed a massive ice egg. This ice egg was like an oval-shaped ice mountain. All around it, runes shimmered like stars as a mystical bright luster emitted from it. Lin Ming against the ice egg. Dark, strong winds howled. Lin Ming's black clothes flapped in the endless ice storm, his hair dancing wildly around him. Everyone held their breath. In their field of vision, it was like the only image left was Lin Ming's figure. This was the final strike. No matter how magnificent or wondrous the previous battle had been, if this final strike were to fail, then everything would have been for naught. Everyone here would die. Then, a spear appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This spear appeared so abruptly that no one noticed where it had come from. It was like it had always been in Lin Ming's hands. The spear was pitch black without the slightest sheen to it. The spear tip was cold and sharp, bringing with it a primal and boundless aura. The fierce aura seemed as if it were a dragon itself being born within it. What spear is that? Everyone was shocked. Even from far away they could still feel the horrifying aura on the spear, rendering them unable to move. They could intuitively feel that this spear was peerless. It certainly must have cut down countless powerhouses during its existence, many of them characters that were unimaginably fearful. Lin Ming took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling the murderous intent within the black dragon spear. With his current strength, he was unable to incite the full power of the spear. Just attacking once with the black dragon spear would use up the majority of Lin Ming's strength. So this wasn't a weapon he could bring out whenever he wanted. For him to bring out this black dragon spear now indicated that he was ready to engage in a final life or death struggle. With another deep breath, Lin Ming's body seemed to darken. A thick smell of blood gushed out from within Lin Ming's body, as if an ancient death god were being born from within him. His entire figure emitted a strange blood-red mist, thick and dense. Dragon scales emerged from beneath Lin Ming's skin, wrapping around his entire body. His hair lengthened, growing long. His black hair seemed to become dyed with fresh blood, becoming a vivid bright red. Pa pa pa. His joints crackled and popped. His body rose, becoming taller. Red flames seemed to cover his face, condensing into a blood-red mask of cursed seals. A mystic power of thunder lingered around his body, turning darker until it became a pitch-black armor of thunder that constantly flashed around him. Lin Ming had awoken the Azura blood within his body, undergoing a body metamorphosis to become an Azura death god. What kind of power is this? As everyone looked at Lin Ming, who had body metamorphosized into an Azura, and also feeling that overwhelming killing intent that poured forth from his body, even those that were standing far away felt their breath catch in their throats. The Azura blood contained billions of years of essence of the Azura Roadmaster. Now that Lin Ming stimulated it, his blood vitality roared to the limit of extreme. To all martial artists, this aura aroused an instinctual fear from within them. Lin Ming stepped forwards. The void seemed to turn into firm ground beneath his feet, even cracking apart. Dong, dong, dong. Step by step, Lin Ming became increasingly fast as he hurtled towards the ice egg. The thunder and fire heavenly tribulation atop the heretical god tree was galvanized. It flowed into the black dragon spear, causing countless star motes of thunder and fire to swirl above it. As Lin Ming rushed towards the ice egg, a sharp phoenix cry split through the endless skies. A blazing flame phoenix rushed out from the crowd of people, flying straight towards Lin Ming. That is... Everyone was shocked. That is Xiao Moxian. Some people recognized Xiao Moxian, but they didn't dare to believe it was her. At this time, even Xiao Moxian had undergone a body metamorphosis into a dark phoenix, just like Shang Mei's ice phoenix contract beast. Both of these two phoenixes were of royal lineage. However, Shang Mei's was an ice phoenix that was covered with ice, whereas Xiao Moxian was a dark phoenix, her entire body burning with brilliant flames. Xiao Moxian cried out, her call echoing in the heavens. Pitch-black flames shot out from her body, rolling up into the sky. After completing 2 nirvanas, she had gained the ability to transform her body into that of a true phoenix. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew through the air together, their speed becoming faster and faster, their two figures nearly fusing into one. Annihilating nirvanic flames completely poured into Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear's spear light spread 1,000 feet further. The tip of the spear point burned with nirvanic flames, perfectly melting together with the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation as it tore through space. Lin Ming gathered all of his potential for this strike. He opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, bringing with him billions and billions of genes of strength. In addition to the Azura blood having been awakened within him, his body felt as if it contained the strength of infinite dragons. Even if a star were to stand in front of Lin Ming, it would be shattered all the same. Such terrifying strength all rested within the dim Black Dragon Spear. As if the spear itself sensed Lin Ming's monstrous killing intent, it began to hum with excitement. Ka-ka-ka. It was like a black dragon soaring through the world. The thick mist around the ice egg was constantly torn apart by the Black Dragon Spear. The power of ice laws that gushed out was able to freeze anything, but even that was forcefully obliterated by the billowing power of thunder and fire. The Black Dragon Spear itself weighed more than 10 billion genes. Under such a high-speed impact, its destructive might could be imagined. Moreover, the power of thunder and fire that twisted around the shaft was able to suppress the ice laws to the limit. With Lin Ming's powerful mortal bodily strength added on, as well as the blood-drenched mystic strength of the Azura blood, the power behind the strike had reached the pinnacle. Endless power of fire laws, endless power of thunder laws. Lin Ming's strike was like a bombardment of endless blood-red meteors and falling bolts of thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body roiled with inexhaustible power. His entire body had become a blazing meteor, carrying with it an indescribable momentum. Finally, he smashed into the ice egg. In one potent strike, reckless heavenly tribulation fire, nirvanic flames, destructive thunder tribulation. All of it attacked every inch of the ice egg. The entire ice egg was instantly surrounded by burning flames and raging thunder. Thunder and fire collided. Each collision could turn endless mountains and rivers to ashes, could evaporate entire seas. Underneath this strength, the seemingly inexhaustible ice law runes atop the ice egg began to tremble and break down. Ka-ka-ka. With a frightening sound, atop the ice egg that possessed incredible defensive powers, a crack appeared. The Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming practiced gave him an unbelievably sharp insight. Even through the savage and tyrannical onslaught of energy, he was still able to instantly deduce the location of this almost imperceptible crack. The ice laws lingered around this crack, wanting to fuse the crack back together. But how could Lin Ming give it such a chance? In that moment, a sharp light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. The Black Dragon Spear seemed to become a flaming black dragon, directly crashing into that singular point on the ice egg. Kacha! With a loud explosion, the crack was torn open. Lin Ming grit his teeth, suppressing the severe pain in his arms, and brought the Black Dragon Spear crashing down again and again. This Black Dragon Spear was over 10 billion genes heavy. Just by wielding it, the inertia alone would cause a massive pressure to rip through Lin Ming's body. No matter how powerful Lin Ming's body was, he still couldn't withstand the burden, and his muscles constantly tore. Blood rained down, gas to the flames. Lin Ming's eyes were blood red. Spear after spear, the crack grew longer and longer beneath this unprecedented barrage. Those trial challengers looking far off from the distance were shocked. Even Xianxia had stopped restoring her wounds, her bright eyes staring straight at Lin Ming, unblinking. This high-intensity barrage continued unabated. Every strike could easily slaughter a world king. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a junior. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the horrifying explosions of energy, wild dragon roars and resounding phoenix cries wove together. The ice egg cracked apart more and more. And at this time, Lin Ming could already feel the cruel soul sealed within the ice egg howl at him in warning. This was the overlord of the 5th level, the soul of the undying polar ice. Lin Ming diabolically grinned. He had already become an incarnation of an Azura, his killing intent blotting out the world like a demon. This cold and gloomy soul aura was only able to arouse his killing desires. You want to run away? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He could feel the soul trying to escape deep into the earth. He certainly remembered what happened when Xiang Mei attacked the Undying Inferno's egg. Although the eggshell had cracked, the soul had fled underground where it slowly bred into the undying polar ice. How could Lin Ming allow the same mistake to occur twice? One difference between him and Xiang Mei was that he thoroughly understood the Azura laws. He had long been prepared for this. In an instant, countless Azura runes shot out from Lin Ming's body, locking in the space for 1,000 feet and blocking every possible escape direction of the undying polar ice's soul. In the final trial, no matter where, the Azura laws were the supreme laws, the ultimate adjudicator. It was a simple task for him to imprison the undying polar ice's soul that had lost all strength. Human, you are seeking death. The undying polar ice was enraged. Its cruel and oppressive aura spread into Lin Ming's mind. But Lin Ming only sneered. The one seeking death is you. Lin Ming burnt 20% of his blood essence with the gate of life. Then his strength erupted once more. With his blood-stained arms, he moved the black dragon spear and stabbed it into the ice egg's crack, thrusting straight ahead. Die! Lin Ming's voice was cold and his expression was ferocious and callous. In that moment, dragons of fire and thunder burst out from the black dragon spear, rumbling into the ice egg. Bang, bang, bang. The power of thunder and fire detonated. The inside of the ice egg was turned into a cataclysm of flames. The undying polar ice's soul was caught up in this explosion. It sent out heart-tearing screams as it was burned and refined by these flames. Human, you and I cannot live under the same skies. Then I'll suppress you and take away your chance. The Azura metamorphosized Lin Ming wildly laughed. He shot out the myriad demon karmic wheel, locking onto the undying polar ice's soul within the ice egg. At the same time, the ice egg was unable to withstand the series of explosions occurring within it, and it began to blast open. The massive ice egg started to collapse. Crash! Bang! Bang! Endless sheets of ice fell down, covering the ice and even submerging Lin Ming. In that moment, the undying polar ice had been killed by Lin Ming. After the ice egg shattered, the scattered pieces of crushed ice were swallowed up by the power of thunder and fire. Bang! With a loud blast, the heap of ice exploded, sending countless chunks of ice flying everywhere. Lin Ming raised the black dragon spear and rushed out from the ice debris. His entire body was covered with blood that was nearly frozen over. There were countless wounds on his body and muscles all over him were torn. His blood vessels had burst apart in many areas. These wounds weren't caused by just the undying polar ice, but from the fact that his body couldn't withstand the burden of the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear was simply far too heavy. Moreover, the energy needed to move it was mind-boggling. For Lin Ming to destroy the ice egg in a short time, he was forced to overdraw his energy. At this time, the power from the Azura blood had yet to leave him. He was still in his Azura body metamorphosis state, looking like a death god that crawled out from the blood ponds of hell. Bang! Crash! Behind Lin Ming, as the undying polar ice died, massive glaciers began to split apart, melting in raging floods and waterfalls that flooded the land. Crazy waves soared into the sky, but because there was an invisible force field around Lin Ming, none of the water was able to approach him. It simply swept away from his side. Seeing this scene, all of the trial challengers held their breath, unable to summon any words. After Lin Ming activated the Azura blood, his aura was far too powerful. That invisible force field surrounding him gave off a deeply oppressive feeling. Besides Xiang Mei, even Dragon's Car, Soul Sky, and the others also felt themselves panting for breath as they faced Lin Ming's Azura slaughter energy. As for those 8 trial challengers in the distance that had fled earlier, they were even more despondent. When the ice egg exploded, their chins nearly hit the ground. They couldn't believe that the 5th-level overlord, the existence that even Xiang Mei couldn't kill, had been slain by Lin Ming. How could this have happened? The undying polar ice died like this? Although the truth was before them, the 8 of them still found this reality hard to accept. This was because they had run away earlier. Even if the undying polar ice was slain, it had nothing to do with them. Maybe it hasn't died. Xianxia also destroyed the undying Inferno's phoenix egg, although she didn't do it so thoroughly like Lin Ming did. Even so, the undying Inferno was reborn later. Perhaps the undying polar ice has temporarily gone underground, and it hasn't died, a trial challenger said with unwillingness in his voice. He didn't want to think that after he had wavered and left earlier, this junior Lin Ming that was far younger than him had completed the seemingly impossible trial, and he had nothing to do with it. If he couldn't obtain something, he definitely didn't want others to. But at this time, the 8 people suddenly shook. A message had popped up in their minds, informing them that the 5th level trial had been completed. The 5th level overlord had really died, and their completion percentage hadn't increased at all. It's over. The 8 trial challengers stood there in a daze, their eyes losing focus. The requirement to enter the 6th level was to participate in striking down the 5th level overlord. But as for them, they had withdrawn in the final stage and had excluded themselves from the trial. In other words, their journey in the final trial had come to an end. They had missed out on entering the 6th level. As they realized this, they regretted it to the point of their intestines turning green. This was the final trial's 6th level. The 6th level, just what sort of concept was that? It was a billion-year legend. In all that time, no one had set foot in it. If they could have stepped foot in the 6th level and returned to their sect, then the honor they would have received, the glory, the worship of countless young disciples, they would also have received the rewards and lucky chances of crossing the 5th level. It might even have changed their lives and affected their future achievements. Thinking of this, not only did their livers hurt, but their hearts hurt, their balls hurt, and they felt sick as their intestines twisted into knots. The 8 of them stared at each other in dismay, wanting to smack themselves with both hands. Because of their fear, they had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, Xianxia, Dragon's Car, Bright Moon, and the others had all landed from the sky and were running towards Lin Ming. They had also received the message from the final trial. Although they had confirmed that the undying polar ice had died, Dragon's Car, Fanny Fafa, and the others still weren't able to regain their composure yet. Although the undying polar ice had been killed because they all worked together, the truth was that besides Xianxia, Lin Ming, and Xiao Maxian, the others only played a limited role in the battle. In particular Lin Ming. His performance was far too spectacular. Dragon's Car watched as Lin Ming's body metamorphosis gradually faded away, his scales vanishing into his body. He was at a loss for words. When he first saw Lin Ming, he had despised him due to a sense of superiority. But now, he gulped and obediently stood behind Xianxia, not daring to say anything. Originally, Lin Ming was supposed to manage offense while Xianxia managed defense. But in the end, Xianxia had overdrawn her own soul force, causing her to leak blood from her lips, and even during this time Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation, adjusting his condition. Dragon's Car had certainly seen this, and he felt that all of the advantages were taken by Lin Ming, and the price Xianxia had to pay was far too high. But during the undying polar ice's final attack, the originally meditating Lin Ming suddenly woke up and played an important role in defending against the strike. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then Xianxia would have burnt her source soul force and the others might have died. What Dragon's Car felt most unbelievable was that even after Lin Ming moved to help Xianxia defend, he still managed to kill the undying polar ice. Such a heaven-defying method truly left Dragon's Car no choice but to deeply admire him. No matter which race it was in the 33 heavens, all of them admired powerhouses. Dragon's Car's superiority originally came from Xianxia. He didn't believe that there was anyone in existence that could compare to her. At just the 6th revolution, there was nearly no one that could rival her talent beneath the true divinity realm. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolution, it was even more difficult to imagine. But now, Lin Ming's appearance had far surpassed Xianxia. The natural feeling of superiority in Dragonscar's heart was also destroyed. In the future, Lin Ming would rise to heights that were hard to imagine. It was simply impossible to judge with Dragonscar's current experiences. Lin Ming. Xiangmei looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. Her voice was faint and ghostly. I originally thought that humanity's destiny had come to an end, but I never imagined that after 3.6 billion years, someone like you would appear. Perhaps you are humanity's good fortune. Xiangmei's words seemed like high praise towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming heard something else. A light shined in his eyes. He asked, is humanity's destiny already exhausted? Xiangmei's words concealed a hidden meaning. That was that she believed humanity would likely perish in the Great World Calamity. Empress, are you saying that humanity will perish underneath the saints? Lin Ming pressed the question. 3.6 billion years ago, another great calamity descended. The barriers separating the 33 heavens weakened, vanished, allowing alien races to invade. During this great calamity, humanity's destiny became increasingly weak. True divinities died, geniuses were on the wane, and compared to the saints and spiritas, humanity became far, far weaker. Now, if humanity couldn't overcome this great calamity, it was likely that they would perish. Xiangmei didn't directly respond. Instead, she vaguely said, within birth there is death. The cycle of samsara turns again and again. Nothing is permanent. The heavenly Tao can change. Even stars can burn out, much less lives and races. 10 billion years ago, the ancient races were magnificent beyond compare, but even they vanished without a trace. In the river of time, the destruction of humanity isn't strange at all. Xiangmei seemed as if she was speaking of eternal truths, but within her words, Lin Ming could hear a little regret and unwillingness. Xiangmei, was she really willing to enter samsara and die? Inexplicably, Lin Ming thought of the Spirita's holy scripture and the stone of eternal life recorded within it. Eternal life. To a martial artist, these two words were an irresistible temptation. The destruction of humanity isn't strange at all? Lin Ming silently mumbled to himself. He didn't have an answer to Xiangmei. He would not allow humanity to be destroyed in this great calamity. The human race was his roots. Without the roots, how could the leaves survive? As Xiangmei and Lin Ming were speaking, the cold energy that the undying polar ice gathered had already dissipated. The entire fifth level had been restored to the state it was at during the beginning. The glaciers melted, turning into lakes. Even the temperature turned back to normal. And above the largest lake, a gray wheel was slowly floating. Atop this wheel, the phantoms of countless demons appeared. It looked evil to the extreme. The gazes of all trial challengers were focused on this wheel. This was Lin Ming's myriad demon karmic wheel. And within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, there were two masses of soul fire. One soul fire was flame red and emitted a terrifying heat. The other was ice blue and exuded a chilling cold. Extreme heat and extreme cold. These two masses of soul fire were sealed within the center of the myriad demon karmic wheel, peacefully coexisting with each other. Without needing to think, one could tell that these two masses of soul fire were left behind by the fifth level's overlord. The flame red soul fire was the undying inferno, and the ice blue soul fire was the undying polar ice. These two masses of soul fire were rare treasures of the fifth level overlord. For a time, everyone looked at Lin Ming. As the one who had finally struck down the fifth level overlord, they would have to ask Lin Ming how he wanted to distribute these two soul fires. Lin Ming reached out his hand. The myriad demon karmic wheel flew back to him, spinning above his palm. Seeing the myriad demon karmic wheel, Xiangmei's hands slightly moved. She could feel that this myriad demon karmic wheel contained all sorts of mysterious changes, and she was unable to see through any of them for a time. This cultivation method was obviously extraordinary. Lin Ming gently touched the myriad demon karmic wheel, guiding the ice blue soul fire to fly out. As the ice blue soul fire flew through the air, it left behind a path of frost, even freezing the void around it. From far away, the trial challengers could feel a cruel and evil aura from this mass of ice blue flames. This was the undying polar ice's tyrannical soul, Although its body had been destroyed, its soul hadn't died. Lin Ming looked at Xiang Mei. With a flick of his fingers, this soul fire flew towards her. Soul Empress, the polar ice soul fire that the 5th level overlord left behind will be handed over to you. The remnant will of the undying polar ice is still within, and it won't be easy to absorb, but I don't think this can stop the Soul Empress. During this trial, Soul Empress Xiang Mei's role was without doubt. She accounted for nearly half the effort. By all reasonable principles, half of the treasures that the 5th level overlord left should be given to her. In particular, the undying polar ice was a treasure of the extreme cold attribute. It was inestimably useful to Xiang Mei and could be considered a great lucky chance. As for the others, it was impossible for them to absorb it. Xiang Mei stretched out her pure white hands and cradled the undying polar ice's soul fire. She cultivated the ice laws and had an extremely keen insight into the power of ice. She could feel that the undying polar ice's soul fire in her hands possessed an incredibly pure and potent essence of ice. Although she had attainments in the ice laws and had absorbed many ice-attribute heavenly materials, none of those heavenly materials were able to compare to the current soul fire in her hands. The rewards that the Azura Roadmaster left behind were truly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Mei received the undying polar ice's soul fire. She truly did need this. With this soul fire, she had hopes that her strength would be able to rise in a short period of time. This would create a much better foundation for when she had to step into the Grand Reincarnation Art's 7th revolution. And at this time, within Lin Ming's hands, there was still one more soul fire. This soul fire originated from the undying inferno and was the polar opposite of the undying polar ice. The heat emanating from this soul fire was astonishing, strong enough that it seemed as if it would melt down the void. Lin Ming's fingers moved and he formed runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao to completely seal the undying inferno's soul fire. Then he flicked his fingers and this soul fire flew towards Xiao Moxian. Xianer, this soul fire is for you. The ball of flames fluttered through the air and into Xiao Moxian's hands. Xiao Moxian's pitch-black eyes shined as she stared at the soul fire in front of her. She could sense a strong attraction from it, as if its attributes were simply tailor-made for her. Xiao Moxian's god-beast bloodline originated from the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix originally represented the idea of destruction, and this undying inferno's soul fire also contained the attribute of destruction. As long as she absorbed this soul fire, then she could complete her 3rd nirvana in a short period of time, allowing her strength to further increase and break into the Holy Lord realm. However, Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming and hesitated for a moment. Big brother Lin, you also cultivate the fire laws. If your heavenly tribulation fire absorbs this soul fire, it will likely evolve once more. If you give this to me, then there's nothing left for you. Moreover, you have to open the 3rd Tao Palace soon. If I remember correctly, the 3rd Tao Palace is the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, and you need to form the foundation of the Tao Palace with the source energies within you. Big Brother Lin's 2 source energies should be fire and thunder, but in order to continue you will need a top-grade thunder source and top-grade fire elemental to form the foundation of the 3rd Tao Palace. This undying inferno soul fire is just perfect for that. As Xiao Moxian spoke, Lin Ming shook his head. When I form the foundation for the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, it's enough for me to use an Empyrean-level fire elemental and thunder source. As for the undying inferno soul fire, the truth is that it isn't a fire elemental at all, and its characteristics are too strong. Trying to use it to form the foundation for the Extreme Polar Tao Palace is far too wasteful. Moreover, I would need to find a thunder source on the same level, which would be nearly impossible. Currently, the soul fire in Xiao Moxian's palm could be considered peak true divinity in grade. If Lin Ming used such precious flames to form a part of the 3rd Tao Palace's foundation, that was simply wasting the treasures of heaven. Moreover, Lin Ming dual cultivated fire and thunder. If his attributes were imbalanced, then that wouldn't be good for him at all. Rather, if he were to leave it to Xiao Moxian, someone who only cultivated the fire laws, then she would be able to display the peak potential of this soul fire. And the more powerful Xiao Moxian was, the more advantages Lin Ming would have when they dual cultivated. As Lin Ming said this, Xiao Moxian didn't decline anymore. She carefully took the sealed soul fire and put it away. As for the fire elemental that Lin Ming needed for the third Dao Palace, Xiao Moxian also seemed to have some possible ideas. At this time, Lin Ming turned to everyone else. He said, "I'm sorry. The fifth-level overlord only left behind 2 treasures. After dividing them, there isn't anything left for you all. If I find some precious spirit treasures or materials from the next level, I will offer them to you all first. What do you think?" Hearing Lin Ming's apologetic tone, Fanny Fafa chuckled. "Brother Lin, where do those words come from? In truth, from start to finish we haven't been able to help much at all. Especially me. Even if I did help several times, what I used were Brother Lin's divine runic symbols. At the end, we all had to depend on Brother Lin, the Soul Empress, and Miss Siener in order to bring down the 5th-level overlord. Basically, all of us have already benefited far more than we put in. Not only did our completion percentage increase considerably, but we also have a chance of experiencing the legendary 6th level. If any of us were to think of divvying up your treasures at this time, then our facial skin would be far too thick." Everyone approved of Fanny Fafa's words. In the battle, they had only been able to play a limited role. It was fine for Lin Ming to be polite to them, but it went against all their morals to take advantage of the situation and demand treasures. To be able to obtain more completion percentage was something they were more than satisfied with. As for those 8 trial challengers that had withdrawn earlier and thus didn't participate in bringing down the undying polar ice, all of them had despondent expressions and were sick with regret. As everyone was discussing rewards, another piece of information appeared in their minds. And this information was their current completion percentage after striking down the 5th-level overlord. Immediately, everyone held their breath, their minds alert. If everything went as expected, this completion percentage would be their final result. None of them thought they would be able to pass the 6th level. Lin Ming also focused his mind and carefully listened to his own completion percentage. He didn't know what his performance in the 5th level was like. The final trial was just far too difficult. He didn't have any hopes that he would be able to perfectly complete it. Lin Ming looked up and subconsciously glanced at Xiang Mei. He saw that Xiang Mei was also looking at him. 2 pairs of eyes met. Xiang Mei faintly smiled and didn't speak. It was clear that they were both curious as to what the other's result was. The results were soon confirmed. Everyone glanced at each other, a happy expression on their faces. "What are all your completion percentages?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "I am 71%. That's far better than what I was thinking." Fanny Fafa was the first to speak. As long as one could obtain at least 70%, that was an extremely good result. If Big Flame and the Divine Void Crown Prince hadn't been massacred by Lin Ming on the 4th level, their final completion percentage might be around 75. Only an unrivaled genius of an entire race would be able to surpass 80%. "Mine is 72%. Mine is 70%. Mo Bright Moon and Suya each said. When they passed through the Gate of Laws, their completion percentage was in the 30s. After passing through the 4th level and the Divine Seal Altar, their completion percentage grew by another 26 to 27%. As for the 5th level, they obtained less than 10% for defeating the Undying Inferno and Undying Polar Ice. This was because their contributions to the battle weren't too much. Even so, they were more than satisfied. Their completion percentage from the 5th floor was like a free reward. If it weren't for Lin Ming and Xiang Mei, they wouldn't have received anything at all. Everyone looked at Moon Pond and Soul Sky. The 2 of them seemed to have an amazing background and their talent was superb. Their completion percentage should be relatively high. 77%. Mine is 78%. The 2 people spoke. Moonpond's completion percentage was a point higher than Solski's. This was because Moonpond's supportive cultivation method had played a significant role in defending against the undying polar ice. Then there was Dragon's Car. His completion percentage was 79, just shy of reaching 80. "What a pity," someone said. Dragon's Car shook his head. "It's not a pity at all. If Lin Ming didn't kill the undying polar ice, then my score would have been at most 76%. As Dragon's Car spoke, he turned Lin Ming. What he was interested in the most was what Lin Ming, Shang Mei, and Xiao Moxian's final scores were. Without a doubt, all three of them should surpass 85%. In fact, when the Undying Inferno transformed into the Undying Polar Ice, Lin Ming's completion percentage was already 85. As for Shang Mei, she was just a tad over Lin Ming, with 86%. This time, it was hard to imagine how high their completion percentage would go. Would it possibly be at 90%? This incredulous thought immediately flashed through many people's minds. Everyone held their breath, and there was even a bit of awe as they looked at Lin Ming. 90%, that was truly a myth. It could be said someone who was bound to become a true divinity would reach around 85, 87, or 88%. It was also because of this that they all faintly felt that wanting to reach 90% was just impossible. Xianxia, what did you get? Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian. 87? Xiao Moxian smoothed out her hair and chuckled, revealing two cute canines as she smiled at Lin Ming. This number left everyone sucking in a breath of cold air. 87%. Without a doubt, that was truly at the level to become a true divinity. In other words, the young black-clothed girl that stood beside Lin Ming would become a true divinity in the future. Although no one was surprised by this result, to have the final trial approve and recognize this result, everyone still found it hard to accept. This was because in their original impression, this black-clothed girl was only Lin Ming's woman. And if his woman was so powerful, how could there still be any justice left in the world? Soul Empress. Lin Ming looked at Shang Mei. Shang Mei thought for a moment and then calmly said, I have 2 points more than Miss Xianxia. 89%? Someone cried out in shock. This number was just 1 point from reaching 90%. Too great. Dragon's Car couldn't help but grip his fists behind Shang Mei, excited from his heart. It had to be known that Shang Mei was only in her 6th revolution of the Grand Reincarnation art. At this pace, she would be able to break past 90% during her 7th revolution. As for the 8th and 9th revolution, that would be even higher. Shang Mei could clearly see Dragonscar's thoughts. She shook her head, saying, You're overthinking this. Even during my 7th revolution, it will be impossible for me to break this record. During the 7th revolution, if I come alone, it will be impossible for me to kill the 5th level overlord. And if I ask someone to help, our completion percentage will inevitably be divided. Thus 89% is already my limit. The only exception is if I can perfectly pass the Azura level gate of laws. As Shang Mei spoke, everyone was left flabbergasted. Shang Mei said she was stuck at 89%. Although this was only a single percent from 90, the truth was that this single percent was a massive gap. Thus it could be seen just how great the disparity was from a completion percentage in the 80s and one at 90. As everyone was thinking this, they recalled Shang Mei's words and seemed to remember something. They all looked towards Lin Ming. When Shang Mei said that she would need to perfectly pass the Azura level gate of laws to reach 90%, hadn't Lin Ming passed through that? So, Sir Lin, your completion percentage. Suya's voice trembled as she asked this. Lin Ming took a light breath and then said, My completion percentage is 92%. 92%. For a time, all the trial challengers fell quiet. Although they had already thought that Lin Ming's completion percentage would surpass 90%, after confirming this result, they still felt shocked and found it difficult to respond. He had really surpassed 90%. Disregarding 90, even 85 was incredibly rare in the world. Before, in the eyes of the trial challengers, 85 was a nearly unachievable goal. 92. Shang Mei took a deep breath, her eyes looking at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had surpassed 90%. This was a result she had already expected. For the gap between 89 and 90, Lin Ming had already taken the first step and crossed it. You're 3 points higher than me, but in the gate of laws, your completion percentage was higher than mine by 5 points. Logically speaking, when passing through the 5th level and killing the 5th level overlord, Shang Mei's contributions to the battle were similar to Lin Ming's. Moreover, Lin Ming had been the one to cast out the final strike. If so, then Lin Ming's completion percentage he obtained in the 5th level should be no lower than Shang Mei's. In other words, Lin Ming's current completion percentage should be 5 higher than Xiang Mei's, and should be at 94%. But the truth was that Lin Ming's completion percentage was only 92. It seemed that after reaching 90, any further growth was extremely difficult. Compared to the previous times, completion percentage was twice as hard to obtain. If this were true, then Xiang Mei even suspected whether 100% completion was possible in the final trial. Lin Ming was also having similar thoughts. He could faintly feel that perfectly completing the final trial was an impossibility. Sir Lin, your results are truly unprecedented since the past, and matchless in the future. Suya looked at Lin Ming, already at a loss for what to say. She never imagined that the young divine runic master she casually encountered at the Divine Runic Masters Guild could create such a miracle. And this is only the 5th level. If we enter the 6th level and Sir Lin completes it, won't he reach 95%? If it was 95%, that was even more unimaginable. 95%. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He felt that the 6th level might be completely different from what he had imagined. It would be likely extremely difficult to pass the 6th level or even impossible. I think that our current completion percentage is already rather high. If we pass the 6th level, then the Soul Empress will cross 90% and Xianxia also might surpass 90%. I believe that things might not be as we think. Sir Lin, are you saying? Mo Bright Moon said, her thoughts stirring. The 6th level won't be simple. No matter what it is, let's restore ourselves before we step into the 6th level. Lin Ming had already become one of the main pillars of the group. His prestige in the team was no less than that of Xiang Mei. Everyone followed Lin Ming's idea and began to sit down and meditate. Before, they had consumed far too much energy, especially Dragonscar and Moonpond. Dragonscar's entire body was bathed in blood and Moonpond's spiritual sea had been damaged. As for Mo Bright Moon, Suya, and the others, they had nearly used up all the divine runic symbols Lin Ming had passed to them. After stepping into the 6th level, their performance would depend on their own strength. It could be imagined that the 6th level was far more terrifying than the 5th. With their strength, it was unlikely they could play a large role. Xiang Mei and Xiao Moxian chose not to absorb the soul fires yet. The soul fires left behind by the undying inferno and undying polar ice were extraordinary treasures. If they wanted to absorb them, they would have to make a long series of preparations, wait until they were in their peak condition, and then find the safest and quietest environment they could before slowly absorbing the soul fires. This was to prevent any accidents from occurring. The environment of the final trial was clearly not suitable to do all of this. As the people were resting, the space nodes hidden in the 5th level appeared. An invisible power of space gathered and slowly spun, forming a purple portal. This was the entrance to the 6th level. Looking at this mysterious space portal, everyone felt a little unsure. No one knew where this space portal went or what lay behind it. Time slowly passed. Sitting in meditation, Lin Ming was surrounded by a faint vortex of origin energy. His body that had been torn by wielding the black dragon spear began to regenerate at a visible speed. His muscles grew back and his meridians recovered. In just 2 hours, Lin Ming had healed his outer wounds. After another 4 hours, Lin Ming had adjusted his body to its peak condition. He slowly opened his eyes. Have you all recovered? I have no problem. Xiang Mei's voice was indifferent. Out of everyone here, Xiang Mei had consumed the most strength, but her restoration speed was mind-boggling. This startled Lin Ming. It was like Xiang Mei had no weaknesses at all. If it weren't for her being suppressed to the early Holy Lord realm, Lin Ming had no idea just how terrifying her strength would be. Let's go. Lin Ming stood up and started to move towards the mysterious portal. They had already come this far. There was no reason to back down. Lin Ming walked at the front, followed closely behind by Xiao Moxian. Then there was Xiang Mei and Dragonscar, followed by Mo Bright Moon and her group. Finally, there was Moonpond and Soul Sky. The space portal was right in front of them. The deep purple surface of the portal was like a mirror. Lin Ming didn't slow down, he stepped right in. In that moment, Lin Ming felt space and time distort around him. He couldn't see anything clearly, and even his own consciousness seemed to be isolated. It was like a long time had passed, but also as if everything had happened in an instant. The surroundings became clear once more. Lin Ming discovered that he had arrived in a completely independent space. As he looked behind himself, he saw that Xiao Moxian, Shang Mei, and the others that had followed him had all disappeared. I'm the only one left. Lin Ming was startled. Could this 6th level be a solo trial? All of these thoughts flooded Lin Ming's mind. He carefully examined his surroundings and discovered he was standing in a chaotic space with mystical law lines all around him. There was no earth beneath his feet, and it looked like he was standing on the void. But it seemed incomparably real, and it was also extremely flat. This is... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could see that not too far away, there was a massive ancient bronze book that was covered with plain and simple words. Seeing these writings, Lin Ming's heart shook. These words were Ajura Sutra, Volume 2. Ajura Sutra. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Through the years on the Ajura Road, a great deal of his accomplishments were in part thanks to the Ajura Sutra. But Lin Ming only knew the first volume of the Ajura Sutra, and his understandings were incomplete. Now, he finally saw the second volume of the Ajura Sutra in front of him. The second volume of the Ajura Sutra. Just what was recorded within. The Ajura Road Master's Ajura Sutra stood independent of the laws of 33 heavens, but also simultaneously covered the 3 great categories of essence, energy, and soul. The first volume of the Ajura Sutra that Lin Ming had seen before focused on the body transformation system. What could this one be? Lin Ming took a deep breath and carefully walked up to the Ajura Sutra. It seemed that the 6th level didn't have a test, but was a reward level for trial challengers. As he thought about it, the first and second levels of the final trial had been tests that were filled with perils. As for the 3rd level, there weren't any dangers there, only rewards. At the same time, the 4th and 5th levels were also filled with dangers. Following this pattern, the 6th level should be a rewards level. If my reward is the Ajura Sutra, what rewards will the others obtain? As Lin Ming stepped in front of this ancient bronze book, he saw that it was exactly the same as the one he saw in the bronze immortal temple within the god-beast tomb array. This ancient book had stood tall here for countless years. It was a heaven-shaking sacred text that recorded the secrets with which the Ajura Road Master surpassed the realm of true divinity. However, with Lin Ming's current level, there were far too many areas within the 1st and 2nd volumes of the Ajura Sutra that he couldn't understand. He could only remember these things and then slowly digest them, perceiving them over time. Lin Ming bowed towards the ancient book. Just as he was about to open the cover, he discovered that behind this ancient book was also a bronze coffin. This bronze coffin was wrapped with thick chains, and carved on the surface of it were the images of numerous fierce demons. All of them seemed lifelike, as if they could leap out at any moment. Bronze coffin. Looking at the ancient bronze coffin behind the bronze book, Lin Ming's first thought was of the ancient bronze coffin within the immortal temple and the essence spirit embryo stone that had been sealed within. Could there be a similar avatar within this one? This thought inevitably crossed Lin Ming's mind. The Ajura Sutra that the Ajura Road Master created covered a breadth of laws that was far too vast to imagine. Inevitably, there was a situation where there were laws that were not suitable for the Ajura Road Master to cultivate. The 33 heavenly daos were all-encompassing. There were cultivation methods more suited for the spiritas and cultivation methods more suited for the saints. No matter how heaven-defying one's physique was, it was impossible for a singular person to cultivate all laws. Thus, even if one spent 100 million years cultivating certain laws, one still might not have any noticeable achievements in them. Even the Ajura Road Master wasn't able to avoid such a situation. Thus, the Ajura Road Master created a system of avatars. By using his source essence, energy, or divine, or even all sorts of heavenly materials, he could refine his own avatar. Then, he could divide a part of his consciousness and seal it into the avatar. These avatars could be used to cultivate laws that his main body couldn't. When these avatars reached large success in their cultivation, they could reintegrate with the main body. When all of these avatars fused as one, He could break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Realizing all of this, Lin Ming began to grow hot with excitement. He already possessed the essence spirit embryo stone that could cultivate body transformation laws. Then, what sort of avatar was within this second bronze coffin? The essence gathering system? Soul forging system? Lin Ming didn't immediately open the ancient bronze coffin. Rather, he opened the snap lock on the bronze book and began to turn the pages. On the title page of the ancient book, the few first words were, "If the heavens have no path, then I shall follow the heavenly Tao. If the heavens give me no path, then I shall establish my own heavens." These words were drawn illustriously with magnificent strokes, like winding horned dragons. Just by looking at them, one found it hard to breathe and their soul would shake. This wasn't the first time that Lin Ming had seen such words. These words were the basis of the Ajura Sutra. Within the lines of words was a daring boldness and aggressiveness that left one filled with dread and awe. Moreover, these were not mere empty words, because when the Ajura Roadmaster had written, "Then I shall establish my own heavens," he had indeed achieved this. This great Ajura Road was the heavens which the Ajura Roadmaster created. I wonder whether I'll be able to create my own great world after cultivating the laws of the 33 heavens? As Lin Ming was thinking this, he turned the page and began reading the text of the Ajura Sutra. Each word in the Ajura Sutra seemed to contain an endless demonic atmosphere. Just by looking at it, one felt as if their soul was being sucked in. Lin Ming even felt that the words themselves had a soul, that they were living. This discovery left Lin Ming shaken. Perhaps the truth was that these writings were like soul curse seals, like the souls of dead powerhouses that were sealed within the myriad demon karmic wheel. Perhaps these writings were similar sealed souls that were then used to create words. If this were so, this Ajura Sutra Volume 2 would have been written using the souls of billions and trillions of powerhouses. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a tinge of fear and apprehension. If this Ajura Sutra Volume 2 was written with souls, could this Ajura Sutra Volume 2 be about the divine? The Ajura Sutra was comprised of 3 volumes. The first volume of essence, and if the second volume was divine, then the third was undoubtedly about energy. And if the Ajura Sutra third volume wasn't here, could this mean that Lin Ming's completion percentage wasn't enough? Maybe, if I surpass 90%, then I can read the second volume of the Ajura Sutra, and in order to gain the third volume, I will need to obtain 95% or even 100%. Lin Ming frowned as he thought of this. He was feeling a bit worried. Was it really possible to pass through the 5th level and obtain perfection in the final trial? In the 5th level, Lin Ming had Xianxia's help when facing down the Undying Inferno and Undying Polar Ice. Even then, he had only just been able to pass. According to his previous experiences in the final trial, it was simply impossible to perfectly pass. Moreover, his final completion percent had been 92. This number didn't seem balanced at all. This was because after Lin Ming passed the first level, he had obtained 20% completion. After perfectly passing the Ajura level gate of laws, his completion percent was 45. After the 4th, it was 60%. After the Divine Seal Altar, 75%. Throughout these tests, he had perfectly completed them all the way until he arrived at the 5th level. And after overcoming the 5th level, his completion percent was only 92. This caused Lin Ming to feel faintly offended. He even suspected that the truth was that it was impossible to perfectly pass the 5th level. According to what Xianxia had said, the 5th level required the cooperation of a team. Perhaps this was because the 5th level was too difficult. Thus everyone had no choice but to join forces. If a person could pass through the 5th level by themselves, what completion percent would they be at? Would it be 95%? Thinking this, Lin Ming felt more and more that he wouldn't be able to obtain the complete Ajura Sutra. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. He continued to read through the Ajura Sutra, withstanding the soul pressure from the words and carefully reading through them. At the pulse condensation realm, Lin Ming had already developed a photographic memory. Even so, he found it incredibly straining to remember the writings within the Ajura Sutra. This was because the exterior appearance of these words wasn't important at all. The most important factor was that every word contained its own concept, and wanting to remember these concepts was a massive challenge. Moreover, there were law lines between every word. Wanting to memorize these lines was also no trifling matter. If Lin Ming hadn't already perceived the contents of the Ajura Sutra first volume, wanting to memorize the second volume would have been far, far harder. How unfortunate. It would be much better if I could carry away the Ajura Sutra. Lin Ming couldn't help but develop such thoughts. Now that he read the Ajura Sutra, he realized cultivation boundary was simply too low compared to the Ajura Roadmasters. There were many things he couldn't understand, so he could only forcefully remember them. As time passed, Lin Ming would eventually gain a higher understanding of the Ajura Sutra. But, if he wanted to confirm these understandings, he would need to compare them to the original copy of the Ajura Sutra. If he tried to verify his comprehensions with memorized images, it would eventually be limited. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to obtain a thorough and complete comprehension of the Ajura Heavenly Tao. As these thoughts passed through Lin Ming's mind, he looked back at the ancient bronze book in front of him. With a little bit of unwillingness in his heart, he tried his best to push the ancient bronze book. As he expected, it didn't budge even a single bit. This Ajura Sutra couldn't be taken away. He could only reluctantly accept this fact. Lin Ming sat down in front of the ancient bronze book, adjusting his mindset as he started to calmly comprehend the Ajura Sutra Volume 2. This Ajura Sutra Volume 2 focused on the road of soul forging, and page after page was filled with all sorts of mysterious law lines and words. It was extremely arduous for Lin Ming to read through it and memorize the contents. He had to withstand the soul pressure from the words and simultaneously consume a tremendous amount of soul force. Soon, Lin Ming felt that he had overdrawn his soul force. Whenever this occurred, Lin Ming would use a soul recovery symbol and meditate with the divine mist heart mantra. After recovering part of his soul force, he would start reading through the Ajura Sutra once more. Time slowly drifted by. Like this, 10 days and 10 nights passed. Lin Ming finally read through the Ajura Sutra Volume 2 and barely managed to memorize the contents within. As Lin Ming expected, the first and second volumes of the Ajura Sutra were similar. In order to practice them, one needed to form an avatar. Moreover, the requirements to create this avatar were extremely harsh. A martial artist had to split apart 30% of their divine soul to create an avatar or refine one using miracle materials of the heavens and earth. If Lin Ming took the first path, then it would cause his divine soul to be extremely weakened for a long time, leaving him in a precarious state. He would also need all sorts of heavenly materials to make up for the damage to his soul. To the current Lin Ming, this was an unacceptable route. With the great calamity before him, he was trying every possible method to increase his own strength, so how could he possibly weaken his own divine soul? Luckily, there was the ancient bronze coffin behind the book of the Ajura Sutra Volume 2. Without a doubt, this ancient bronze coffin contained a divine soul avatar left behind by the Ajura Roadmaster. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming walked over to the ancient bronze coffin. This ancient bronze coffin had lain here for billions of years, yet not a single speck of dust marred its surface. Lin Ming remained in front of the ancient bronze coffin for a long time. Then he deeply bowed towards it. With both hands, he gently caressed the surface of the ancient coffin and felt the thick chains that bound it. These heavy chains were made from some unknown divine metal. Every chain link was carved with strange runes of the Ajura Heavenly Tao. These runes seemed to have been washed through the infinite river of time, but the power of laws within was still as dense as before. All around them, Lin Ming could clearly feel an invisible force field. The function of this force field wasn't to defend against foreign invasions and attacks, but to seal. It was used to seal away whatever was in the ancient bronze coffin. Just what was the soul-forging avatar within the ancient bronze coffin? Lin Ming's thoughts began to race. In the past, the first avatar that the Ajura Roadmaster left behind was refined from an Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. That Essence Spirit Embryo Stone was a rare world stone that accumulated heaven and earth origin energy. Only after passing through billions and billions of years and undergoing all sorts of lucky chances could such a stone be bred. The Ajura Roadmaster had taken this miraculous wonder stone and used it to create the Essence Energy Avatar. And now, the Azura Sutra Volume 2 Divine Soul Avatar. Just what had the Azura Roadmaster used to create it? Facing this unknown object, Lin Ming felt a bit wary. He sat in meditation for 4 hours, restoring himself to his peak condition. Then he stood up. He faced the ancient coffin and formed seals with his hands. In an instant, tens of thousands of Azura Law runes were shot out. These Azura Law runes echoed with the runes atop the chains. For a time, the entire ancient coffin radiated a dim shimmery haze. Then crackling sounds filled the air. The chains binding the ancient coffin began to release themselves. Pressing his hands over the lid of the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Ming released the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Strength erupted within his body, rising to tens of billions of genes. With a loud rumbling sound, the dustless lid that had lain over the ancient bronze coffin for billions of years was pushed open by Lin Ming. And as Lin Ming pushed open the cover, the entire 6th level began to shake, as if some ancient great beast was awakening here. Ka-ka-ka. The ground shook and everything began to collapse in massive tracks, revealing a pitch-black abyss. And from this abyss, a massive black divine stone slowly rose out. This is... Lin Ming's mind shook. Unconsciously, his hands stopped pushing open the ancient coffin's lid. His eyes looked down and fixed upon that massive black divine stone. This black divine stone was clearly a sculpture, and one that he had seen before. This sculpture was the same as the giant stone sculpture in the Azura level Gate of Laws. It was a sculpture of an Azura war god. This Azura war god grasped a black dragon spear and wore a suit of battle armor. His body was covered in dragon scales and his hair was wild and free, his momentum awe-inspiring. Standing in front of this Azura sculpture, Lin Ming could feel a rich slaughter energy rolling off of it, making it difficult to breathe. Even his heart was flooded with tyrannical, archaic, and unbelievably cruel emotions, making one almost lose their sense of self. In the 6th level, this Azura war god sculpture had reappeared after opening the ancient bronze coffin. Just what was this sculpture made from? Lin Ming was somewhat startled. If the 6th level contained such a mechanic, there had to be some special significance to it. Lin Ming's first guess was that the soul avatar that the Azura Roadmaster forged might be sealed within this Azura war god sculpture. But he soon rejected this idea. This was because after pushing open the ancient bronze coffin, he was able to sense a vast soul aura coming from within it. It was clear that the soul avatar was slumbering within the coffin. Then this Azura sculpture. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and walked towards the sculpture. As he carefully probed it, he faintly discovered that there was an extremely potent power of space laws contained within it. All of the power of space within the 6th level seemed to be attracted by the sculpture and was slowly converging towards it. This is a space node? Lin Ming thought. There was a space node contained within the Azura sculpture. And in the final trial, this sort of space node undoubtedly represented the entrance to the next level. The 7th level? Lin Ming took a deep breath. If the 6th level was only for rewards, then going by previous experiences his completion percentage wouldn't increase here. The truly difficult to pass test would be the 7th level. And this level would inevitably be far more difficult than the 5th level. Even Lin Ming didn't believe he had the slightest chance of passing the level. He could try to go as far as he could in the 7th level with the mindset of obtaining as much completion percentage as possible. The space node to enter the 7th level is actually sealed in the Azura sculpture. I wonder what the meaning behind it is. Is there something special about this sculpture? Lin Ming thought it was strange. It would be reasonable for the entrance to the 7th level to directly open, but the entrance was actually sealed within the Azura sculpture. Lin Ming's first thought was that this Azura sculpture might be related to some test. In the final trial, from the 2nd to 3rd level he had to pass through the Gate of Laws, and from the 4th level to 5th level he had to ascend the Divine Seal Altar. These 2 passages between levels hadn't been easy to pass at all. Thus, if this Azura sculpture was some sort of test, then it wouldn't be surprising at all. As Lin Ming was thinking this, a strange image suddenly caught his attention. He discovered that atop the Azura sculpture's war armor, There were 3 grooves lying side by side, and Lin Ming had seen the shape of these grooves before. Near these grooves, there were also several lines of characters carved into the stone. These words were in the same language as the Asura Sutra. What they said was, 33 heavens, Asura inheritance, passed down to the unrivaled genius, passed down to the one with great destiny, passed down to the fated one. The word of fate, to be predestined or not. If you are fated, then even through the endless universes you will still find my inheritance. But if you are not fated, then even if your talent is unrivaled you shall never enter the gate. I left behind 3 Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. The Emperor Jades have spiritual powers, and if you are fated then they shall fall into your hands. If you lack fate, then no matter how much hardship you undergo to find them you shall never succeed. Bring the 3 Emperor Jades to this land and open wide the gates to the 7th level. Lin Ming was startled after reading these carved words beside the grooves. The final inheritance of the Asura Road. In order to receive it, one needed to be an unrivaled existence, possess a great destiny, and also be the fated one. A trial challenger required all 3 of these characteristics in order to obtain the approval of the inheritance. The first several levels of the final trial, including the entire test that was the Asura Road itself, could be considered repeated verifications of a trial challenger's talent and destiny. But in order to go from the 6th level to the 7th level, one needed fate. The manifestation of the symbol of fate was to possess the 3 token Emperor Jades of essence, energy, and divine. Only by simultaneously possessing all 3 Emperor Jades could one enter the 7th level. Lin Ming took a deep breath and retrieved 2 jade pendants from his spatial ring. Rather, it was more accurate to say that there was 1 complete jade pendant and 1 fragment. This complete jade pendant had been obtained by Lin Ming in the Hunter game. Because of this jade pendant, Lin Ming had been able to enter God-Burying Ridge, fall into Tragic Death Valley, and escape from there and continually pass through absolute killing zones. Utilizing those killing zones, Lin Ming had brought down 3 top masters, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Ash Murder, and Tian Mingzi. Could be said that Lin Ming's life was saved because of this Emperor Jade. As for the Emperor Jade fragment, Lin Ming had bought that from Old Shue's stall at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Old Shue didn't know what this Emperor Jade fragment was, but his intuition told him it was unusual. Yet no matter how much he studied it over the years, he had never been able to discern its secrets. Finally, he thought it was some Empyrean spirit treasure fragment and sold it to Lin Ming. Because this Emperor Jade fragment had too many flaws in the Asura Dao patterns within it, it wasn't too valuable. Even so, Lin Ming kept it in his spatial ring. Now, taking out these 2 Emperor Jades, they just happened to match with the shape of the grooves. Without a doubt, he would have to collect all 3 Emperor Jades and then place them in the grooves to open the portal to the 7th level. If he couldn't, then he could only stare helplessly on at the entrance to the 7th level, but without the ability to enter. This sort of rule. Lin Ming was speechless. According to any common logic in the massive Asura Road, to find 3 tiny Emperor Jades was as difficult as searching for a needle in the endless ocean. It could even be called an impossible mission. But, according to that Asura Roadmaster's viewpoint, these 3 Emperor Jades were extraordinary. They were Emperor Jades of fate, and possessed strange and incredible laws. As long as one's fate reached a certain point, one wouldn't even need to look for these Emperor Jades, but they would take the initiative to seek out the person instead. If one couldn't collect all 3 Emperor Jades, then one could only say that their fate was lacking. My fate is lacking. Lin Ming looked at the whole Emperor Jade and the Emperor Jade fragment in his hands, bitterly smiling. He thought that his lucky chances were enormous to be able to obtain 2 Emperor Jades so far, but after entering the 6th level he realized that his fate was insufficient. In order to enter the 7th level he needed to obtain all 3 Emperor Jades. Moreover, the 2nd Emperor Jade in his hands was already fragmented. If it was a token left behind by the Asura Roadmaster, how could it break apart so easily? This question flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt that this didn't make sense at all. He tarried in front of the sculpture for some time. Then, after some hesitation, he tried to place the 2 Emperor Jades into their respective grooves. These 3 grooves were in different shapes. Lin Ming first put in the complete Emperor Jade. The shape fit in perfectly. Then, Lin Ming tried to fit in the Emperor Jade fragment into another groove. At this time, something startling occurred. When the broken Emperor Jade was placed into the groove, it suddenly began to emit a dim light. Countless motes of light gathered into the Emperor Jade, and in the next moment the Emperor Jade melted into liquid light that covered the entire groove. This is... Lin Ming's eyes widened. After several breaths of time, the liquid slowly solidified, forming the complete Emperor Jade that perfectly fit into the groove. The Emperor Jades can repair themselves? Lin Ming mumbled, dumbfounded. If so, then even if the Emperor Jade was shattered into several fragments, it would be fine as long as he could obtain one. To him, this could just reluctantly be called good news. But he simply had no clues about the whereabouts of the 3rd Emperor Jade. Where would he be able to find it? The appearance of the Emperor Jades also announced that Lin Ming's adventure through the final trial had come to an end. No matter what, it was impossible for him to find the 3rd Emperor Jade anytime soon. With this, his final trial completion percentage was 92. The truth was that in the trial of the 5th level, Lin Ming hadn't been able to perfectly complete it. In the end, he was simply too young and his comprehension of laws was lacking. After he became a world king or empyrean and then returned to the final trial once more, he might be able to perfectly complete the 5th level. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Ming stepped in front of the ancient bronze coffin. He placed his hand on the coffin lid, his body straining as it bent like a bow. His muscles tensed and strength surged from his feet. Lin Ming pushed open the ancient coffin's lid once more, thoroughly opening it. The moment that the ancient coffin was opened, Lin Ming took a deep breath and drew backwards. The phoenix blood spear had already leapt into his hands. A raging strength surged in Lin Ming's meridians. He looked at the ancient coffin with his guard up in order to prevent any possible dangers. The heavy ancient coffin quietly lay on the invisible land of the 6th level. After being opened by Lin Ming, there was no movement from within. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. All he saw was a pitch-black aura, shimmering with glittering runes, gushing over the edges of the ancient coffin. It was impossible to see what was inside. However, those waves of black aura caused his heart to sway. It was like there was an endless abyss contained within, bringing with it a mystical strength that seemed as if it could swallow his consciousness. What a vigorous and pure soul force! Lin Ming was shocked. He suddenly realized that the pitch-black aura that was overflowing from the coffin like a waterfall was actually soul force so dense that it had substantialized. Even though his soul force had been tempered harder than diamonds, it was still seriously influenced. He could feel an inexplicable danger, as if there was something dangerous lying dormant beneath that black fog. Open! After rushing all the way to the 6th level, Lin Ming's will and decisiveness were incomparably solid. Although this black fog soul force was terrifying, it only served to stimulate his curiosity even more. The phoenix blood spear had been through countless slaughters and had been tempered numerous times by Lin Ming. Thrusting out the spear, it was like a blood phoenix flew forth. Endless mystic strength shined, and even runes seemed to fall like large glowing stars. Bang! In a moment, hundreds of millions of spear lights were shot out at once. The fog of soul force that seemed as if it came from nether springs emitted a crackling sound. The soul force suddenly scattered as it was forcefully shaken out. With a sudden loud roar, a demonic energy filled with cruelty rushed out from the ancient coffin. A pitch-black demonic energy formed into a giant demon hand. It sparkled with dark metallic light and clashed with the phoenix blood spear. Lin Ming was forced backwards several steps, each step pressing down with 10 billion genes of force. Every step he took cracked open the void and his blood vitality tumbled. He suddenly found his steps unsteady. As for that demon hand, it faded after colliding with the phoenix blood spear. Then, the contents of the ancient coffin were revealed to Lin Ming. As he clearly saw what was inside, his pupils shrank. Within the coffin, a massive body appeared, one over 50 feet high that exuded the boundless pressure of a king. This body wore a black crown emblazoned with purple and gold designs, as well as a black 9-dragon robe. This black purple-gold crown was covered with strings of pearls, each pearl as large as a person's skull. Each one was formed from a demon king, each of them roaring and howling and releasing a fierce and sinister aura. The entire purple-gold crown had countless strings of pearls covering it. In other words, there were countless demons struggling atop it. As for the black 9-dragon robe, it was flowing with 9 true dragons that were brimming with death energy. They winded about the robe, carrying an indescribably massive soul force. Occasionally, the head of a dragon would drill out of the robe, its crimson greed-filled eyes staring at Lin Ming. This is the divine soul avatar refined by the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the 9-dragon imperial robe. Suddenly, he could feel a rush of heat within his body. The suppressed Azura blood in his body surged, and Lin Ming was able to catch a glimpse of something unusual. In the space of the final trial, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were ubiquitous, pervading every inch of this land. As the Azura blood throbbed, Lin Ming was able to discover that this demon king's demonic energy body was not a true material body, but one that was created from resentment and violence-filled soul force. And deeper within, there was an even darker and vaster soul force. That mass of soul force was as vast as the ocean. As the Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming sent in to probe touched this soul force, they were immediately swallowed clean. This is the Nether Springs divine embryo. In the past, when I fought the ancient races, cutting down countless rulers, the souls of these sovereigns were used by me, tempered in the great Tao of the 33 heavens and cast into this Nether Springs divine embryo. This Nether Springs divine embryo is the spirit essence avatar of the Azura Sutra's 2nd volume. This avatar has a potent inborn soul force, and its potential is limitless. It can seize the good fortune of the world and arouse the jealousy of the great Tao. This avatar can hold life essence and follow the thoughts of the main body. Suddenly, a deep and mysterious voice transmitted from the deepest depths of the dark, sounding out in Lin Ming's consciousness. Lin Ming immediately understood that this was a wisp of thought that the Azura Roadmaster had left behind in this space. Even after billions of years, it hadn't been extinguished. A portion of these ancient sovereigns' resentment has yet to be melted away. If you wish to completely obtain this divine soul avatar, you must defeat the remaining resentment of these ancient sovereigns. As the voice spoke to hear, it scattered away. He had to wipe out the remaining power of resentment. Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with a fighting spirit. Every ancient sovereign had experienced hundreds of millions of years of war and slaughter. Through the endless years, they remained until now, not extinguishing even in this vast space. Just how terrifying had they been? Facing this demon king body that wore a black purple-gold crown in front of him, Lin Ming realized it was formed from the resentment of these ancient sovereigns. Even though it was only a tiny portion of resentment left behind by the remnant souls of these ancient sovereigns, and even though 10 billion years of weakening had passed, they absolutely had to be extremely terrifying existences. However, if he wanted to obtain the acknowledgement of the Azura Roadmaster as well as this divine soul avatar, this was what he would have to do. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a zealous fighting spirit as he hurtled himself towards that demon king body. Bang! The demon king body's endless demonic energy suddenly rushed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's eyes turned vacant. Countless black curse seals appeared over his body, as if dark earthworms were wriggling all over him. His 2 pupils had already become black vortexes, slowly spinning around. Lin Ming's demonic energy soared to the heavens. His body remained motionless. His fists stayed in the center of the divine soul avatar's black fog, like he had turned to stone. But in his mind, Lin Ming had fallen into a strange demonic illusion world. In front of him was an endlessly bleak world, like an eternal twilight was laid out before him. Countless skeletons spread out beneath his feet, each skeleton as large as a mountain. This entire space was filled with a fierce and cruel hostility, thick to the point that one could choke on it. 9 black dragons of different shapes loomed on the horizon, their bodies like mountain ranges, the outline of their figures like gray clouds. Dozens of fierce ancient sovereigns floated in front of Lin Ming, all of them exuding the pressure of a king. Each one had a terrifying aura, able to summon wind and thunder by raising their hands or taking a step. Faint arcs of electricity shimmered in their eyes. Without a word, the 9 black dragons on the horizon, as well as the dozens of ancient demon kings, all hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming knew that the significance of this battle was monumental. His chest began to burn with a fervid fighting intent. Roar! An azure dragon burst out from Lin Ming's body, rising to the skies. With a phoenix cry, a fire phoenix roiling with flames shot out from Lin Ming's body. One dragon, one phoenix. They were the true dragon bloodline and fire phoenix bloodline within Lin Ming's body. At this time, in the battle within his consciousness, they manifested into their source spirits. At the same time, the phoenix blood spear in Lin Ming's hand also cried out. Endless raging flames melted onto his body, contouring onto him and forming a suit of flame armor, giving him the feeling of infinite strength. This phoenix blood spear was not the true phoenix blood spear, but the manifestation of the phoenix blood spear's artifact spirit that had yet to truly awaken. Meanwhile, behind Lin Ming, the heretical god tree appeared, its boughs growing into the heavens. This giant tree seemed as if it could tear down the world, emitting the inexhaustible power of the heretical god force. On every leaf there were tiny fire phoenixes and thunder dragons flying about. This was the spirit of the heretical god tree, as well as the auras of heaven and thunder heavenly tribulation within Lin Ming's body. As more and more laws appeared like overlapping waves, the momentum of Lin Ming's soul force began to rise without end. As the threatening ancient sovereigns rushed forth, the void split in half and 2 incomparably massive stars appeared. A palace shimmered atop each of these stars, radiating a mystical power. These were the Purple Temple Dao Palace and Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace that Lin Ming had broken through. These 2 Dao palaces, although they couldn't manifest in the outer world, they had always existed in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, exuding a vast aura of the heavenly Dao. In this sort of soul force collision, the function of the 2 Dao palaces to strengthen Lin Ming's body wasn't useful at all. However, these 2 Dao palaces represented the heavenly Dao laws and were more than enough to clash with the residual resentment of these ancient sovereigns. Bang! Bang! The 2 titanic stars gushed with endless starlight, bringing with them the 2 Dao palaces as they came crashing down. 2 of the mountain range-like black dragons rushed towards Lin Ming's body that was formed from soul force, but were crushed to nothing by these 2 Dao palaces. Bang! The 2 stars fell onto the earth along with the ruined bodies of those black dragons. Just how immense was the impact of this soul force. Even the dozens of ancient sovereigns, formed by resentment-filled soul force, were struck by the shock waves. The entire world began to collapse. The world transformed. Lin Ming felt endless waves of soul force swell towards him from all directions, entering his body. A golden sea tumbled beneath him. They had unexpectedly arrived at his sea of consciousness. A battle of soul force was highly risky, as well as incredibly strange. After arriving at his own sea of consciousness, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His body began to grow, his head reaching higher than the clouds as he became even larger than the remnant souls of these ancient sovereigns. He formed fists with his hands and smashed out at one of the ancient sovereigns. The heretical god tree behind Lin Ming also began to move. Every branch emitted strange laws that drilled into the void, sweeping towards those ancient sovereigns. Infinite heavenly tribulation fire gushed out into space, followed by miniature thunder dragons that wove together, forming a mystic thunderfire in space. In that moment, Lin Ming's soul force surged. He began to engage the group of ancient sovereigns in a brutal melee, mercilessly striking them. Immersed in the world of consciousness, engaged in combat with the remnant souls of ancient races, Lin Ming remained motionless where he was. Like this, a month passed. Through the endless slaughter, Lin Ming's face would often turn white and many times blood would seep out of his nostrils and ears. Whenever this occurred, a blue light would flash out within Lin Ming's world of consciousness, cutting all like a divine sword. This was Lin Ming's large success Blue Soul battle spirit. See, the prolonged war became increasingly fierce, increasingly brutal. A massive number of ancient remnant souls were cut down and slain by Lin Ming's Blue Soul battle spirit. Each ancient sovereign's resentment was sundered by Lin Ming's soul force. However, these residual resentments were extremely tenacious. Even if they were sliced in two, they could still stitch themselves back together and rush at Lin Ming. In the air, pestilent black dragons flew about, their mountain range-like bodies buffeting the heretical god tree. Branches entangled the giant black dragons, pulling them in. If it wasn't a black dragon being torn to shreds of pitch-black soul force, then it was branches and leaves being chewed up. Countless heavenly tribulation flames and heavenly tribulation thunder crashed together, annihilating enemies and dissipating. Oh, month after month passed. Slowly, blood no longer dripped down from Lin Ming's nose and the corners of his mouth. The pure brilliance in his eyes became increasingly bright. On this day, Lin Ming suddenly roared out loud. His statue-like body emitted a thick black gas. This black gas shot out from every pore of his body, whereupon it began to disintegrate in the void. As it was destroyed, one could hear mournful grieving cries. The Demon King body in front of him, formed from resentment-filled souls, began to break down. Within Lin Ming's originally motionless pupils, flashes of purple lightning shined once more. The Blue Soul battle spirit that was probing the divine soul avatar began to struggle again. Accompanied with raging heavenly tribulation fire and endless heavenly tribulation thunder. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly monstrous hatred began to sweep out from the black fog around the divine soul avatar. This hatred was like a poison dragon, breaking into Lin Ming's sea of consciousness and turning his heart cold. In this mass of chaos, a figure of black fog appeared. It shot out strands of soul force that were like snakes, attacking Lin Ming. This divine soul avatar also has wisdom of its own. Upon discovering this, Lin Ming's eyes shined with a cold light. He had even forcefully crushed the remnant resentment of the ancient divine sovereigns. So why would he be afraid of this little spiritual wisdom of the divine soul avatar? With a loud cry, a terrifying sword of thunder and fire shot out from his eyes, slashing through the void and slicing the enemy's soul force into countless fragments. Pa! 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 Several agonized cries echoed out from the divine soul avatar. Then the last of its resistance vanished. Lin Ming's entire body was like a cannonball as it hurtled into the divine soul avatar. He only felt a buzzing in his mind as a dark soul force spread throughout his entire sea of consciousness. This soul force shimmered, exuding the endless pressure of a king. There were countless mystical runes left behind from ancient times. They were hidden in the pitch-black soul force, emitting an infinite strength that shocked the heart. Within his sea of consciousness, his life spirit began to create an avatar that resembled a stark naked Lin Ming. This was his life spirit avatar. As this life spirit avatar appeared, all sorts of strange and mysterious strengths gushed out from its body. This life spirit avatar rose from the ground and then rushed into the divine soul avatar, sinking into it. It was unknown how many souls of ancient kings had been used to create this divine soul avatar, but it was surely an incredible number. If Lin Ming wanted to fuse his vital soul force into it, it would undoubtedly be astronomically difficult. Outside in the real world, Lin Ming fell into a petrified state once more. Every pore of his body began shooting out arcs of black light. Within his pupils, billions upon billions of ancient runes appeared, gathering and dissipating, gradually spreading throughout his entire body from his flesh to his bones to even his divine soul. This process continued for an unknown length of time. Slowly, Lin Ming opened his eyes. Where his pupils had been, two pitch-black vortexes swirled, revolving with soul force. Majestic black light burst out from every inch of his body, winding about his body like wandering dragons. In the space before him, the black lights gathered until finally all of the black light had flowed out from his body. Slowly, someone appeared in front of Lin Ming. This figure's body was as black as ink and their smile and face were exactly the same as Lin Ming's. However, This pitch-black Lin Ming's face was dim and blurry like the rippling surface of a lake. It wasn't a clear sight. As this black Lin Ming raised his hands, dense substantialized soul force rose about him. Mystical power surged out from his body. The body of this black Lin Ming actually exuded a dense evil aura. Lin Ming's first avatar was the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Its blood vitality had been vigorous and potent, like an unrivaled war god. But this second avatar was the Soul Spring's divine embryo. Its body billowed with demonic energy like an ancient fierce demon. Its eyes were as dark as the abyss, seeming to absorb all light reflected within them. If a martial artist with insufficient cultivation were to look into the eyes of this Soul Spring's divine embryo, they would feel their soul fall into illusion, as if they were trapped in an endless abyss. "I've finally succeeded." Lin Ming let out a long breath. By dividing a part of his life spirit as the foundation, absorbing the soul force left behind by the ancient kings, as well as using the imprisoning array formation left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, he had been able to form his divine soul avatar. Because his life spirit essence was left within the divine soul avatar, Lin Ming could clearly feel that the divine soul avatar's strength was as deep and vast as the sea. It was a truly formidable force. With a thought, the divine soul avatar divided again and again. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. Finally, 16 black Lin Mings appeared, all of them exactly alike. The divine soul avatar had no true substantial body, so it was possible for Lin Ming to have it split apart. However, each copy only had a 16th of the original's power. Lin Ming was overjoyed. As long as this divine soul avatar existed, even if his own life spirit had received heavy damage, he could still absorb the power of his divine soul avatar to rapidly regenerate. In battle, when facing the Spiritas, this would be a tremendously useful ability. It had to be known that, generally speaking, one's soul force was far more difficult to restore than the physical body. When one's body was harmed, as long as their source essence wasn't damaged, then they could rapidly recover. But if one were to lose their soul force, they could only practice a cultivation method like the one that Empyrean Divine Mist left behind and slowly recover. Now, he had this divine soul avatar that possessed such exuberant soul force. In the future, he could even gradually expand the divine soul avatar's strength. In theory, the more powerful the divine soul avatar was, the more times it could divide itself. With another thought, all of these divine soul avatars rushed into Lin Ming's body. Puff! As these divine soul avatars shot towards him, one of them held a halberd filled with the aura of an ancient king, boundless like a dragon. As it leapt back into Lin Ming, this caused Lin Ming to pale, his body slightly shivering. Although there was some pain, he still had a happy expression on his face. Just now, he had used this divine soul avatar as a weapon to attack his own soul. He wanted to test the striking power of the divine soul avatar, and the results had left him pleasantly surprised. His soul force was already powerful, but this divine soul avatar was still able to pierce through his defenses. Even so, because their souls originated from the same source, there were no true injuries. In the attack just now, Lin Ming could faintly feel that there were still some anomalies left in the divine soul avatar. A tiny portion of the ancient sovereign's remnant souls remained within. It would take some time to completely refine them. In order to thoroughly take hold of this divine soul avatar, it would require time to completely fuse with it. After obtaining the divine soul avatar, the black fog of soul force in the ancient bronze coffin began to dissipate. All around, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to leave. His eyes fell onto the mountain-like ancient bronze book before him. Xianxia said that this final trial would last for several years. Sometimes it would be normal for someone to be stranded in a level. However, in 5 years, the final trial's exit would open and all trial challengers would be forcefully cast out. This Azura Sutra Volume 2 is vast and incomprehensible, filled with an endless variation of subtle mysteries. Since I cannot bring this out and there is still some time until the 5-year deadline to leave the final trial, I might as well stay here to further comprehend the Azura Sutra. This is my great lucky chance. I must understand as much as possible since I won't have another chance to look once I leave. Feeling the boundless aura exuding from the ancient bronze book, Lin Ming was filled with regret. He couldn't bring the Azura Sutra out with him, and thus the amount he could learn was limited. When it came to the Azura Sutra that was the Azura Roadmaster's inheritance, he didn't dare to slack at all. Lin Ming had already decided his plans. Until the time within the final trial came to an end, he would stay in the 6th level and study the Azura Sutra. In any case, this was the 6th level reward space. No matter who was at the 6th level, they would have their own lucky chance. Lin Ming wouldn't be able to find Xiao Moxian for some time, nor was he worried for her because the 6th level simply didn't have any dangers. As for the 7th level, if he couldn't go there, then it was definitely impossible for others. Lin Ming focused all of his attention on the ancient bronze book. As his thoughts moved, his entire being floated up until he was a mere 10 feet away from the bronze book. He could feel the powerful soul aura emanating from the words. As his mind was immersed in the Azura Sutra, Lin Ming could feel the words filled with a thick demonic energy rush towards him, as if each word was an imposing demon god. Seemingly because he had refined his second avatar, when Lin Ming looked through the ancient bronze book again, he seemed to have even more insights into it. Within his sea of consciousness, the world shook as if giant demon gods had appeared. The skies roiled as all sorts of mystical runes formed law lines around these illusory demon gods. Then, giant golden swords appeared, slicing through the demonic energy that rolled off of these demon phantoms. Like this, Lin Ming floated in front of the ancient bronze book. Every time he looked at a word, he would have to suppress the soul force emanating from it, and then carefully ponder the endless true meanings contained within. Years passed without sense of time. On the words of the ancient bronze book, every divine soul aura was gradually suppressed by Lin Ming. Each pitch-black character formed a star that floated high above his sea of consciousness. In the end, the soul force that shimmered above the ancient bronze book turned gloomy. The entire Azura Sutra second volume appeared in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness. This second volume spoke about cultivating one's soul force. Compared to the soul force cultivation method passed down by Empyrean divine mist, it contained far more unique and incomprehensible mysteries. Lin Ming had already assiduously cultivated the first volume of the Azura Sutra and had formed a foundation through doing so. Now, it was twice as easy for him to cultivate the second volume while spending half the effort. The true meaning of every word, every rune's law lines, all of them danced in the air, allowing him to gradually comprehend the essence of their mysteries. Slowly, every mysterious word of the Azura Sutra Volume 2 dazzled with strange soul force as they slowly danced around Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mind was immersed within the boundless text. He simply didn't feel the passing of time. At the same time, at another space within the 6th level, a pitch-black flame lotus bloomed. The flame lotus was 1,000 feet wide and long and shot blazing conflagrations straight into the skies. All of the space within 100 miles was filled with a vast destructive fire energy. And in the center of the black lotus, Xiao Moxian's entire body floated naked. Her black hair cascaded down her body like an inky waterfall, gently covering her perfect figure. In the space between her eyebrows, there was a little flame spirit that seemed as if it was melting the void around it. This little flame spirit was breaking down as it constantly fused into Xiao Moxian's body. The little flame spirit was the undying inferno spirit. Just how terrifying was the undying inferno? Even this tiny piece of its spirit cost Xiao Moxian over a year of time before she was able to adapt to it and start swallowing it. As this life spirit fused into Xiao Moxian's body, runes that represented the source of fire began to appear over her skin like cursed seals. Slowly, her entire body started to project beams of pitch-black light. Rippling feathers containing the aura of the great Tao began to drill out from her body. These black feathers shined with mystical fire runes. They began to wrap around Xiao Moxian as she slowly absorbed the undying inferno's life spirit. Over time, a dark and massive egg appeared in the void, exuding a vast power of fire. Xiao Moxian was infinitely close to her third nirvana. There was a long road separating the second and third nirvana. Of course, because she had just completed her second nirvana not too long ago, it would be impossible to finish everything at once without accumulating over time. Before her third nirvana, she had to draw support from the great Tao laws of a phoenix's nirvana, and then fuse together the undying inferno's life spirit with her own, concentrating them together. Then, through unending struggle, she could comprehensively master the power of fire and allow it all to become a part of herself. Meanwhile, at another space in the 6th level, a similar event was occurring. However, as opposed to the incandescent sea of fire that Xianxia was bathing in this space the entire earth had been frozen to the hardest of extremes for 1,000 miles. Soul Empress Xiangmei was also naked, her entire body wrapped in deep blue freezing ice. Her exquisite body was curled up like a baby, her arms wrapped around her knees and her 2 eyes shut tight. Because of the refraction of light, it was impossible to see her sublime curves through the ice. Vast waves of the power of ice, sparkling source ice laws, all of it gathered around Xiangmei's body in flowing waves. Between Xiangmei's eyebrows, a tiny ice phoenix mark appeared, shining with the most source power of ice, echoing and resonating with Xiangmei's body. This ice phoenix mark was the remaining spirit mark left over after Xiangmei completely refined the spirit of the undying polar ice. Tiny rivulets of black blood essence emitted from Xiangmei's snow-white skin, emanating a terrifying power as if a star was dissipating. As it dissipated, even space itself seemed to be squeezed and shattered by the massive force. At this moment, Xiangmei was reaching perfection of her 6th reincarnation. When she entered the 6th level, she already had massive accumulations and an unfathomable background. Now, with the spirit of the undying polar ice that Lin Ming had given her, this gave her even more confidence to reach perfection of her 6th reincarnation. Thus, in this incomparably safe 6th level, Xiangmei had chosen to push herself to perfection of the 6th revolution, enhancing her bodily strength and soul force to the peak of the 6th reincarnation. As long as she completed all of this, she could finally begin to wholeheartedly prepare for the 7th reincarnation. In the grand reincarnation art, the 7th, 8th, and 9th revolutions were the most difficult. Even Xiangmei still lacked the confidence to face the last 3 revolutions. She didn't fear that she couldn't complete the last 3 reincarnations, but was afraid that her accumulations would be lacking, leading to her reincarnations not reaching perfection. If this happened, it would have a permanent negative influence on her road of martial arts and place a limit on her future achievements. But, with the undying polar ice's spirit, this gave Xiangmei far more confidence. Oh! Without the 3 Emperor Jades, no one could open the final trial's 7th level. The 7th level was also likely the final level. When Fanny Fafa and the others entered the space of the 6th level, they all tried to find a passage to the 7th level. But all of them failed. Thus, unanimously, they all decided to stay in the 6th level and digest the massive harvests they had gained. However, compared to Lin Ming, Xiaomaxian, and Xiangmei, their harvests were far less. A completion percentage of the early 70s was simply far too different from the high 80s and low 90s. What Fanny Fafa, Mo Bright Moon, and the others obtained were all cultivation methods of the laws of the 33 heavens that perfectly suited them. Oh! Time passed and the 3rd year arrived. It was nearly time for the end of the final trial. Lin Ming floated in front of the ancient bronze book, deep in meditation. The pitch-black soul force around him had become increasingly light and blurry. Within his mind, the words of the Ajura Sutra 2nd volume shimmered like black stars. The Ajura Sutra was the condensed essence of martial arts that the Ajura Road Master had gained throughout his lifetime, and thus filled with infinite secrets. Although Lin Ming had read and comprehended as much as he could, all he understood was an extremely tiny part. He wasn't able to understand the majority. He would need time to slowly and thoroughly study it. However, the parts of the Ajura Sutra that he didn't understand were all forcefully recorded in his sea of consciousness with soul force. He wouldn't forget them. When the last word of the Ajura Sutra Volume 2 was recorded in his mind, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. With a light flick of his sleeves, black light rippled out from him. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes appeared exceptionally bright. It's almost time to leave, Lin Ming realized. After wholeheartedly cultivating the Ajura Sutra Volume 2 for over 2 years, He slowly discovered that it was much easier for him to understand the Azura heavenly Tao laws within the final trial, as if everything was in perfect harmony with himself. He could faintly feel that this space was emitting a mystic strength that was repelling him. Once this mystic strength gathered to a certain point, it would directly teleport him out. In other words, the time at which the final trial ended was rapidly approaching. As time passed, Lin Ming could feel the repelling force of the Azura heavenly Tao become increasingly intense. At the rate this force was accumulating, Lin Ming guessed he would be transmitted out from the final trial in around a day. I wonder how Xianxia and Mo Bright Moon are doing. Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder. In the 6th level, everyone would have their own respective lucky chances. He had no idea what Xiao Moxian had obtained here or how much her strength increased. As the power of space was brewing and the exit of the final trial was about to open, Lin Ming saw that in front of the ancient bronze book, countless law lines gathered, gradually forming into a square array diagram. This square array diagram was similar to the myriad demon karmic wheel, but there were many other things included. Within it shimmered countless magnificent and phantasmal lines and numerous ice crystals. Although these lines seemed dense and incomparably complicated, Lin Ming could make out many clues from just a single glance. His heart began to beat faster. These lines were similar to the Azura heavenly Tao law lines that appeared when drawing up a divine runic symbol. Looking more carefully, the astonishment in Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly bright. This array diagram is not just the myriad demon karmic wheel, but an array diagram formed from the union of all 3 volumes of the Azura Sutra. Moreover, these beautiful lines are similar to those that appear when I'm drawing up a divine runic symbol. If he were only a divine runic master, then he might be confused about seeing these crystalline lines. After all, these lines seemed extremely messy, and besides seeing some enchanting figures, everything else looked strange. But Lin Ming's grasp of the Azura heavenly Tao laws had reached an unbelievable degree. He quickly looked at these chaotic crystalline lines and was able to dismantle the infinitely powerful divine runic symbol refinement process. With how each line overlapped and crossed, they were able to produce trillions and trillions of geometric changes. Besides being materials that hadn't been refined into divine runic symbols, the divine runic symbol refinement lines recorded on these ice crystals could be called perfect. These ice crystals must be divine runic symbol wisdom in crystallized form that the Azura Road Master personally refined in the past. Realizing this, an ancient voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. 10 of 9, the peak of numbers, may inherit the Azura heavenly array diagram. This array diagram is formed from the 3 forces of Grand Mist energy, Genesis energy, and Spirit source. Take the Azura heavenly array diagram and fuse it into the flesh and blood, growing a microcosm of the Azura Road within the body. Sunder the great Tao of the 33 heavens and wander through the 33 heavens with the Azura heavenly Tao laws unhindered. As this information flowed into Lin Ming's mind, he was immediately overjoyed. He suddenly recalled that after someone was able to obtain the approval of the final trial, the most important reward a trial challenger could obtain was the ability to bring the Azura heavenly Tao laws back with them to the 33 heavens. If this Azura heavenly array diagram was buried within the body, it was the same as having a mini Azura Road world within oneself. He would be able to use the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, and even the many laws within divine runic symbols could be used in the 33 heavens. The divine runic arts were different from the inscription technique of the 33 heavens. The difference lay in the fusion of the Azura heavenly Tao laws and God runes within the inscription symbol itself. The reason that the divine runic arts were useless outside of the Azura Road world was because the 33 heavens great Tao pushed back and repelled the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Generally speaking, a martial artist wouldn't have the incalculably mighty ability of the Azura Road Master to defy the will of the heavens and establish their own heavenly Tao. Thus, they couldn't use the Azura laws. But with this Azura heavenly array diagram, Lin Ming had no need to fear the 33 heavens great Tao. Realizing this, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. His body flashed as he rushed into the center of the Azura heavenly array diagram. The moment that Lin Ming rushed in, the endless runes of the array formation swept towards him like a whirlpool. sinking into his body and rapidly shrinking within him until they completely fused into his body and blood essence. The array diagram was formed from highly compacted source strengths of essence, energy, and divine. The impact of this fusion was astonishing. It was like countless stars were breaking into his body. Even though Lin Ming's body had been tempered to an incredible degree, it still caused his blood vitality to tumble and seethe. 2 hours later, Lin Ming had slowly absorbed all of the laws. Within his inner world, the Azura heavenly array diagram had formed, slowly revolving. Whirl. Runes emitted the mystic source strength of a universe, flooding Lin Ming's inner world. Because of this, even the boundaries of his inner world began to develop and expand outwards. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his cultivation come infinitely close to reaching the Holy Lord realm. As long as he wanted to, he could break through at any time. And at this moment, the complete Azura heavenly array diagram took root in Lin Ming's body, completely integrating with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of him. The vast power of the Azura Dao laws within the final trial surged up, roaring out into the outer world. Oh! Inner Azura Road, Azura Sea. In the broad Azura Sea, waves crashed up in smoky clouds, limitless and without end. Some people had once tried to find the end of the Azura Sea, but even if they rowed top-quality spirit ships and sped to the depths of the Azura Sea, they still weren't able to find its limits. As for trying to use great void shifts to traverse long distances, this sort of travel would cause one to be easily lost in the chaotic fluctuations of space and time, unable to find the exit afterwards. It was like the Azura Sea itself represented the end of the Azura Road world. And this end blurred in with the chaotic power of space. The space here was perilous and filled with cruel dangers. There was no one able to truly arrive at its end. Not only was the Azura Sea infinitely broad, it was also unfathomably deep. Even a star could be submerged within its great waters. Beneath the surface, ancient sea beasts lived, approaching colossal, incomprehensibly large sizes. Among these sea beasts, there were even many god-beast-level existences. Although it was said that there were many buried treasures hidden in the Azura Sea, because the water was too deep and there were too many dangers, it was nearly impossible to find them. One would only find life-threatening emergencies. Thus, very few people came to the Azura Sea. But on this day, deep in the Azura Sea, there were over 100,000 people gathered. These people were all outstanding individuals from different influences. There were senior supreme elders and also extraordinary young elites. All of them floated above the sea waters with overwhelming momentum, many of them riding opulent spirit boats and spirit ships. This scene was truly magnificent. The reason for this was that recently in the skies above the Azura Sea, space storms constantly flashed as if there was something horrifying brewing there. And according to previous experiences, this meant that the exit to the Azura Road's final trial was about to open at last. The final trial that had gone on for several years was finally coming to an end. To the many influences of the Azura Road, this was an incredibly significant event. If there were influences who had sent disciples to attend the final trial, there was no need to mention just how important the opening of the final trial's exit was to them. Even influences who hadn't sent any disciples to participate still came to the Azura Sea to see what outcomes others had. They all wanted to see what the completion percentage of other geniuses from large influences were like. This completion percentage would reflect to a great degree the future achievements that martial artists would be able to reach. If there was a sect who had a trial challenger that reached 77 to 78%, this would meant that in the future they would reach the half-step Empyrean realm, and there was even a considerable chance they would become an Empyrean. The birth of an Empyrean. In an Empyrean-level influence, there was no need to mention how important this was. They would unhesitatingly spend every resource possible to chase after such a goal. In truth, the birth of an Empyrean was an event worth great celebration even in a true divinity-level influence, one for which heroes from all over the world would be invited. For instance, the Divine Void Divine Kingdom. If one ignored Soul Emperor Divine Void, then Divine Void Divine Kingdom only had 7 Empyreans. So, any influence that could produce a trial challenger with 77 to 78% completion would absolutely draw enormous attention. As for a completion percentage of 79, that was even more exaggerated. Such a character had an extremely high possibility of becoming an Empyrean and perhaps even a powerhouse amongst Empyreans. A step higher than that was 80% completion. That was a mythical score. Although there was only a single percent between 80% and 79%, the truth was that it was as far as the heavens and earth. In the last 100 million years, there were several such people who had appeared with this score, and nearly all of them had become Empyreans, with many close to becoming true divinities. However, there were no influences that dared to hope for this completion percentage. In this round of the final trial, only Xianxia had a chance to uphold this legend. But Xianxia was someone from the 33 heavens and had nothing to do with the Azura Road. In the Azura Sea, the various great influences set themselves up according to their strengths. There were dozens of large and small sea platforms. The central platforms, the seats of honor, naturally belonged to those of Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. At this time, whether it was Divine Void Divine Kingdom or Heaven Union Divine Kingdom, they both had core disciples attending the final trial. The Divine Void Divine Kingdom's third Crown Prince and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Big Flame had both entered, and they were destined to be the most brilliant and dazzling characters of the final trial. They had also made a bet beforehand, causing everyone to anticipate their confrontation even more. In a sense, the results of the final trial were also a competition between the futures of the Heaven Union Divine Kingdom and Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Both sides had attached great importance to the final trial. The group leader of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's team here was a direct disciple of Divine Emperor Heaven Union, High Prince Whitefeather, a half-step Empyrean. As for the Divine Void Divine Kingdom's side, their team was led by the third Imperial Scholar of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Imperial Scholar Sunday. He was also a half-step Empyrean. The two platforms that these two great influences stood upon were less than 200 feet apart. As they glared at each other from across the sea, they both stood in sharp opposition. High Prince Whitefeather comfortably reclined on his Kirin throne, a smile dangling on his face. To one side, a beautiful maid was holding up a screen for him, and on his other side, another beautiful maid was hand-feeding him rare and precious spirit fruits. This sort of pose was similar to that of an emperor of the mortal world enjoying himself. He looked extremely relaxed. High Prince Whitefeather also had a look of confidence. He looked at Imperial Scholar Sun, who had a table next to him with a jar of celebratory wine. He smiled and said, "Imperial Scholar Sun, you even have the celebratory wine prepared? It seems you've prepared it for the third Crown Prince?" Imperial Scholar Sun seems to have already assumed that the third Crown Prince will return in glory, but it seems you prepared the festivities too early. You might need to be careful of accidentally slapping yourself. High Prince Whitefeather taunted. Heaven Union Divine Kingdom and Divine Void Divine Kingdom were both respective leaders of the Saints and Spiritas in the Azura Road. They were both hostile to each other to begin with, and now that they were sitting near each other, it was normal for them to engage in verbal battles in their boredom. Facing High Prince Whitefeather's taunting words, Imperial Scholar Sun cackled. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest as he leisurely said, "There is no need to speak so arrogantly, otherwise the one who will have to leave from shame might be you." Whether it was Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Big Flame or Divine Void Divine Kingdom's third Crown Prince, both were amongst the most outstanding young disciples of their generation. In the future, it was likely they would become Empyreans. In this final trial, except for the anomaly known as Xianxia, everything was theirs for the taking. Whether it was High Prince Whitefeather or Imperial Scholar Sun, they both had absolute confidence in their influence's disciples. Ha ha ha! High Prince Whitefeather laughed. Very good. Then, let us take a good look at whether the third Crown Prince or Big Flame has a higher completion percentage. However, I only fear that your joy will turn to sorrow. If there is anything that might have happened to your precious disciples, that is what I am cautioning you about. Since ancient times, it has been common for peak disciples to perish in the final trial. If nephew Big Flame were to recklessly try to show off his power and have some accident befall him, that would truly be regretful. The barbs between Imperial Scholar Sun and High Prince Whitefeather became increasingly cruel and sinister. At this time, winds and clouds began to surge. The power of space rapidly converged above the sea. The final trial's exit was about to open. Everyone's minds tightened. The originally boisterous scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone waited in complete concentration for the exit path to open. In the final trial, the truth was that there was more than one exit path. Besides the largest one, there were many small exits, and the trial challengers would be transmitted to random locations. It wasn't necessarily true they would be transported out to this location. Thus, many people had already prepared sound transmitting talismans and signal flares to call out to their disciples as soon as possible. As everyone was preparing to receive and greet their disciples, at this time, monstrous waves formed atop the sea. From the distant horizon, a majestic golden mountain came flying towards them, bursting out with flashes of golden brilliance. This divine mountain had just appeared on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye it had arrived in front of everyone, as if it had appeared out of thin air. This mountain was incredibly high, and the peak was buried deep in the clouds, unable to be seen. Wherever the mountain went, gargantuan waves would rise up and the earth would quake. Boundless Divine Mountain. Soul Emperor Divine Void's personal transportation. Just the appearance of Boundless Divine Mountain wasn't worthy of surprise. This was because Soul Emperor Divine Void didn't necessarily need to be on Boundless Divine Mountain. Many times it was used as a spirit ship. But what shocked everyone was that there was a faintly terrifying pressure emitting from Boundless Divine Mountain, as if there were a spiritual god at the summit of this divine mountain. This sort of pressure made one feel awe from the depths of their heart. It even caused their soul to shiver. From such a great distance atop the divine mountain, this existence could actually cause the 100,000+ people to have their minds quake in fear, and even cause world kings to tremble. This was a pressure that only a true divinity could possess. How can this be? Soul Emperor Divine Void. He came here personally. This is only a trial for juniors. It shouldn't be enough to alarm him. Just what sort of status did Soul Emperor Divine Void have? No matter how significant the final trial was, Soul Emperor Divine Void still wouldn't come to greet the disciples. In ordinary times, only a half-step Empyrean would be sent out to manage these matters. But the current situation was different, and that was because Soul Empress Xianxia was also participating in the final trial. Her status almost stood on par with Soul Emperor Divine Void's. And the most important factor was that Xianxia was a woman who Soul Emperor Divine Void admired from the depths of his heart. Xianxia had already been in the final trial for several years. Moreover, this final trial was extremely important to Xianxia and concerned whether or not her sixth reincarnation would be able to reach perfection. This was why Soul Emperor Divine Void personally came out to greet her. The appearance of Soul Emperor Divine Void caused all the martial artists present to hold their breath. No one dared to needlessly speak. They simply quietly waited for the exit paths of the final trial to open. As for Boundless Divine Mountain, it remained peacefully floating above everyone's heads, waiting for the exit to open. A few hours passed. Slowly, dusty pink clouds rose like smoke, condensing in the skies above the azure sea. Multicolored heaven and earth origin energy gathered from all directions, condensing into a thick mist that was incomparably gorgeous. Chi. In this mist, thunder and fire sparked. The wild waves became increasingly turbulent. At this moment, a 1,000-mile-long vortex began to form. As this vortex appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy became increasingly violent. A massive space gate appeared, like the maw of a giant beast that was ready to swallow the world. The final trial that had lasted for over 3 years had finally ended. The appearance of the space gate also meant that the trial challengers would be transmitted outside soon. We can finally find out the results. I wonder how many trial challengers perished this time, and what are the results of the survivors? It's certain that Xianxia will be number 1, but I don't know if she managed to create a new record or not. And we need to find out whether the Divine Void Crown Prince or Big Flame did better. Everyone began to wildly discuss. Even divine rune cities Old Shui and Old Su were mixed up in the crowd. In their old age, the chances of making another breakthrough were slim to none. Thus, they spent their days idly enjoying themselves. If they weren't out taking strolls, then they were setting up their stalls. As for such a grand occasion as this, they certainly wouldn't miss out on it. Moreover, there was a junior that they were paying particular attention to. That was Lin Ming. I wonder how that brat Lin Ming did? I really cannot understand him. In the last several years, he's given me many pleasant surprises in the divine runic arts for my eyes to enjoy, and now all of a sudden he became a talented martial artist. I have no idea when he managed to collect the necessary sets of god runes to earn the qualifications to enter the final trial. Let's wait and take a look. Although I've never seen this boy fight before, he's always managed to surprise me. In terms of combat, he should definitely have some talent. I don't think his results will be bad. As Old Su and Old Shui were speaking, a trial challenger had already appeared from the portal. He appeared several hundred miles away from the group, but to these martial artists this distance wasn't anything at all. He was soon received by the people from his sect. As he appeared, more and more disciples were transmitted out. They were all transmitted in a scope of tens of thousands of miles in the Azure Sea. Every sect used their own unique sound transmitting talismans to call out to their disciples. What's your completion percentage? How far did you go? What rewards did you obtain? As the trial challengers returned to the welcome embrace of their sects, they were rapidly peppered with questions. Trial challengers with a high completion percentage naturally replied with pride. As for those with a low completion percentage, they hung their heads and answered in shame. Many of them had poor results and had withdrawn from the final trial midway, forced to wait the 3 years until they were transmitted out of the final trial. Seeing the trial challengers all emerge in droves, Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's High Prince Whitefeather had a confident expression on at all times. His maid stood by his side, feeding him a peeled spirit fruit. At this time, from beside High Prince Whitefeather, a disciple suddenly said, "High Prince, Your Highness, some of our disciples have returned." "Oh!" High Prince Whitefeather's eyes brightened. Focusing his eyes, he could see that on the distant horizon there were 5 disciples rapidly flying towards him. They all wore star crowns and had similar sect clothing on. They were disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. As the disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Out of all the influences present, Heaven Union Divine Kingdom was one of the leads. It was impossible not to notice them. They all wanted to take a look and see what the results of the chosen prides of heaven from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were like. High Prince Whitefeather stood up. He glanced at Imperial Scholar Sun with a hint of mocking superiority. Then, he turned to the arriving disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom and welcomingly laughed. "Good. Very good. In this final trial, you have all returned with merits. When you return to the sect in the future, you will definitely be vigorously cultivated. Your futures will be wonderful," High Prince Whitefeather boisterously praised. As he spoke, the 5 disciples gulped, as if they were afraid of something. High Prince Whitefeather noticed this but didn't care much. He was only speaking polite words just now. In truth, he didn't care about the results of these disciples at all. He only cared for Big Flame. Big Flame? How come he isn't with you all? As High Prince Whitefeather asked this question, the ears of many nearby martial artists pricked up. As Imperial Scholar Sun heard this, he also carefully listened even as he continued rapping his fingers. He similarly cared about Big Flame's completion percentage. However, the complexions of the 5 disciples had turned ugly. What is it? High Prince Whitefeather frowned. Senior apprentice brother Big Flame, he hasn't come out yet? These disciples asked with fear in their voices. They looked in all directions, holding on to some hope that Big Flame was here. However, even as more and more trial challengers arrived, they didn't discover Big Flame's shadow at all. The response of these disciples caused High Prince Whitefeather's face to darken. "What are you all hesitating for? If there's something to say, then spit it out." The disciples awkwardly looked at each other and then said, Reporting to your highness the High Prince. This disciple didn't see senior apprentice brother Big Flame in the 4th level. Even when the channel to the 5th level opened, senior apprentice brother Big Flame still didn't appear, and we didn't see him afterwards either. We thought that perhaps senior apprentice brother Big Flame was stranded somewhere on the 4th level, and when the final trial ended, he would be transmitted out. The disciples said, their voices weak and quivering. In truth, there was something that they didn't say, and it was that in such a situation, the logical conclusion was that Big Flame had died in the final trial. What did you say? As High Prince White Feather heard this, he was immediately shocked. Big Flame disappeared in the 4th level? If he didn't come out even now, then it was likely something had happened to him. How could this be possible? And at this time, Imperial Scholar's son began to wildly cackle. Unfortunate, unfortunate, far too unfortunate. I wonder what sort of accident befell apprentice nephew Big Flame? If he went missing in the 4th level and still hasn't come out then, wouldn't his fate likely have been more unfortunate than fortunate? Imperial Scholar's son loudly and openly said, pouring as much salt as he could on High Prince White Feather's wounds. But seeing Imperial Scholar's son's appearance, the several Heaven Union Divine Kingdom disciples glanced at each other, a strange look on their faces. They suddenly said, Senior is from Divine Void Divine Kingdom? Your 3rd Crown Prince also went missing with senior apprentice brother Big Flame. Has he come out yet? This sudden question caused Imperial Scholar's son's face to stiffen. His expression immediately became quite wonderful indeed. What did you say? Imperial Scholar's son's eyes widened as he glowered at the disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. I said that the Divine Void 3rd Crown Prince has also gone missing, and neither he nor our senior apprentice brother Big Flame have been seen since the 4th level. From Senior's response, it seems that the 3rd Crown Prince hasn't appeared yet. If so, then his fate is likely no better, a Heaven Union Divine Kingdom disciple said. But his words had touched upon Imperial Scholar's son's reverse scale. Imperial Scholar's son hissed, "Stop speaking nonsense." Although his words were rough, a strong sense of unease had appeared in his mind. Even though the disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were hostile towards the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, he didn't think that they would speak recklessly about such things, because these types of matters were too easily seen through. If they were to speak lies, then their words would eventually come back to haunt them. The several disciples of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom had, believe it or not, expressions on their faces and didn't argue back. At this time, someone standing near Imperial Scholar's son said, Lord Imperial Scholar, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang has returned. Just as this voice spoke out, Imperial Scholar's son grabbed onto it like a life-saving thread. He quickly turned and saw 5 people flying towards them from the far-off horizon. These people were the trial challengers that Divine Void Divine Kingdom had sent out. One of them was the one referred to as Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. The first thing Imperial Scholar's son did was try to search for the 3rd Crown Prince amongst the group. However, he didn't see him. This caused his heart to turn as cold as ice. Where is the 3rd Crown Prince? He didn't wait for the Divine Void disciples to steady themselves before he aggressively approached them and asked, The Crown Prince, he? After having Imperial Scholar's son ask them this question right to their faces, the several disciples were dazed for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Where did he go? Imperial Scholar's son was breathless. Right now he didn't care about the 3rd Crown Prince's completion percentage. He just wanted to see the live person. Well, the several Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples looked at each other in dismay. Finally, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang said with fear in his voice, reporting to the Imperial Scholar, His Highness the Crown Prince, as well as Duke Fullmoon, disappeared on the 4th level and their whereabouts are unknown. We tried looking for them, but afterwards there was a giant staircase of 33 steps leading from the 4th level to the 5th level, and after I climbed to the 31st step I entered the 5th level, and after that I didn't see the Crown Prince. The Senior Apprentice Brother Yang was one of those people who had followed Lin Ming and the others to 5th level and helped confront of the Undying Inferno. But he was also one of those that were afraid of the undying polar ice that appeared afterwards and left the group at a critical moment. He's missing, Imperial Scholar Sun mumbled to himself. He fell back into his wooden chair, a stunned expression on his face. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince was of their Sun family bloodline and was also the most outstanding disciple from their family. Because of this reason, Imperial Scholar Sun had been chosen to lead the delegation to greet the Third Crown Prince. But now, he discovered that the Crown Prince was missing and had likely suffered some fatal accident. This information was naturally a great attack to him. For a time, Imperial Scholar Sun had no interest at all in bickering with High Prince Whitefeather. At the same time, High Prince Whitefeather had no intention of kicking Imperial Scholar Sun while he was down. Right now, they could be called fellow sufferers grieving together. Because Big Flame was missing, he too had fallen into despondency. Originally, the Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were the stars of the final trial. With their overly dramatic and tragic end, this caused more and more martial artists to notice them. Everyone now realized that two of the most outstanding disciples from Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom, Big Flame and the Third Crown Prince, had gone missing in the final trial and had likely suffered some tragic end. The two of them had been the main leads of the final trial, and they had even made a bet based on their results. But currently, the final trial's exit had been open for some time already and seemed to be closing soon, and yet the two of them hadn't appeared. The hopes of them showing up became more and more uncertain, and the surrounding people couldn't help but start speaking in hushed whispers. Big Flame and the Third Crown Prince both perished? Unbelievable. That two extremely talented individuals with chances of becoming Empyreans in the future would die here. The final trial is far too dangerous. Indeed, although many people survived, the truth is that most of them don't have a high completion percentage. Many of them had given up on the 4th level. If they really had to struggle for great lucky chances, then that would have been extremely perilous for them. Before, I envied those people who found such great lucky chances, but now that I see it, if we were to go, it's unknown whether we could come back out. As everyone was speaking, an enchanting blue light shot over their heads, followed by a faint cold wind. As everyone was startled, they looked up to see a blue beam of light arcing across the endless skies and disappearing into boundless divine mountain. The speed was so fast that some people even wondered whether or not that was an illusion just now. The cold wind gradually dissipated, but a vague and ethereal pressure remained in the air, not fading for a long time. Soul Empress Xianxia. Yes, she seems to have entered boundless divine mountain. Everyone took a deep breath, their words filled with reverence. For the last 100 million years, Soul Empress Xianxia had maintained the top final trial record of 83% completion, even suppressing the good fortune Saint Sun and leaving behind a legend that would last for 100 generations. And this time, without a doubt, Soul Empress Xianxia had created an even higher record. It was horrifying just thinking about it. Outstanding young elites like the Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame had likely perished in the final trial. Yet Xianxia had not only easily returned, but created new records. This difference was simply far too great. Soul Empress. What was her completion percentage? Someone couldn't help but ask. They began looking towards the several Divine Void Divine Kingdom disciples that had returned from the final trial. Of these disciples, some of them had joined with Xianxia in combating the Undying Inferno. Because of their hesitancy and fear, they had been a single step away from entering the 6th level and becoming legends in their own right. Otherwise, they could have easily obtained a completion percentage in the 70s. Hearing this question, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang replied, "The Soul Empress, she is likely at 89%. On the 5th level, when Xianxia, Linming, Xiaomoxian, Dragonscar, and the others had killed the Undying Polar Ice, the ones who had left weren't too far away. With their extremely keen hearing, they were able to hear what was happening far away. Thus, when Xianxia, Linming, and Xiaomoxian joined forces to create a miracle, they had faintly heard what Xianxia's completion percentage was. To them, this hadn't been too shocking, but had seemed perfectly normal. But when this information fell into the ears of those present, it was like a bolt of lightning smashing down from nowhere. What? 89%? Are you joking with me? The one who asked was shocked. Let alone them. Even Imperial Scholar Sun and High Prince Whitefeather suddenly regained their composure from their sorrow of losing their top disciples. They both looked towards the disciple who had been speaking with disbelief etched on their features. This number was far too bewildering. For a time, all of them were unable to accept it. 89%. Are you sure? It's true. Senior apprentice Brother Yang gulped, a bitter smile on his face. He had been just a step away from leaving behind his own legend. How could he not be filled with regret? How can it be so high? Do you know what sort of concept that number is? In the stories, even those who become true divinities will only reach 85% or above. How can her score be so high? Imperial Scholar Sun muttered to himself again and again. He simply couldn't regain his wits. Senior apprentice Brother Yang helplessly said, "It wasn't so high to begin with, but because they killed the 5th level overlord, they were able to enter the 6th level, and thus their score increased by several points. Originally, the Soul Empress completion percentage wasn't so exaggerated." The more Senior apprentice Brother Yang spoke, the more bitter he felt. Speaking these words was the same as picking at his scabs. Killing the 5th level overlord and entering the 6th level? Imperial Scholar Sun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they didn't know what the 5th level overlord was, they did know that the 6th level was a legend. In the last billion years, there hadn't been anyone who managed to accomplish the magnificent feat of entering that mysterious land. The Soul Empress is really fierce. She actually killed the 5th level overlord. High Prince Whitefeather gulped. Even though the saints were hostile to Shang Mei's Spirita's race, he couldn't help but admire such a powerful woman. However, these words caused a strange look to appear on Senior apprentice Brother Yang's face. Although he didn't want to, he couldn't help but say, the one who killed the 5th level overlord wasn't the Soul Empress. Everyone paused. They all looked towards this Senior apprentice Brother Yang. If it wasn't Shang Mei, then who was it? High Prince Whitefeather asked, puzzlement on his face. It was that fellow called Lin Ming. Speaking Lin Ming's name, Senior apprentice Brother Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Really, this was what it meant to be inferior to others. Lin Ming's horrifying performance on the 5th level had left him shocked and awed, and he knew he could never catch up to this Lin Ming, no matter how hard he tried. Lin Ming? You're speaking of... Imperial Scholar Sun was stunned. He queerly said, "Are you telling me it's that boy from the Divine Runic Masters Guild?" Many people hadn't heard Lin Ming's name before. Although he could be called a celebrity within the Azura Road, the truth was that Lin Ming was only a big figure within the professional circles of Divine Runic Masters, so it wasn't strange if others didn't know of him. But when he entered the final trial, there had been a good number of people that recognized him. Because a Divine Runic Master invested so much time into studying the Divine Runic arts, their combat ability was normally nothing to mention at all. It was already fantastic for young Divine Runic Masters to be able to follow the cultivation pace of their peers, let alone participate in the ruthless final trial. Thus, when Lin Ming appeared, many people had started to talk about him, and so others knew of his existence. And now they were being informed that Lin Ming had killed the 5th level overlord. They couldn't help but glance at each other, dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Do you need to use the Divine Runic arts to kill the 5th level overlord? Some people couldn't help but make this association. They didn't believe that Lin Ming surpassed Shang Mei in strength. But these people were soon disappointed. Senior apprentice Brother Yang shook his head and said, "No. In order to kill the 5th level overlord, what you need is strength." When the 5th level overlord was in the state of the undying polar ice, only Lin Ming had the ability to kill it. He really did have the true ability to kill the 5th level overlord. Moreover, his completion percentage was even more exaggerated. As the disciple spoke to hear, he slowly said, he had 92% completion. With this number, the entire audience of martial artists fell into a deep silence. 92%? Everyone held their breath, unable to believe this. A completion rate of 92%. This couldn't even be described as a legend. It was simply outrageous. Imagine, A future true divinity needed 85% to 87%. This was completely different from 92%. Whether it was 70 to 80 or 80 to 90, there was a distance as great as the heavens and earth between them. It was almost impossible to look up at a score as high as 92%. Impossible! You must have made a mistake. High Prince Whitefeather looked towards that senior apprentice Brother Yang with disbelief. Senior apprentice Brother Yang coldly said, "What meaning is there in me lying to you? Moreover, many people will know of this soon. Even if I lie, it will be seen through. Also, once the final trial ends, those with a completion rate surpassing 80% will have their names inscribed with lines of the heavenly Tao. You can naturally see it for yourself." The final completion rate for trial challengers had never been a secret. Part of the reason was that trial challengers spread out the information themselves, but another reason was that these results were shown through the world laws, especially for those with high completion rates. For instance, in the past, Xianxia and the Good Fortune Saint Sun had their completion percentages spread throughout the entire Azura Road. When Lin Ming had casually suppressed a little robber gang, even one of their members, Soul White, had known of the completion percentages for Xianxia and the Good Fortune Saint Sun. This was a matter that could not be hidden. Senior apprentice Brother Yang's words caused the audience to go silent once more. Their stunned expressions looked as complex as a divine runic symbol. All of them were unable to find the appropriate words. Some of these people had once gone to the Divine Rune City auction and had seen Lin Ming personally sell promissory notes for billions of contribution points. Just a month of work and Lin Ming had amassed billions of contribution points, even causing Empyreans to engage in a bidding war. That scene had left a sharp and vivid memory in their minds, one that they would never be able to forget. In particular, when Lin Ming had calmly drawn an improved divine runic symbol in the face of hundreds of thousands of people without any fear of failing at all. Not just that, but he even did so with 20 dark divine runic masters eyeing him. No matter how high their cultivations, they had all been grasped by Lin Ming. He simply didn't care about their spying techniques at all. Rather, he let them sit there and collected viewing fees from them, allowing them to watch as they liked. Such boldness, such daring, they couldn't help but admire him. Now, over 20 years had passed and Lin Ming had reappeared in the final trial, creating yet another miracle. This caused everyone to find it hard to connect these two peerless individuals together. An extremely talented divine runic master as well as a monstrous battle freak that surpassed a peerless genius like Xianxia. Were these two really the same person? Where did he find so much time? Where did he find the energy to accomplish all of this? At the same time, a similar scene was occurring on Boundless Divine Mountain. Of course, the one respectfully listening this time was Soul Emperor Divine Void, and the one speaking to him was Soul Empress Xianxia. Originally, Soul Emperor Divine Void had placed down a celebration banquet to greet Xianxia, arranging all sorts of top heavenly materials to cook up spirit foods and spirit wines, all of it set on a grand table. The cost of this celebration feast was even more expensive than an Empyrean spirit treasure. As soon as Xianxia entered Boundless Divine Mountain, Soul Emperor Divine Void had raised a glass to congratulate her as well as inquire into her completion percentage. After learning she obtained an 89% completion rate, he was naturally stunned. Although he knew that Xianxia was amazing, he didn't think it would be so exaggerated. After praising her for some time, Soul Empress Xianxia suddenly informed him that her completion percentage wasn't the highest. But there was also Lin Ming with an even more exaggerated 92%. This caused Soul Emperor Divine Void to stand up where he was, lost in a frozen daze for some time. If these words hadn't come from Xianxia's lips but from someone else, Soul Emperor Divine Void would have thought they were making careless jokes. But Xianxia was someone with a naturally serious personality who never made such jokes. Lin Ming. Where did he come from? Soul Emperor Divine Void asked Xianxia after being silent for 10 breaths of time, incredulity thick in his voice. He is a human genius from the 33 heavens. He should originate from the divine realm. If it weren't for Lin Ming, my completion percentage would only be 86. For me to achieve an 89% completion rate, I must thank him for that. To reach the 6th level with an 89% completion rate, This had given Xianxia rich rewards. The Azura Road Master was someone who had comprehensively understood the laws of the 33 heavens. No matter which trial challenger came, no matter what laws they practiced, he could pass down peerless insights to them. In addition, there was the undying polar ice's soul fire. This allowed Xianxia's strength to increase by another level and allowed her grand reincarnation art to reach perfection of the sixth revolution. Hearing Xianxia's words, Soul Emperor Divine Void's throat twitched a little. He ruefully smiled. If what you say is true, then he is indeed a peerless, monstrous talent. However, Xianxia, you need not underestimate yourself. After all, your grand reincarnation art has yet to reach completion. Once you complete your 9 revolutions and come to the final trial again, obtaining a score past 92% won't be difficult for you at all. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know if I can surpass 92% or not, but what I am sure of is that after several hundred or thousand years, if Lin Ming returns to the final trial, he will definitely surpass a 92% completion rate. In this universe, it isn't only I who is growing. Although those with normal levels of talent won't change, this isn't true for those that are gifted with unsurpassed talent. When Xianxia spoke of those gifted with unsurpassed talent, those she spoke of was a range restricted to the top geniuses of an entire race. Only such a character, born in a race every billion years, would be able to borrow the momentum of the world's great calamity to be born. In the 33 heavens, those with unsurpassed talent were the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming, and Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't care much about the good fortune Saint Sun, she actually felt a deep sense of admiration towards Lin Ming. She had said to Lin Ming that his appearance was the good fortune of humanity. However, as to whether or not this good fortune could help humanity weather the great calamity, Xianxia hadn't told Lin Ming her thoughts. In fact, she also knew that humanity's great calamity wasn't as simple as it seemed to be. Are you saying that Lin Ming will surpass 92% in the future? If so, then that is even more terrifying. Hey, where is this Lin Ming now? Soul Emperor Divine Void suddenly asked Xianxia. Xianxia lightly looked at Divine Void and serenely said, You shouldn't be asking this because you have some dark intentions towards Lin Ming, right? Towards a character on the level of Soul Emperor Divine Void. The current Lin Ming had absolutely no ability to resist. Lin Ming was just far too monstrous a talent, but elephants were also killed because mortals coveted their ivory tusks. If Lin Ming didn't have the protection of some super influence, then others would inevitably form thoughts of cutting him down early. Soul Emperor Divine Void seemed to sense something from Xianxia's tone. You seem to be protecting him? You can say that, Xianxia confidently stated. He must have obtained a great lucky chance in the final trial, but his lucky chance isn't what others can obtain. Even if Lin Ming dies, I fear you cannot take his lucky chance. I know your character. Do not move against him, Xianxia said, a light warning in her words. Why do you protect him? Is it because he helped you in killing the 5th level overlord, allowing your completion percentage to increase by 3 points? Soul Emperor Divine Void said with surprise as he looked at Xianxia. In truth, he hadn't said anything about harming Lin Ming at the start. After all, when it came to peerless geniuses like Lin Ming, it was hard to harm or kill them even when they were small and weak. This type of person often had countless lucky chances on their body and an endless number of life-saving cards. If one couldn't catch such a person, then making them a foe was absolutely not a good idea. Thus, in ordinary circumstances, unless one was crazy, few influences who didn't have any hatred at all would try to harm those who ended the final trial with a high completion percentage. That's part of the reason. Xianxia trailed off before not explaining any further. She clearly had no intention of speaking of her other reasons. Soul Emperor Divine Void also remained silent. He knew it was meaningless to continue pressing the question. At this time, above the Azura Sea, the final trial's exit passage had completely closed. When the exit passage closed, the heavens and earth began to change. Countless Azura law lines began to gather from all over, forming massive words in the endless skies above the Azura Road. These words were each 1,000 miles large and stretched out for hundreds of thousands of miles. They filled the entire Azura Sea with a magnificent and overpowering momentum, ancient and boundless. What these words recorded were the completion percentages of Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Shang Mei. Of these words, the most eye-catching was Lin Ming's name and his completion score of 92%. Countless laws gathered to form the words, and just by looking at them one felt their blood vitality tumble and their inner world tremble. Under the vast words formed by the heavenly Tao, anyone, even Soul Emperor Divine Void, felt extremely small. The 100,000+ people on the Azure Sea, whether they were senior supreme elders or heroic young elites, all felt shock from the depths of their hearts. As for old Shui and old Su who had already heard the news, they stood beneath the vast skies for an entire 2 hours looking at these words, unable to summon anything to say. They originally thought that Lin Ming's results wouldn't be bad, but this wouldn't be bad had them both living in something that felt like a dream. With such a miracle, the name Lin Ming was destined to leave behind an endless legend in the Azure Road. This massive law proclamation continued in the skies above the Azure Sea for 9 days and 9 nights before slowly scattering. However, before the law proclamation faded away, the name of Lin Ming had already spread through every intelligence network, large influence, and spy organization in the entire Azure Road. Even those in the outer Azure Road were only 2 or 3 days behind in news. After that, everyone knew of this event. After all, everyone paid an extreme amount of attention to the final trial. Once the results were announced, the news would rapidly spread. For a time, countless influences wanted to know who Lin Ming was and where he came from. Some of these influences had dark thoughts against Lin Ming, but most of them simply wanted to greet him and form good relations. If they could achieve such a goal, they were willing to pay a steep price. Whether it was heavenly goods, top-grade materials, all sorts of spirit treasures, magic weapons, cultivation methods, or proud daughters of heaven to be used for dual cultivation, everything imaginable was offered up. However, all of these influences failed in their goal. After the final trial ended, Lin Ming hadn't appeared in public at all. Together with Xiao Maxian, the two of them seemed to have vanished from the world, completely disappearing. A short time after being transmitted from the final trial, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian found each other. Then they contacted Mo Bright Moon and met up. Together, the three of them used the Azura command to leave the Azura Sea. At this time, the people above the Azura Sea didn't even know that Lin Ming had created a miracle of obtaining a 92% completion rate. Lin Ming quietly left, not wanting to stand atop the waves of attention. When the exit passage of the final trial opened, influences from all over would gather and there would likely be some people intending to plot against him. He naturally didn't want to be targeted by these people. The final trial had already ended and now he planned to return to the divine realm in the near future. But before doing that, there was a matter he needed to finish. This matter was only a matter of convenience for Lin Ming, but it could also give him decent benefits. To him, this could be considered his final mark in his adventures through the Azura Road. 1 month later, Setting Sun City was located in a remote area of the inner Azura Road. However, there were some nearby areas that were rich in spiritual energy, and thus this land was occupied by an Empyrean-level influence, the Far East family. This also made Setting Sun City a bustling marketplace. As one of the inner Azura Road's largest intelligence networks, Heaven's Secret naturally wouldn't miss out on such a large city. In Setting Sun City, there was also a branch division of Heaven's Secret. Every day, many martial artists would come to this Heaven's Secret branch division looking for information, and on this day, a common-looking black-clothed youth happened to visit. This black-clothed youth was of medium height and carried a heavy sword on his back. His looks were ordinary and there were circular demon tattoos on his face, making him look a bit fierce. He walked through the streets, a faint slaughter energy rolling off of him, causing people to unconsciously avoid him. Like this, he walked to Heaven's Secret. "Mister, how do you do? What rank of news would you like to ask about?" The doorman felt his heart jump as he saw this black-clothed youth. After waiting at the doors of Heaven's Secret for so many years, he had naturally seen all sorts of characters. His intuition told him that this black-clothed youth in front of him wasn't simple at all. "I am looking for someone, a great world king," the black-clothed youth lightly said. The doorman's pupils shrank. Although this black-clothed youth didn't seem too old, he actually searched for a great world king. Of course, he wouldn't ask this guest what his reasons were. He respectfully bowed and waved his hand in welcome. Of course, please follow me to the 6th floor. The black-clothed youth nodded and followed the doorman into Heaven's secret pavilion. In the middle of a chamber on the 6th floor of Heaven's secret pavilion, a blue-clothed old man was solemnly sitting behind a table. The entire pavilion was filled with a fragrant smoke that resembled fog. The doorman introduced the black-clothed youth to the chamber and then respectfully drew back, head bowed. I hear that this guest wishes to inquire into news about a great world king. May I ask which great world king this is? The blue-clothed old man was tall and thin. His hands rested above a white jade cutting board and his voice was calm like a mountain. The cutting board continued to shimmer with the strange power of runes, as if endless information was constantly surging atop it. The blue-clothed old man's eyes unwittingly swept over the black-clothed youth in front of him, as if he were trying to see through his origins. This black-clothed youth emitted an extremely strange aura. The blue-clothed old man's probing was immediately sensed. Just looking at this black-clothed youth, besides the vigorous man-eating demonic aura that seemed to roll off him, he seemed to constantly fade in and out of the world, as if he could disappear at any time. It was an extremely strange feeling. The old man looked for a long time but eventually gave up on discerning this young man's origins. The black-clothed youth thought for a moment and then calmly said, "Dark Divine Runic Grandmaster, Shadow Overflow. I am looking for him about some matters." Grandmaster Overflow? The blue-clothed old man's eyebrows shot up. He gently traced his beard. When the average person asked about Shadow Overflow, it was usually to make deals that couldn't be seen in the daylight. He guessed that this black-clothed youth was in a similar situation. He didn't ask much. He simply put forth the fee for the information and then drew several strange lines atop a jade slip. After some time, the information within the jade slip started to rapidly reorganize itself, sparkling. In the void, several brilliant characters began to appear. Dark-Tide City, Tiger Hunt Cave. Once he had carefully read the meaning behind these characters, the blue-clothed old man began to slowly answer. After obtaining this answer, the black-clothed youth bowed. The demonic circles on his face emitted a faint black light. It was impossible to know what expression he was making. Slowly standing up, the black-clothed youth left a 9-sun jade on the table. Then, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Oh! Dark-Tide City, Tiger Hunt Cave. The black-clothed youth chewed over the name of this area. As he flew through the skies, he was like a black rainbow arching through the heavens. And as he was flying, this black-clothed youth's appearance gradually changed. The demonic tattoos on his face slowly hid themselves. He became taller, and the edges of his face became sharper and more contoured. This person was Lin Ming. The reason he had changed his appearance to go to Heaven's Secret and ask about Shadow Overflow was to complete the last matter he wanted to seal in the Azura Road. That was killing Shadow Overflow. Firstly, Shadow Overflow had a grudge against Lin Ming, and Lin Ming could sense that this person was sinister and cruel, always taking revenge for the smallest slights. Although the chance that he would be able to harm Lin Ming in the future was extremely small, Lin Ming didn't want to give him the tiniest chance to do so. Many years ago, when Lin Ming was in the 7 Profound Valleys, he had offended the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction's Ouyang family. Because of that, Lin Ming had been taught a profound lesson. Due to his carelessness, Qin Xingxuan had nearly been killed by the Ouyang family. From that point on, Lin Ming had firmed his resolve. When it came to enemies that could harm him, his family or his friends, he would treat them ruthlessly without the slightest bit of mercy, cutting down the problem at the roots as soon as possible. Sometimes, even the most common-seeming characters could come back to bite like a viper in the grass. Also, there were other reasons Lin Ming wanted to kill Shadow Overflow. Lin Ming had grasped the Azura Heavenly Array diagram, and now he could bring the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws back to the 33 heavens. Before leaving the Azura Road, he wanted his divine runic arts to be even more perfect. Shadow Overflow was a giant amongst all dark divine runic masters, and had mastered the wide breadth of knowledge of the dark divine runic arts. He was highly adept at applying various laws and principles to different situations. Shadow Overflow's memories of the dark divine runic arts were extremely tempting to Lin Ming. These were memories he had to obtain. They would allow him to save many years of work. Oh, the setting sun was like inky blood. A towering city stood in the midst of a howling sandstorm. The exposed city walls were rugged and simple, seeming as if they could collapse at any moment. The entire area was cold and desolate. Several decayed sentry towers stood behind the city gates. No one manned these sentry towers. There were only carrion vultures resting above them, sending out sharp cries. "This is Darktide City?" Lin Ming pulled down his black hood, biting his lips as he stood in the dusty sands and looked at the bleak sand-swept city in front of him. According to the information he gathered, Darktide City was a well-known crime capital in the outer Azura Road. It was an extremely evil and malevolent city. Here, rogues and thugs ran rampant. Most of these thugs had committed a number of evil deeds. Darktide City just happened to be at the junction of many nearby holy lands and divine kingdoms. Thus, because it was under no one's jurisdiction, it had become a paradise for numerous criminals. Lin Ming didn't think that such a famous crime capital would be desolate in such a manner. It was really startling. If he hadn't obtained information from Heaven's Secret, Lin Ming would never have thought that the famous dark divine runic Grandmaster Shadow Overflow would live in such a grim place. Suddenly, Lin Ming became keenly aware that there were slight energy fluctuations in the skies. These types of fluctuations were even weaker than fluctuations of light. However, because of the incredible sensitivity of Lin Ming's senses, he was able to instantly lock onto the locus of changes in the air. His lips curved up in a faint sneer. Putting on an ignorant appearance, Lin Ming flipped his black hood back on and slowly walked towards the city entrance. Behind him, a strong big fellow drilled out of the void, draped in translucent wings. This person carried a metal trident that shined with strange runes. He was impressively a member of the monster race. Human. The monster fellow showed a greedy smile. Then, this fellow saw a strange divine runic symbol slowly flutter down from the air. The divine runic symbol had a clear word written upon it: imprison. This word exuded threads of mystic power. The wind rose, and in the next moment a web of golden wires shot out, tightly wrapping around the monster fellow, tightly locking onto his flesh and blood. "Ah!" The monster fellow cried out in alarm. However, in the next moment all his cries were sealed off, leaving him unable to cry. He wasn't able to summon any monster essence from within his body, making him seem like a dead dog being hung in the air. The monster fellow revealed a look full of panic and dread. Lin Ming floated up, looking down at this robber with imposing contempt. A faint killing intent shined in his eyes, making this monster fellow's heart shake and sweat drip down his back. "Tell me, what is the situation of Tiger Hunt Cave? Do you know someone called Shadow Overflow?" Lin Ming icily said to the monster fellow. As Lin Ming spoke, his pupils changed color, becoming a deep dark abyss. If a common martial artist were to look at Lin Ming now, they would feel as if their soul was being sucked into his eyes. This was an arcane skill of the Azura Sutra's second volume. As the monster fellow met Lin Ming's eyes, his body shook, his eyes glazed over and his expression turned blank. His sea of consciousness had been thoroughly muddled by Lin Ming's soul force. In the next moment, the monster fellow opened his mouth and spoke of everything he knew. The monster fellow happened to be someone from Darktide City's Tiger Hunt Cave. From his mouth, Lin Ming had been able to learn a great deal of useful information. Gently shaking his robes, Lin Ming's figure began to dim among the yellow sands, disappearing into the void. As for that monster fellow, he tumbled to the ground, his eyes still blank and his face pale like an idiot. His spiritual sea had suffered irreversible damage, and from this point on he was ruined. From the moment that Lin Ming entered this monster fellow's mind, he had learned that he normally raped and pillaged, killing others to steal their possessions. Facing a villain like this who only committed evil deeds, Lin Ming would show no leniency. Removing one such person was the same as saving many lives. Although Darktide City was in name a city, the truth was that it encompassed a massive region. Within this region were innumerable gangs of murderers, robbers, various influences, and even dark divine runic masters. Tiger Hunt Cave was located beneath Sunflower Mountain at the very center of Darktide City. When the last rays of blood-red light struck Sunflower Mountain, waves of glorious light would emit from the base of the mountain, as if daytime was rising where the light came from. If one looked carefully, they would see that this brilliant daylight was composed of countless divine runic symbols. This formed an extremely formidable tidal wave of defense. The giant Tiger Hunt Cave was carved into the mountainside. It was over 10,000 feet wide. Magnificent structures towered into the skies, illuminated with candle-like lights all over. It was a beautiful and enchanting sight. The massive structural complex had no guards. From within, one could only hear the laughs and frolicking screams of women. 100 meters from the periphery of Tiger Hunt Cave, Lin Ming circled around a rocky peak. Beneath the waves of light from the divine runic symbols, his figure constantly shimmered like an image on the rippling surface of a lake. It was hard to make out his appearance. After emerging from the space of the final trial and obtaining the second volume of the Ajura Sutra, Lin Ming had reached the pinnacle in attainments of soul-forging laws. This sort of understanding manifested in Lin Ming's previously learned cultivation methods. By using a bit of soul force with the divine dream law and combining it with the power of space, he was able to freely move and deceive the eyes of ordinary martial artists. As he arrived in front of the defensive divine runic symbols, he narrowed his eyes. He scanned the palatial structures within Tiger Hunt Cave, a trace of killing intent passing through his eyes. One hand gently followed the trajectory of a nearby divine runic symbol, creating an energy line. Lin Ming slowly perceived the energy structure. Then, after a moment, he forcefully opened up a gap within the supposedly impregnable divine runic symbols. His form flickered as he passed inside Tiger Hunt Cave. There was a lustrous palace resplendent in gold and jade, covered in beams of shimmering energy. The palace rose high into the air. Coming from within the central hall of this grand palace, there was the sound of lively chatter. There was currently a banquet feast being held in the palace. The sounds of cheers and boisterous laughter lingered in the air. At this banquet feast was a crowd of dark divine runic masters in long black robes. Sitting at the highest seat of honor was the infamous Grandmaster Overflow, one of the top dark divine runic masters of the Azura Road. The other dark divine runic masters surrounded Shadow Overflow like planets around a sun. Some of them were a little drunk and had flushed faces. Beside them were beautiful young girls carrying platters of wine and meat, their bodies only covered by the thinnest layers of gauze. Their large chests and slender waists were clearly illuminated with each light step they took. The entire feast was filled with the smell of wine and meat, mixed with the fragrance of a young girl's flavors. Grandmaster Overflow, recently our business has become increasingly good. All of that is thanks to Grandmaster's luck. A middle-aged dark divine runic master said, raising a glass of wine as he flattered Shadow Overflow with a drunk smile. Ha ha, if things continue like this then in the future, all of the dark divine runic masters around Darktide City will have to work under the Grandmaster. Someone laughed out loud. Facing these people's flattery, Shadow Overflow only ominously smiled. His smile was a bit cold. As the present dark divine runic masters saw Shadow Overflow's expression, they all shrunk their necks. They knew that Shadow Overflow was likely in an extremely poor mood. If one had to think of a reason, it was all because of the results of the Azura Road's final trial. There had been a certain individual who had created a miracle and obtained a 92% completion rate, and this person was none other than Shadow Overflow's sworn enemy, Lin Ming. This meant that Lin Ming possessed unimaginable talent. In the near future, he could kill Shadow Overflow as easily as stepping on an ant. In this sort of situation, Shadow Overflow felt as if a mountain was constantly pressing down on his chest, leaving him unable to take a single breath. So in recent days, whenever someone mentioned Lin Ming's name, Shadow Overflow would look as if he had taken a cup of poison. With Lin Ming in the Azura Road, as long as he grew up, Shadow Overflow would never be able to publicly appear for the rest of his life. He would have to live like a little underground mouse. The other Dark Divine Runic Masters had correctly guessed Shadow Overflow's thoughts. One of them said, "Grandmaster Overflow, I've already contacted some intelligence networks and underworld influences to search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. As long as there is any news found about him, then we can release the information to those influences who have dark intentions towards Lin Ming. I'm sure they will be extremely interested." That's right, although it's difficult for us to take out Lin Ming, those evil influences are ruthless and cruel. They will definitely covet the secrets and lucky chances that Lin Ming has. Several Dark Divine Runic Masters grinned as they spoke. Hearing these words, Shadow Overflow was finally in a better mood. He said, "That little beast." This time he really did put himself in the limelight, but a tree outside of the forest will be blown down by the wind. Since he's made himself so high profile, there are innumerable influences targeting him. I hope that those dark influences can kill him, but I guess we'll have to wait to see the play. As Shadow Overflow spoke, hatred flashed in his eyes. He threw back the blood-red wine in his glass in a gulp. As long as he thought of Lin Ming being killed, his entire body would shiver with excitement. "You little beast, just you wait. And that little witch that follows him, it's best if they are both ruined together." Thinking of the black-clothed girl that followed Lin Ming, Shadow Overflow suddenly fiendishly grinned. Without any indication he reached out and grabbed one of the beautiful maids nearby, ruthlessly kneading her milk-white breasts. The maid paled. She bit her lips, but she was only able to look at Shadow Overflow with a pleasing smile. "Hee hee." Shadow Overflow lasciviously chuckled several times. He grasped the maid by the waist and then turned to walk towards the back gardens. In the darkness, an indifferent Lin Ming followed him like a god of death arriving in the midst of night. The divine runic symbol traps arranged in the air or placed on the ground were nothing in front of him. He could skillfully bypass them all. This was also because Lin Ming had cultivated the Azura Sutra Volume 2. With that, his understanding of the laws of divine runic arts had gone even further. To him, these traps existed in name only. Pa! Another barrier of divine runic symbols was broken open by Lin Ming. His clothing fluttered around him. Like an owl, he flew deep into the back gardens, blending in with the endless darkness. Oh! The thinly clothed maid was tossed onto a bed. Staring at her creamy white body, a pleased grin appeared on Shadow Overflow's face. To the current Shadow Overflow, beauty no longer had any temptation for him. What he liked was recklessly ruining and conquering noble young maids in order to give vent to the sadness and feelings of suppression in his heart. Just as he was about to throw himself onto the maid, he suddenly froze. Although he had to spend a great deal of his time and energy on the divine runic arts, his strength and cultivation were still those of a great world king. He had sharp senses and was able to detect a strange, thread-thin fluctuation of strength in the air. He slowly turned his head, looking towards a window lattice. There, hovering in the air, was a tall black-haired youth. He wore a black robe and his entire body seemed wrapped in darkness. Strange circular demonic tattoos rippled along his neck, constantly moving without end. As he looked down from his commanding position, his stare was cold and ruthless, like a hawk staring at its prey. How did you get in?" Shadow Overflow felt his scalp tingle and all the hairs on his body rise up. He was a 6th-level Dark Divine Runic Master, and he had extremely deep attainments in the divine runic arts. Within Tiger Hunt Cave, he had laid down layers upon layers of array formations and trapped divine runic symbols. Because of this, he simply didn't need any guards. With such a solid and complex defense, how did this black-haired youth come in? His intuition was screaming to him that something was wrong here. He didn't know who this unexpected intruder was. This intruder's face was covered by his strange dark demonic tattoos, making it impossible to clearly see his face. Shadow Overflow didn't know why, but this youth gave off a familiarly repugnant feeling, one that aroused his loathing. "No matter who you are, since you dare to intrude upon my lair, then die," Shadow Overflow coldly sneered. As a 6th-level Dark Divine Runic Master, he had experienced and weathered countless storms before. Towards this unknown visitor, although he was startled, he wasn't afraid. He didn't think that this person's cultivation was too high. His hands wove lines in the void. The originally calm space began to bubble and explode with energy like raging lava. The surrounding walls were all covered with colorful god-beast drawings. And now, they seemed to come alive, releasing a strange mystical power of fire. At this time, Lin Ming could also clearly feel that Shadow Overflow's chamber seemed to come alive. The glistening dyes used to draw the murals on the walls began to shine and emit a turbulent essence energy. They were clearly manufactured from wonderful fire attribute heavenly materials. In front of Shadow Overflow, a lifelike fire rune was drawn, one that looked like a snake formed from flame. The fire essence energy in the dyes on the murals started to be energized and drawn into the middle of the rune. Everything was actually a mighty and massive divine runic symbol. Lin Ming was startled. He didn't think that Shadow Overflow had filled his entire chamber with materials used to draw a divine runic symbol and could instantly summon them to defend against enemies. In a moment, a blazing hot divine runic symbol appeared, so hot that even the air began to bubble. The ground instantly cracked and melted away. Lin Ming was directly surrounded by these flames. The demonic tattoos on his body and the black energy around him began to burn, rapidly dissipating. As the demonic energy dissipated, it also caused Lin Ming's face to be revealed. Since he came to Shadow Overflow's lair, he hadn't changed his appearance. Shadow Overflow was now able to clearly see Lin Ming's face. As Shadow Overflow saw this face that had haunted him like a nightmare, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. "It's you, Lin Ming?" Shadow Overflow's withered old eyes opened wide. He looked at Lin Ming with hate and fear. You actually dared to enter my mansion? No matter what." He never imagined that while the Dark Divine Runic Masters under his command were searching everywhere for information about Lin Ming's whereabouts in order to share it with evil influences, Lin Ming would actually come to him on his own initiative and try to attack him. But Lin Ming didn't even have a Holy Lord cultivation. Was it possible he thought he could kill a great world king? Shadow Overflow certainly wouldn't doubt Lin Ming's talent, but for a half-step Holy Lord to kill a great world king, Shadow Overflow didn't believe Lin Ming had this ability. Because of Shadow Overflow's sudden attack, the entire chamber was turned burning hot. And when this energy burned through the demonic tattoos that covered Lin Ming's body and was released from the control of Shadow Overflow's soul force, it began to rapidly spread everywhere. Flames spread all around, burning up the entire chamber, turning it into a conflagration of hell. The young maid that had been tossed on Shadow Overflow's bed cried out in alarm. Her clothes had caught fire and she would soon be swallowed up by the tongues of fire. With her cultivation, it was naturally impossible for her to resist the shockwaves from the fires. Seeing this, Lin Ming frowned. He flicked a finger and a rune came whistling out, covering the maid. After the rune absorbed all of the flames, it transported her far outside. Shadow Overflow saw all of this happen. A severe and mercilessly cold light flashed in his eyes. "You dare to divert your attention at such a time? Die!" Shadow Overflow shouted out loud. He grasped 3 divine runic symbols from his spatial ring and threw them towards Lin Ming. These 3 divine runic symbols all formed different shapes as they hurtled towards Lin Ming. They all possessed darkness attributes. As they shot through the void, they covered space in endless chaos. These were 6th-grade divine runic symbols that Shadow Overflow kept on himself for self-defense. Facing Lin Ming, he cast them all out without a hint of hesitation. The entire room was swallowed by the energy of the divine runic symbols. Within a terrifying black vortex, the walls, furniture, bed, everything was twisted into ash, and then even the ash disappeared. This sort of disappearance was not disintegration or tearing, but complete annihilation, leaving not even the tiniest bit of matter to prove that they existed in the world once. This was the terror of the concept of darkness. Although Shadow Overflow's combat strength wasn't much, the divine runic symbols he drew up were considerably strong. By the time the darkness scattered, The entire palace had been razed, everything disappearing without a trace. This also included Lin Ming. In the midst of the ruins, the only one left was Shadow Overflow. As he looked at the mess around him, he maintained absolute vigilance. Although Lin Ming was only a half-step Holy Lord, Shadow Overflow didn't have the slightest thought of underestimating him. In his opinion, this junior had countless methods to use, and in addition to that, he even obtained a 92% completion rate in the final trial. Shadow Overflow had no choice but to be careful. Did he die? Shadow Overflowed gripped a divine runic symbol in one hand, his eyes cold. He didn't think anything would be able to survive in that horrifying black vortex. But at the same time, he also didn't believe that someone like Lin Ming would die so easily. At this time, Shadow Overflow's pupils shrank, and the greatest sense of crisis he had ever felt in his entire life washed over him. From not too far away, space tore open and a bright red spear thrust straight towards him. What followed the spear was the vast and boundless Grand Mist Force Field. It covered all space in a 1,000-foot radius. Lin Ming had hidden himself in a space distortion to avoid Shadow Overflow's attack. Now as he thrust out his spear, there was grand mist energy that blocked all directions for Shadow Overflow to dodge in. This brat! Shadow Overflow's face distorted grotesquely. From every pore on his body, black light shined out. Black energy surged, causing space itself to twist and surge. This black energy instantly formed a 50-foot-high demon soul with fiendish features and wearing pitch-black armor. Every scale of the armor had a howling ghost head stretching out of it. The demon soul was filled with surging soul force that filled the air with evil and pestilent energy. Blood pond hell! Shadow Overflow shouted out loud. In that moment, the surroundings for 1,000 feet all around turned into a suffocating hell, filled with a thick chill. He took out a ghost banner from his inner world. This ghost banner had many demon souls sealed within. Then, all of these demon souls came rushing out, filling the world with the howls of ghosts and the cries of gods. These demon souls had already substantialized into reality. This was the manifestation of an extremely potent soul force. The demon souls plunged towards Lin Ming. Their claws stretched out as a massive space storm followed them. As these ghosts rushed towards Lin Ming's from all direction, they emitted sad and pained cries. The sound waves crashed against the mind, making one feel intense fear. Divine soul attack? Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. As a dark divine runic master and also a Spiritas, Shadow Overflow possessed a number of soul attacks, all of them the kind that the Spiritas were skilled in. But to Lin Ming, this attack wasn't anything at all. Woo, woo, woo. As the fierce ghosts cried out, Lin Ming's spear light was swallowed up by them. Then, they all continued rushing towards Lin Ming. Even within the Grand Mist space, Lin Ming could still feel a soul force wanting to sink into his body, making him turn cold. These ghosts aren't bad. Spiritas martial artists excelled in raising fierce ghosts to swallow the souls of enemies. To many martial artists, dealing with these malicious spirits was the same as living a nightmare. But to Lin Ming, they were actually a tonic. Lin Ming stretched out his hands. On his fingertips, faint traces of a strong aura of dead soul began to percolate. Black sparks appeared in his hand, slowly forming an ink-black wheel that spun around. Lin Ming cast out seal after seal, all of them impossibly complex. Then, behind him, the faint figure of an Azura appeared. As this Azura martial god appeared, the wheel began to spin even faster. The entire black wheel suddenly rose up, blocking out the skies. Dark purple heavenly Tao runes began to spin along, like planets circling a star. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Then, before any of the strong demon souls that leapt towards Lin Ming were able to reach him, all of them were pulled up and sucked into the endless vortex created by the myriad demon karmic wheel. Woawadash! The ghosts howled in sorrow. One by one they were torn to pieces, turning into pure soul energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. You! Shadow Overflow's eyes were blood red. Watching those demon souls blow up one at a time, he felt his heart drip blood. Those demon souls had been raised over tens of thousands of years and were fed countless lives to be produced. He had even fused a part of his own life spirit into them to refine them. Now they were being twisted into pieces and absorbed by Lin Ming. How could he not be angry? He hurriedly wanted to take back those ghosts, but he discovered that the black will Lin Ming summoned was like an all-consuming black hole. Once a ghost fell into the traction range of that black hole, it couldn't escape. Even Shadow Overflow's life spirit was swallowed up. Ah! Shadow Overflow cried out miserably. He felt a severe pain in his spiritual sea. Blood leaked out of his nose and mouth. His life spirit being swallowed caused tremendous damage to him. With a loud cracking sound, the ghost streamer he held was also twisted and broken by that endless black soul storm. What sort of cultivation method is that? Shadow Overflow was panic-stricken. He was heavily bleeding from all orifices on his head. His body swayed and his face was as pale as funeral paper. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered with speaking to Shadow Overflow. He turned his hand and the myriad demon karmic wheel was received back into his body. These souls that Shadow Overflow raised were a considerably nourishing tonic to Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming calmly stretched out his right hand. Motes of dark light condensed in his palm, shining with a mystic strength. After several breaths of time, a dark gray cube appeared in his palm, brimming with an ancient and powerful aura. Seeing this object appear, the already bleeding Shadow Overflow's entire body turned cold. His body shivered as if he had seen the most terrifying demon to ever exist. What is that? Shadow Overflow cried out in horror. As a Spiritus powerhouse, he had an instinctual fear towards the magic cube. This was a suppression that came from the deepest depths of his soul. Die! Lin Ming didn't wait for Shadow Overflow to respond. He flicked his fingers and the gray magic cube turned into a beam of light that shot into the space between Shadow Overflow's eyebrows. In that moment, Shadow Overflow felt his body shake. He trembled, clawing at his head, his old face crazily distorting. What did you put in my spiritual sea? As Shadow Overflow spoke, he felt a terrifying pain spread through him in agonizing waves, as if he would be torn apart at any moment. Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. He faced Shadow Overflow and reached out his hand. Shadow Overflow felt a giant invisible hand catch him and bring him floating up into the air. His expression was that of absolute pain, and his withered face was twisted into an unrecognizable mess. He pulled at his hair like he wanted to tear open his head. At this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He turned his head and saw 5 black-robed men rushing towards his location in a panic. What's going on? Who are you? These 5 black-robed men were the dark divine runic masters that had been at Shadow Overflow's banquet feast. They had originally been in their own rooms, ravishing the maids they had chosen. But when they felt horrifying energy fluctuations spread out, they all quickly put on their clothes and rushed over to see the scene of Shadow Overflow being grasped in the air by Lin Ming. You are Lin Ming? Some of these dark divine runic masters had gone to the Divine Rune City auction. Thus they recognized Lin Ming. Upon saying this, everyone's complexion changed. They glanced over at Shadow Overflow, who was being gripped by Lin Ming. Then, a feeling of intense fear rose in their hearts. Without further thinking, they all turned tail and ran. None of you may leave, Lin Ming coldly said. Within Shadow Overflow's spiritual sea, the magic cube began to release an even more dazzling black light. An invisible black vortex started to revolve in Shadow Overflow's spiritual sea, becoming increasingly large. The vortex completely swallowed Shadow Overflow, and even those dark divine runic masters that tried to run were caught in the vortex. All of them twisted up by it. No matter how much they shouted out in anguish, all of them were sucked up into the vortex, none of them able to resist its terrifying strength as they were ripped to death. A moment later, the black vortex disappeared, turning into a gray cube that flew back into Lin Ming's body. Shadow Overflow, as well as those several dark divine runic masters, had their souls torn to shreds and swallowed into the magic cube. Beneath the unique corrosive ability of the magic cube, their souls turned into pure memory fragments that were sealed within the magic cube space. After Lin Ming killed these people, He turned and flew up without hesitation, shooting straight into the horizon. As he was flying, he waved his right hand and took out a plain command token from his spatial ring. It was unknown what metal this command token was made from. On the front was written Azura, and on the back there was the carving of a demon. This was the Azura command that allowed one to freely pass in and out of the Azura road. With the Azura command in hand, Lin Ming activated it. In the next moment, the Azura command released a dim bronze light that enveloped Lin Ming. Then his figure became increasingly dim. After half an incense stick of time, he completely vanished. Like this, Lin Ming left the Azura road. His 80 years of adventure in the Azura road had finally come to an end. A boundless starry sky, limitless, without end. Somewhere in this vast space, at this moment, a giant space distortion appeared. Space split open and a space storm rushed out from the crack, followed by 2 women and 1 man. These 3 people were Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Mo Bright Moon. After all these years, Lin Ming had finally returned to the divine realm. This was the homeland of humanity. Feeling the extremely familiar world laws around him, Lin Ming took a deep breath, filled with emotion. It felt as if everything he had known was a lifetime ago. But compared to Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian was actually ecstatic. Facing the endless void, her childlike playfulness came back in full force. She placed her hands near her mouth and shouted out as loud as she could in the void, "I've returned! I, Xianxia, have finally returned." Empty space originally had no medium to carry sound waves. But Xiao Moxian was able to use the power of space laws and move space, using space fluctuations as the medium for communication and allowing her voice to travel out for thousands and thousands of miles. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had been away from the divine realm for around 80 years. During this time, around 20 years was spent in tragic Death Valley. Thus, in the divine realm, the truth was that around 60 years had passed. In one parting, so many years had passed. The time that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian spent in the Azura Road was twice the time they had spent in the divine realm. It was no surprise that their reflection upon returning was so intense. However, compared to Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, there was someone who had an even more intense reaction. That was Mo Bright Moon. She stood in the void of the divine realm, familiar with the aura of laws from her homeland. Without sensing it, hot tears filled her eyes. How many years had it been? Even she couldn't remember. But today, she had finally returned to the divine realm. She recalled when she had been hunted down by Tian Mingzi. She remembered the scene of when her older sister had sacrificed herself to activate the magic cube. In that moment, her heart ached. In these years, although Mo Bright Moon had searched for her big sister, she never dared to imagine there would come a day when they could meet again. Lin Ming, you said that my big sister is in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace? Empyrean Divine Dream had been famous for a long time, and Mo Bright Moon naturally knew her great name. Mentioning such a place, Mo Bright Moon was awed. Yes, we should go to a nearby planet to purchase a star chart. With Primordius Heavenly Palace's speed, it shouldn't take over a month to reach Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Hearing Lin Ming speak about returning to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian seemed to remember something, and she felt as if she lost something important in her heart. Her joy upon returning to the divine realm rapidly faded away, leaving her sad and upset. Facing the endless starry skies, Xiao Moxian's eyes blurred as she lost herself in her thoughts. "Miss Xianxia, are you okay?" Mo Bright Moon asked with concern, noticing the change in Xiao Moxian. "I'm fine," Xiao Moxian casually responded, unable to summon any energy. Looking at Xiao Moxian's despondent appearance, Lin Ming fell silent, not saying a single word. He naturally knew what Xiao Moxian was thinking. In the past, he and Xiao Moxian were in Bai Chi's grave, where they were forced into a dead end by Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming exhausted every method he had and finally won the chance to catch his breath, momentarily escaping into Primordius Heavenly Palace. There, within Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had bet everything on a single throw of the dice and attempted to break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. But in the critical moment, he had been foiled by Tian Mingzi and nearly failed. Following this, Xiao Moxian ignored all repercussions and recklessly gave her primordial yin to Lin Ming, allowing yin and yang to fuse together. With this, Lin Ming was able to equalize the tyrannical energy from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence in his body, and then crush the heaven and earth Tao diagram, rushing all the way into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At the time, when Xiao Moxian made this decision, she had undergone countless struggles. After all, the demon race and monster race were more inclined towards joining forces with the saints than they were joining forces with humanity. In their estimation, in anyone's estimation, they felt that in this great world calamity it was far more likely the saints would emerge victorious. Even the Empyreans of humanity couldn't help but acknowledge this. If the demon and monster races joined together with the saints, they would inevitably be ranked under them in the future. But this fate was better than being completely annihilated by the saints. Xiao Moxian was a proud daughter of heaven who originated from both the monster race and demon race. It was likely that she would be married off to the good fortune saint's son in the future. If it was known that she was with Lin Ming, it could be called a betrayal of her people. However, during her days in the Azura Road, Xiao Moxian continued following Lin Ming. As if she were living a wonderful dream, she didn't allow any of those troublesome matters to cloud her mind. Or perhaps it had been a way for her to escape the chains of her fate. But now she had awakened from her dream and had no choice but to face the brutal reality laid out before her. Lin Ming had to return to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. As for Xiao Moxian, she had to return to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. From this place they would separate. As for what would happen in the future, Xiao Moxian couldn't imagine it. For a time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both silent. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian, his eyes recording every curve of her beautiful face. Time seemed to blur as his thoughts returned to Bai Qi's tomb. Those words that Xiao Moxian said to him reverberated in his ears. If you were to die with me here, would you regret it? But Lin Ming, I don't want you to die. I will give you my everything. And when you break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and escape from here, you will live on for 1 billion years, 1 trillion years, and my blood will always follow you. Remembering all of this, Lin Ming was filled with emotions. He hesitated for a moment and then opened his mouth to ask, "Must you go back?" If Xiao Moxian were to return, then Lin Ming could imagine that she wouldn't be able to hide what happened between him and her from the demon race and monster race. This was because Xiao Moxian's bloodline was special. She had given her primordial yin to him, and anyone that was specifically probing for this could find out the truth. The atmosphere of the divine realm was originally biased towards being conservative. In the divine realm, there was a high importance placed on the chastity of a woman. In addition to the marriage union with the saints, if all of this were to be discovered, then she would find it difficult to gain a foothold in the monster race or demon race. She would inevitably face tremendous pressure. Lin Ming didn't want to see this occur. Thus he asked this question. If Xiao Moxian hid herself in the magic cube space, then no matter how heaven-defying Empyrean Demon Dawn's methods were, he would never be able to find her. But doing so was the same as Xiao Moxian abandoning her people. With her personality, she would never agree to such a thing. And indeed, Xiao Moxian shook her head. Big brother Lin, we must part here. If possible, I will try to change my grandfather's mind. As Xiao Moxian spoke to hear, her complexion paled. In truth, saying she would try to change her grandfather's mind was just random words. How could someone like Xiao Moxian change such an important decision of the demon race and monster race? This was a decision that concerned the survival of their 2 races. Lin Ming silently nodded, not speaking. Big brother Lin, if destiny wills it, our paths will cross again. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she threw herself into Lin Ming's chest and deeply kissed him. Then, without pause, her figure flickered and she disappeared from Lin Ming's chest like a dark fairy. She turned into a black beam of light and submerged into the endless darkness. Her slender figure disappeared into the vast starry skies. Lin Ming looked at the direction Xiao Moxian disappeared in, gazing off into the distance for a long time. Beside Lin Ming, Mo Bright Moon was puzzled. She waited for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Ming, what is the deal with you and Xiao Moxian? Lin Ming was silent. After a long period of reflection, he began to speak to Mo Bright Moon about his history with Xianxia, his karmic ties to her, the cause and effects of their relationship. Mo Bright Moon listened with a slight frown. She never imagined that this relationship concerned the life and death of different races. To try and overcome the hostility of two races for marriage, it was unlikely there would be a good ending, especially for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, who would never abandon their races. Mo Bright Moon said, "Lin Ming, according to what you said, it will be extremely difficult for you to be together with Xiao Moxian. The only exception is if you are powerful enough that you can interfere in the high-level decisions of the demon and monster races." Listening to Mo Brightman's words, Lin Ming wryly smiled. How can I not also understand this truth? But for me to reach that degree of strength, I have no idea how many years or months it will take. At the very least, only when I have the ability to resist a true divinity will my words have power in this great world calamity and be able to influence the decisions of the monster race and demon race. Before then, anything I say is simply empty talk. Lin Ming shook his head over and over. What he needed was strength. Strength to struggle with a true divinity. However, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming's talent was, it was impossible for his strength to reach the true divinity realm in hundreds or even thousands of years. He needed to experience an extremely long period of accumulation. Come, let's return to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Okay? Mo Bright Moon nodded. Because of Lin Ming's matters, her joy of seeing her big sister again was a little diluted. She truly wished from the bottom of her heart that there would be a good ending between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Like this, Lin Ming and Mo Bright Moon used Primordius Heavenly Palace as a spirit ship, rapidly flying through the void. As Lin Ming and Mo Bright Moon were flying towards Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian had already returned to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was much closer. Just as she reached the periphery of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, before entering, Xiao Moxian discovered a change, and this change caused her to recall something. At once, she felt even more helpless. She darkly sighed. At this time, in front of Xiao Moxian, the entirety of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was concealed in a sea of fog. Arranged around the Heavenly Palace were all sorts of great arrays. These great arrays came in numerous colors, and between them were 9 rainbow bridges that spanned thousands of miles. Beneath the brilliant arcs of light, all sorts of wonderful spirit flowers and spirit grasses grew, all of them blooming together in auspicious glory. It was a beautiful sight to behold. All of these spells and array formations were not for defensive purposes but purely for ornamental value. In Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, a place that was usually shrouded in solemn dignity, they normally wouldn't decorate the area with these types of array formations. If these types of array formations were to appear in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there could only be a single possibility, and it was that there was some grand celebration occurring. As Xiao Moxian considered the time, she suddenly realized that this year was likely the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. In the Divine Realm, the various rulers of influences would hold grand birthday feasts, and these events only occurred once every 10,000 years. Every time these longevity feasts were held, it would be done in as grand a manner as possible. These celebrations were not just a symbol of an individual's status, but a manifestation of their respective influences' strength. Xiao Moxian calculated the time. After being in the Azura Road for so long, nearly 60 years had passed in the Divine Realm. It was indeed about time for the Monster Emperor's longevity feast to occur. And in these years, because the great calamity was beginning, the Divine Realm was in a perilous state. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and the monster race were originally close to begin with, but now they had become even closer. The two influences could be said to have drawn back together in order to protect themselves in these tumultuous times. In this sort of situation, if the Monster Emperor were to hold his longevity feast, Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace would also open array formations, decorating the entire land in festive delights to congratulate the monster race. And during the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, Empyrean Demon Dawn was sure to personally attend. Moreover, the Monster Emperor would invite heroes from all over the world to join in the celebrations. As the proudest daughter of heaven of both the monster race and demon race, Xiao Moxian would naturally represent the younger generation. She would also be the lead junior in the longevity feast. In this situation, it could be imagined just how much attention Xiao Moxian would receive. Whether it was other influences, Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, or the monster race, all sorts of high-level figures would be looking at her. At that time, it would be even more difficult to conceal what had happened between her and Lin Ming. In this sort of great scene, if it was discovered that her primordial Yin had been lost, then it would undoubtedly be a vicious slap to the faces of the monster race and demon race. Her family would lose all honor and her days would not be any better off. After Xiao Moxian saw the changes around Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, these were all things that she deduced could happen. Xiao Moxian was even thinking of quietly hiding away to avoid the limelight and then return to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace later. But at this time, her entire body shook. A deep and bass voice sounded out in her ears. "Xianxia, you've finally returned. I was very worried about you. It's good that you've returned to us. I have already sent a sound transmission to Imperial Concubine Scarlet to arrange a welcoming reception for you. Return to the palace and rest. 3 days from now I will leave seclusion, and you and I will both go to the monster race to congratulate the Monster Emperor at this longevity feast." This dignified voice was filled with a nearly imperceptible gentleness and concern. This was undoubtedly the voice of Empyrean Demon Dawn. As soon as Xiao Moxian appeared at the Demon Dawn Great World, Empyrean Demon Dawn had immediately sensed it. With his incomparably powerful sense and his bloodline relationship with Xiao Moxian, he was the first to notice her arrival. Xiao Moxian had spent so many years at the Azura Road that it would be a lie to say Empyrean Demon Dawn wasn't worried about her. Although he knew that Xiao Moxian had a great destiny upon her, he had been constantly worried until he could see her safely return. Now that she was back, he could finally feel at ease. "Grandfather." Hearing Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice, Xiao Moxian didn't know what sort of taste she felt. She could only try her best to put on a happy smile and say, "I've made grandfather worry over me. Xianxia has returned, but I don't need a welcoming reception or anything like that. Grandfather can rest well in seclusion. Haha, this is how we must do things. Since you came back from the Azura Road, this is a major event of my Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and also a matter that I must inform the entire world of." Then again, in these past days there have been far too many celebratory events and wonderful occasions occurring. It's been far too busy. You take a rest first. 3 days from now I will leave seclusion and you can help me arrange matters about the longevity feast. Later we will go to the monster race and Monster Concubine Arquess will greet us. We'll also hold your welcome celebration then. Haha. Empyrean Demon Dawn happily laughed. But as Xiao Moxian heard this, she felt bitterness swell up in her heart. To her, all of these celebrations were nothing but trouble. If she didn't handle things perfectly, then these celebrations might become a tragedy instead. As for informing the entire world or something like that, this left Xiao Moxian utterly speechless. However, Xiao Moxian was already the preordained future palace master of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Since she returned safely from the Azura Road, this was naturally something that had to be announced to the world so that she could also show off her glory. But to all of this, Xiao Moxian wasn't too worried. What she worried about was that Monster Concubine Arquess. Concubine Arquess was not the average person. Arquess meant that she was the first, the head of all the imperial concubines. Her status was only inferior to that of the Monster Empress. Moreover, Xiao Moxian had heard that this concubine Arquess possessed a profound cultivation and her plans were deep and intricate. This was how she managed to earn the trust and favor of the Monster Emperor. This concubine Arquess had been specially chosen to manage the gates of the monster race and welcome Empyrean Demon Dawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn was a character on the same level as the Monster Emperor, and if he came to give his birthday greetings, then the Monster Emperor would naturally treat him with the utmost respect and courtesy. Thus, the Monster Emperor had concubine Arquess especially receive Empyrean Demon Dawn to show off the close relationship between the monster race and demon race. It wouldn't be easy for Xiao Moxian to hide the truth from this woman. Moreover, in the future, as more and more grand figures arrived, wanting to hide the truth from all of these people would be increasingly difficult. If she was discovered, especially in front of the monster race. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. If she really couldn't conceal matters, then the only option was to be open and honest and confess everything to Empyrean Demon Dawn. But doing so would lead to her confinement in her room, and it would no longer be possible for her to communicate with Lin Ming. But this was a better choice than to be found out on the day of the longevity feast. If that happened, the situation would be even worse, and even Lin Ming would be forced to stand atop the precipice and be denounced by everyone. However, as she thought that she would have to be parted from Lin Ming like this, Xianxia immediately lost all spirit to do anything. She looked at Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. No matter how wonderfully colored the array formations were, how brilliant the rainbows and dazzling mists of light, how enchanting all the world treasures there were, all she felt was loneliness and suffering. She had always been a free and easy individual, but now she had to worry about the reputation of her chastity, as well as the major events that were happening within her race. All of this meant inevitable headaches, worrying over the outcome of what would happen. I have 3 days. I must make use of this time to restore as much of my primordialine energy as I can so no one can see anything. As Xianxia was thinking this, she flew towards Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. At this time, a group of people flew out from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, led by a beautiful woman. Behind this woman were several dozen noble maids. This beautiful woman was Empyrean Demon Dawn's favored concubine. She had come out especially to greet Xianxia. Congratulations, miss, for returning from the Azura Road and becoming stronger yet again. The beautiful woman was all smiles. Although she was Xianxia's elder, her words faintly took Xianxia as the one to be respected. This was a reasonable matter. Xianxia possessed an extremely high status in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. If juniors saw her, they had to bow, and even many elders had to flatter and treat her well. I've troubled Auntie Scarlet. You even came out to meet me. Xianxia suppressed the worry in her heart and put on her best cute and lovable smile. With her cultivation, it was naturally easy to hide the truth from these people who possessed a low cultivation. Miss is too polite. Just what sort of words are those? By all reasoning, we should have sent a team of people to greet you as soon as you returned to the divine realm. However, you were also a bit hasty. How could you return to the divine realm so quickly and not inform us beforehand? I would have been able to prepare a lavish feast for your arrival. Unfortunately, the entire Heavenly Palace is preparing for the Monster Emperor's longevity feast right now, so there isn't enough manpower to prepare your welcome reception. The beautiful maid smiled as she spoke. As for the maids beside her, they helped drape a phoenix cloak around Xianxia and led her into a jade bird carriage where they slowly flew back to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. As they flew back, the jade bird carriage was buffeted by strong astral winds. For some reason, Xianxia felt a bit dizzy. She held onto her forehead, feeling a little hot. Miss, are you all right? The beautiful woman discovered that Xianxia was acting a bit strangely. Thus she asked a question in worry. It looked as if Xianxia was feeling uncomfortable. I'm fine. Xianxia gently smiled, also a bit puzzled herself. This sort of feeling was like a mortal having a cold. Of course, to such a strong martial artist like Xianxia, suffering from something like a common cold was nothing more than a joke. The pressure must be too great. Xianxia took a deep breath. There was indeed a tremendous deal of pressure on her mind. Could this be causing the true essence in her inner world to flow turbulently? Xianxia explained the situation to herself like this and then forgot about it. This is probably because Miss has been tired out from adventuring through the Azura Road. With so many battles, you surely must have consumed too much energy. Now that you've returned to the divine realm and are able to relax, it's inevitable you will feel tired. The beautiful woman thought about matters and gave an explanation she also thought was reasonable. Xianxia only gave a perfunctory smile. Upon returning to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, many maids and disciples had already received the news of Xianxia's return and were preparing to welcome her. They spread petals on the floor and sprinkled purifying water along her path. Under the accompaniment of over 10 palace maids, Xianxia arrived at 9 Phoenix Pond to bathe and change her clothes. Afterwards, with Xianxia refusing everything, she pushed back all plans for an evening dinner. She used the excuse that she was tired and retired to her room. The comfortable silk sheets and large bed didn't arouse Xiao Moxian's drowsiness. She immediately sat down in meditation and began to revolve the heaven and earth origin energy within herself. She had to gather as much primordialine energy as she could in these 3 days so that Empyrean Demon Dawn, the monster race, and the other powerhouses wouldn't be able to discover anything. After 2 nirvanas, Xiao Moxian's primordial yin energy had restored a little. But because she then dual cultivated with Lin Ming, it was inevitable that it would be affected once again. Of course, while passing her primordial yin to Lin Ming, she had also obtained an extremely powerful pure yang energy from him. This pure yang energy originally allowed Xiao Moxian to reach yin-yang harmony. To her, it was extremely beneficial. This was the significance behind dual cultivation. But now Xiao Moxian had to suppress this pure yang energy, sealing it in the depths of her inner world. Otherwise, it would expose her secret. Slowly, her primordial yin energy began to grow. As for the pure yang energy, it was gradually sealed up. But for some unknown reason, Xiao Moxian felt as if she was easily tired. Just relaxing a little, she felt her strength constantly passing away from her. Moreover, as she sat in meditation adjusting her breath, she felt dizzy several times. This caused her to feel that there was something strange occurring within her. What is wrong with me? Sitting in meditation, Xiao Moxian opened her eyes. She found that she was wet with sweat and even her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. This was not due to tiredness from meditation, but because of weakness. Her body was weakening, causing her to sweat. What is happening? Xiao Moxian's eyebrows pressed together. At such a critical moment, how could she encounter such a strange occurrence? With Xiao Moxian's cultivation and strength, although she couldn't fight Lin Ming in a head-on battle, that was only compared to him. Amongst others of her generation, Xiao Moxian was a crane amongst chickens. No one could hope to be her opponent. Along with the pure yang energy she had absorbed from Lin Ming and her heaven-defying half-phoenix body, her blood vitality was extremely powerful. Let alone sitting in meditation for an entire day, she could easily handle fighting all day and all night. But now, the more she sat in meditation, the more tired she became. All of the strength she gathered was slowly weakened. No, there's something wrong with my body. As she recalled the dizziness she felt when she rode in the carriage, Xiao Moxian was increasingly confident that there was some problem with her body. One time could be called an accident, but it was impossible for repeated cases to be a coincidence. There was absolutely something wrong here. She quickly investigated her body, probing her meridians, flesh and blood, organs, and even spiritual sea. There were no problems with any of them. Only in her inner world were there some differences. Xiao Moxian was surprised to find that within her inner world, there was a strange vortex slowly absorbing all of the origin energy within her. Generally speaking, a martial artist's inner world was a whole world. In other words, a seamless world. It was impossible for a leaking point to exist. But now, it seemed as if there had been a hole poked within Xiao Moxian's inner world. A massive amount of origin energy was continually passing out from this hole. And as this origin energy passed out, it didn't completely disappear but stayed within her body. It didn't affect her cultivation, only making it so that she couldn't summon this strength. How could this be? Xiao Moxian panicked a little. She was not in the mood for such a joke to be played on her right now. Every bit of cultivation was important to her, and she needed to use all of it to condense her primordial yin energy and suppress the pure yang energy within her. If there was a problem with her cultivation, the chances of her being exposed were even greater. What is this vortex? Just how is it absorbing and confining my power? It is the aftermath of having absorbed the undying inferno. Xiao Moxian immediately thought, startled. If the undying inferno's soul wasn't extinguished, then perhaps it might be thinking of wresting away her strength and stealing her body. This was not a minor matter at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Moxian raised her vigilance to the limit and immediately locked onto this vortex within her mind, ready to engage the undying inferno in a brutal battle in her spiritual sea at any moment. However, Xianxia soon discovered that the situation was completely different from what she had thought. The vortex had a gentle atmosphere, completely different from the tyrannical and cruel aura of the undying inferno. Faintly, Xianxia could even feel something akin to her flesh and blood in this vortex, as if there was some small and weak soul calling out to her. She had no idea why, but this feeling left Xianxia moved. A deep sense of tender love began growing in her heart, as if this little soul in the vortex was more important than her life. This sort of feeling was beyond description, but was still ingrained into her very bones. This is. Xianxia was stunned. On her bed, she wasn't able to respond for a long, long time. After confirming the situation several times and re-examining her body, verifying her acupoints, checking her bloodline and meridian channels, she finally understood what had happened. This so-called vortex was in truth a small and immature soul. And for such a soul to appear within her, there was only a single explanation. Her dual cultivation with Lin Ming had resulted in her pregnancy. This vortex, the energy mass within it, was her and Lin Ming's child. I actually have a child. At this moment, an indescribable feeling filled Xianxia's heart. She felt as if all her thoughts were drowned in a fog, her entire mind turning blank. Before this, Xianxia had never made any preparations to ward against pregnancy. This was because the more powerful a race was, the more difficult it was for them to become pregnant. Moreover, Xianxia was a half-phoenix and she was of a completely different race from Lin Ming. If they wanted to produce a living crystallization of their love, that was something that might not happen even after countless hardships and attempts. It was possible that there might not be any children between them for the rest of their lives. But she never imagined that after she left the Azura Road, she would find out she was pregnant. This happiness had come far too suddenly. Originally, she had already mentally prepared herself to never have any children in her life. In the Azura Road, whenever she thought of this matter, she would feel pain in her heart. For a woman to not be able to have a child with the man she loved most, this sort of regret could be imagined. To hold her and Lin Ming's child in her arms, this was something that Xianxia yearned for in her dreams. And now her dream had suddenly come true. But what followed the arrival of this happiness was endless worry. This child had come at the worst time possible. Whether it was her or Lin Ming, both of them were too weak right now and neither had the ability to change the course of the world. It wasn't even known if they could be together in the future. Moreover, within this upcoming grand calamity, the birth of this child would involve the survival of many races. To this unborn child, such a heavy fate was far too cruel. How could this be? Xianxia rubbed her stomach, a strange taste in her mouth. Joy, happiness, sorrow, worry, all sorts of moods passed through her, making it impossible for her to feel at ease. But what was without a doubt was that with her pregnancy, it would be far, far more difficult to conceal her affairs with Lin Ming. Luckily, there was a single point to rejoice, and this was that the child within her was not ordinary at all. She wouldn't have a pregnancy like a mortal would, gathering natal energy and giving birth after 10 months. If that happened, then she really would be seen through. Xianxia had a special physique and Lin Ming also had all sorts of strange bloodlines in his body. Not only did he have the blood of a phoenix and dragon within him, but he also possessed a drop of Azura blood. Compared to the bloodlines of a dragon or phoenix, this sort of bloodline was incomparably more precious. Whether it was Xianxia or Lin Ming, they both possessed a heaven-defying talent and divine body. Currently, the child formed between them was only the purest group of blood essence. Its growth would be an extremely slow process that would continue for dozens of years. Even hundreds of years passing before birth wouldn't be strange at all. But during this period, this child was already able to substantialize in the inner world of its parent and commune with the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. It's either good fortune or disaster. And if it's disaster, then it cannot be avoided. As Xianxia said this, she clenched her teeth and sat back down in meditation, continuing to accumulate her primordial yin energy. With things having reached this step, she could only walk forwards one step at a time, taking things as they came. Even though there was only the slimmest chance of making it through this, Xiao Moxian had to furiously struggle for it. Right now, she absolutely could not honestly speak to Empyrean Demon Dawn about her and Lin Ming's matters. If she wasn't pregnant, then if she frankly spoke of her relationship with Lin Ming to Empyrean Demon Dawn, the most he would have done was confine her to her room and cut off all communications she could have with Lin Ming. But now that she was pregnant, if Empyrean Demon Dawn or the monster race were to find out, it was hard to imagine what fate this child would suffer. If this child suffered any accident to Xiao Moxian, that would be the cruelest thing in the world. She would rather die than have anything happen to her child. Thinking of this, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but grip her chest. She found it difficult to breathe. During this longevity feast, in front of all the great characters of the divine realm and possibly even representatives of the saints, if her pregnancy was to be revealed, Xiao Moxian didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Even her fingers began to shiver. If such an occurrence were to truly occur, if the monster and demon races still chose to ally with the saints, then this child would become the shame of the monster and demon races. They would definitely decide to kill it before it was born. Drops of sweat began to run down Xiao Moxian's fingertips. She was afraid. She was truly afraid. A chill crossed her body and even her arms and legs felt ice cold. But at this time, she could faintly feel the small life within her suddenly send out a call. This was a call that came from the soul. Inexplicably, this call warmed Xiao Moxian, as if at that moment courage had bloomed in her heart. At the longevity feast, if she were indeed exposed, even if everyone within the divine realm were to ridicule and mock her, even if they all pointed at her, even if Empyrean Demon Dawn and the monster race were furious with her, Xiao Moxian wouldn't care at all. However, if someone dared to move against the child in her belly, if her grandfather didn't care about their familial love, then she could only threaten them with her death. As Xiao Moxian was filled with countless worries, Lin Ming had arrived at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. The phantasmal and ethereal Divine Dream Heavenly Palace remained unchanged from 60 years ago. Mo Bright Moon looked at the magnificent Jade Palace, finding it hard to remain calm. According to what Lin Ming had told her, her big sister was in this palace. For 50,000 years, Mo Bright Moon had been constantly worried over her big sister. She used all sorts of ways and means to find her, but just how vast was the divine realm and the 3,000 boundless worlds of the lower realms? To look for a single person, that couldn't even be called something as simple as finding a needle in a haystack. In addition, there was also Tian Mingzi. His existence forced Mo Bright Moon to hide her status, making her search even more fruitless. Big Sister is actually cultivating at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. I wonder just what realm her strength has reached. Mo Bright Moon was happy for her big sister from the depths of her heart. She also took joy in the fact that her big sister had met Lin Ming. And at this time, several white-clothed women flew out from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, welcoming Lin Ming and Mo Bright Moon. Sir Lin, Honorable Master invites your presence. The white-clothed woman in the lead had a World King cultivation. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, there were only a mere several hundred disciples. Compared to the super-large influences of the divine realm who often had 100 billion plus disciples and clansmen, their numbers simply weren't worth mentioning at all. However, the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace were the elites amongst all proud daughters of heaven. The disciples who came here, as long as they grew up, would reach a half-step World King cultivation at the barest minimum. Lin Ming and Mo Bright Moon followed these disciples and flew into Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. And just as they passed through the grand gates of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming saw a blue-clothed woman hurriedly racing over. This woman had just received the news in her seclusion room and had rushed over to meet Lin Ming. Seeing this blue-clothed woman appear, Mo Bright Moon froze where she was. There was no need to guess, no need to doubt. Almost instantly, she was able to confirm that this woman who she had actually never seen before was her big sister Mo Eversnow. Because Mo Eversnow and Lin Ming had been forced into the blood slaughter steps, her soul had then fused with the mortal body of the deeply slumbering goddess. Now, her appearance was considerably different from how she was 50,000 years ago. But because they were sisters, because of the strange soul resonance between them, Mo Bright Moon was able to recognize Mo Eversnow. And at this time, Mo Eversnow also saw Mo Bright Moon. Her body shook and her beautiful eyes opened wide as she looked at Mo Bright Moon with an inconceivable expression. She froze where she was. Just now, when Mo Eversnow had learned that Lin Ming had returned, she didn't care about what breakthroughs Lin Ming had made or how much his strength had increased. All she worried about was whether Lin Ming had suffered heavy wounds, or whether there were hidden injuries left in him. But she never imagined that Lin Ming would return with a woman. And this woman was clearly her younger sister, Mo Bright Moon. Big sister. It's me, Little Moon. A rough and bumpy road of 50,000 years, Mo Bright Moon had withstood unimaginable pressure and experienced endless sorrows. And the instant Mo Bright Moon saw Mo Eversnow, all of these tightly wound emotions burst out from her. Mo Bright Moon threw herself at her big sister, hugging her tightly as tears welled up. At this time, there was no need for words. As the two sisters tightly held each other, it was as if their hearts and minds had already merged. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming revealed a happy smile. On this day, Mo Eversnow's most ardent goals and wishes could be said to have come to a perfect conclusion. Now all that was left was to rebuild the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. To the current Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow, this wasn't a difficult matter at all. It would simply be a question of time. Lin Ming quietly drew back. He followed the white-clothed woman to greet Empyrean Divine Dream. As for the two sisters, he didn't want to disturb their emotional reunion. After passing through several winding corridors, the white-clothed woman pushed open a leafed door. The moment this leaf door was opened, a shocking scene was revealed behind it. Behind this door was an incomparably vast world. Countless celestial mountains floated high above a sea of clouds. Lush green spirit plants grew everywhere, and even spiritual springs and rivers fell down from the mountains in waterfalls, cascading into the world like limitless threads of white silk. Among these numerous celestial mountains, there was a floating plain. This plain resembled a mountain that had its top half sheared off, revealing a completely smooth tract of land. And above this plain there was a simple bamboo house. Thick and luxurious grass grew tall with the natural fragrance of bamboo everywhere. Lin Ming fell down in front of this bamboo house. As he did, he saw a white-clothed woman in front of it, gathering the nectar of flowers. Her appearance resembled that of a young woman in her 20s. This nectar was condensed from rich heaven and earth origin energy and was also produced from these spiritual plants. To a martial artist, it was similar to milk from 10,000-year stalactites. This was Immortal Spring's divine water, and whether it was for refining pills or drinking, it was extremely beneficial. Junior Lin Ming pays his respects to Senior Divine Dream. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. Towards this leader of humanity in his eyes, Lin Ming had always held the deepest reverence and awe. Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming and smiled. She lightly said, 58 years, 6 months, and 12 days. You've finally returned. Divine Dream calmly stated the exact duration of Lin Ming's journey in the Azura Road, leaving him startled. Although an Empyrean had an extremely accurate memory, for her to speak out this time proved that she had been worried about his progress in the Azura Road smelting trial. Half-step Holy Lord. Very good. Divine Dream was pleasantly surprised as she noted Lin Ming's cultivation. This degree of cultivation had surpassed her original estimations. When Lin Ming first entered the Azura Road, he had only been at the middle divine transformation realm. Now, he had grown by an entire large realm and a half. Moreover, from glancing over Lin Ming's inner world, she could see that his foundation was solid and his combat strength was definitely extraordinary. Lin Ming responded, Junior stumbled into a strange mystic realm in the Azura Road. Within, time flowed at a rate 10 times faster than the outside. However, what was most mysterious was that although the flow of time was changed, the world laws remained unaltered so that one could cultivate normally within. Junior stayed inside for 20 years, so in truth I have cultivated for 80 years. Adding onto the many fortuitous encounters and lucky chances I obtained, I managed to reach the half-step Holy Lord realm. Oh, there is such a place. Divine Dream was startled. To establish an independent space and change the flow of time, it was inevitable that the laws would be twisted. She didn't think that such a wonderfully strange land existed in the Azura Road. 80 years to become a half-step Holy Lord is still more than astonishing. Lin Ming, through your adventures in the Azura Road, your harvests have truly been great this time. Your battle with the good fortune Saint's son that he agreed to was in 100 years, so you still have more than 40 years remaining. You must focus on your training so that after the period of 100 years is over, there can be a battle to decide just who is stronger and who is weaker. Originally, when Lin Ming agreed to fight the good fortune Saint's son in 100 years, no one favored his chances of victory. The saints had jeered at him, labeling him an idiot, and even the human Empyreans felt that Lin Ming had been too rash. Empyrean Divine Dream also had her concerns and apprehensions about this matter. At that time, Lin Ming had only been at the Divine Transformation realm, whereas the good fortune Saint's son was about to break into the Saint Lord realm. The disparity could be imagined. And now, Lin Ming had finally caught up to the good fortune Saint's son's boundary from 60 years ago. However, during these 60 years, the good fortune Saint's son had also made considerable progress. This was the reason why Empyrean Divine Dream had said these words, so that Lin Ming would take advantage of the 40 years he had remaining and practice wholeheartedly. In response to Empyrean Divine Dream's words, Lin Ming remained quiet, not saying anything. Empyrean Divine Dream continued, Lin Ming, according to what I know, the good fortune Saint's son has also made great strides in his cultivation these past years. Do not forget, he has the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was one of the most precious treasures in existence. It was unimaginably beneficial to a body transformation martial artist. Although Lin Ming possessed the magic cube that was not inferior to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, what he focused on were the two great systems of body transformation and essence gathering. As for the magic cube, it was a divine tool of the soul. Although the magic cube was also extremely beneficial to Lin Ming, it still couldn't directly increase his cultivation. As for the good fortune Saint's son, he could use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to temper his body. From this point alone, the good fortune Saint's son had an overwhelming advantage over Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if the good fortune Saint's son were to return to the final trial, he would definitely surpass a completion rate of 81%. He was truly a formidable opponent. However, no matter how strong the good fortune Saint's son was, Lin Ming had complete confidence in himself. This was because as his strength rose in the Azura Road, his cultivation was only responsible for a tiny part of it. No one was able to look at him and discern the increase in his hidden strength. Not to mention the two heaven-defying lucky chances of the Azura Blood and the Azura Heavenly Tao. Just opening 2 of the Tao Palaces from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had increased Lin Ming's true cultivation far past that of a half-step Holy Lord. And concerning the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that had nearly completely vanished from the 33 heavenly Taos, besides Empyrean Primordius, there was no one that could recognize it. That's right, after several months, it will be time for the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast. The monster race has publicized this longevity feast throughout the world, and I have also received a letter of invitation. If you do not have any other matters to attend to, then go together with me. This time, the ones that the monster race has invited are not just the demon race and human race. Divine Dream's voice was light and casual, as if she were speaking about some minor matter. But Lin Ming could hear the meaning behind her words. Not only had the monster race invited the demons and humans, but they undoubtedly also invited a third race, the saints. For the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast, even the saints were invited. The implicit meaning of such an action was obvious. The monster race had invited Empyrean Divine Dream and the great figures of humanity as a courtesy and part of proper etiquette. It was impossible not to invite them. But inviting the saints was irrelevant to any sense of courtesy. After all, the saints were invaders to this world, and not inviting them was normal. But the monster race had purposefully invited these invaders. This meant that with the monsters and saints, even if they hadn't formed an alliance, their relationship wasn't bad. If there wasn't an accident, then the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast would be a time for the saints to demonstrate their might. The saints would take this opportunity to show off their strength and possibly even reveal their alliance with the demon and monster races, dealing humanity a giant psychological blow. The saints were originally far stronger than the human race. If the demon and monster races were to defect to the saints, then before the great calamity fully arrived, all the human martial artists might have lost what little confidence they had. But even in this situation where she clearly knew what would happen at the longevity feast, Empyrean Divine Dream would still go, and she would also bring the strongest lineup with her to contend with the saints and their demonstration of their might. On the surface, Lin Ming was the #1 young heroic elite of humanity. He would naturally have an indispensable role. Thus, although Empyrean Divine Dream had been seeking Lin Ming's opinion and asking if he wanted to go together, the truth was that Lin Ming knew he couldn't decline, otherwise it would weaken humanity's momentum. Monster race. That is also the homeland of Xiao Moxian's mother. I too want to take a look and see what the monster race is like. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said, Junior has no other matters to attend to. I may accompany Senior Divine Dream to go together. Good. Empyrean Divine Dream nodded in satisfaction. But there is also one more thing I must mention. For the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast, it is within reason for the good fortune Saint's son to be invited. Without accident, you will meet him there. If he tries to taunt you, you must not fall for his tricks and come into conflict with him. Remember, you still have around 42 years of time to prepare for your fated battle. Do not fall for his provocations. I have heard that the good fortune Saint's son has recently made an important breakthrough in his martial arts and has finally practiced the 5th level of the good fortune divine arts. Oh, the 5th level of the good fortune divine art? Lin Ming asked, curious. Although he was confident in facing the good fortune Saint's son, it was always best to have a better understanding of the enemy. Yes, this good fortune divine art is a top cultivation method created by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Its rank even surpasses that of a transcendent divine might. In other words, it is a true divinity cultivation method. Even my divine dream law is lacking. This cultivation method is incredibly difficult to learn and cultivate. Even if an Empyrean tried, they would suffer layers upon layers of troubles. But the good fortune Saint's son was able to cultivate it to the 5th level. My guess is that the Grand Miss Spirit Bead played a considerable role in this. Empyrean Divine Dream said, sighing. With the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in his possession, whether it was the good fortune Saint's son's cultivation ability or combat prowess, everything would be even more formidable. In addition to his originally heaven-defying talent, it would be far too difficult for a junior of humanity to surpass him. To the geniuses of the human race, this wasn't a fair battle to begin with. Only Lin Ming had a chance of comparing to him, but unfortunately, Lin Ming was just far younger than the good fortune Saint's son was. 40 years from now, the day of your decisive battle with the good fortune Saint's son will arrive. You must be careful. This good fortune divine art can move the power of good fortune itself. Its might is beyond imagination. Empyrean Divine Dream cautioned. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, this junior understands. Oh. Time passed. Soon, 3 months flew by. The Monster Emperor's longevity feast would start in just several days. At this time, in the endless starry skies, a pitch-black giant spirit ship slowly flew through the air. This spirit ship was several 100,000 feet long. As it flew through space, it resembled a massive ancient beast. In this spirit ship, within a grand hall, Xiao Moxian stood behind a porthole. She was garbed in an elegant dress as she looked out, unspeaking. At this time, she was going to the monster race to celebrate the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. Xianxia, what are you thinking of? Behind Xiao Moxian, a low and deep voice rang out, and as soon as she heard this voice, Xiao Moxian's thoughts froze and her fingers faintly shivered. She let out a light breath and suppressed her racing heart. Slowly turning around, she put on a happy smile and said, Grandfather. Behind Xiao Moxian stood a large middle-aged man. He was over a head taller than an average man and his shoulders were extremely wide and strong. His forehead was sharp, as if it had been carved by sabers. He wore a black robe and cloak. As the hem of the cloak dragged along the ground, it exuded a mystic and dignified atmosphere. This person was Empyrean Demon Dawn. Amongst Empyreans, he was a peak existence. Looking at the entire divine realm, the number of people who surpassed him in strength could be counted on one hand. Facing Empyrean Demon Dawn, Xianxia was certainly flustered. Before this, she had already been called to see Empyrean Demon Dawn several times. Xianxia had to summon all of her will and martial arts skills in order to conceal what had happened. This was thanks to the fact that Xianxia had crossed 2 nirvanas and restored some of the primordial yin energy within her. In addition to her isolating her inner world, the changes didn't seem too great. After undergoing her 2 nirvanas, whether it was in terms of aura or the nirvanic flames within her, she was much stronger than before. Empyrean Demon Dawn would have been able to instantly see through all of this. But because Xianxia was pregnant, it made it look as if her aura wasn't powerful at all. Rather, it appeared as if she had weakened. Thus, even now, Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't know that Xianxia had undergone 2 nirvanas. Instead, he felt it was strange. After Xianxia ventured through the Azura Road and her cultivation increased by a considerable amount, how come her foundation seemed ordinary and even sloppy? It was because of this reason that Empyrean Demon Dawn had carefully and repeatedly urged Xianxia to not increase her cultivation at the cost of her foundation. Xianxia, your aura seems to be a bit chaotic? Empyrean Demon Dawn had extremely sharp senses. He could faintly feel that there was something wrong with the origin energy flowing throughout Xianxia. I'm fine, grandfather. I probably spent too much time in the Azura Road. The world laws are different there and I had adapted to them. Now that I've come back to the divine realm, I'm not used to it, so that caused some disorder in the heaven and earth origin energy within my inner world. I'll be fine with some more time. Xianxia lied, coming up with some excuse. The laws of the Azura Road are truly different, and the heaven and earth origin energy there is different from in the divine realm. Empyrean Demon Dawn nodded, accepting Xianxia's explanation. Although Empyrean Demon Dawn had discovered there was something strange with Xianxia these past days, he didn't think it was because she was pregnant. Rather, he would never have guessed in his wildest dreams that it was because she was pregnant. This was because in his eyes, this little granddaughter of his was a naturally haughty and proud individual. Let alone something as ridiculous as being pregnant. Even her dedicating her love and attention towards a man was an incredibly difficult matter. Thinking of this, Empyrean Demon Dawn faintly frowned. He suddenly remembered a marriage proposal that the saints kept suggesting. Of course, for this he wanted to ask Xianxia's opinion. If Xianxia didn't like the good fortune saint's son at all, how could this marriage be carried out? Xianxia, I want to ask you about the good fortune saint's son. What do you think of him? As Empyrean Demon Dawn asked this question, Xianxia nearly jumped up where she stood. She definitely knew why he had asked this question. She decisively shook her head and said, I don't like him at all. After being directly cut off by Xianxia, Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't have the chance to say the good words about the good fortune saint's son he wanted to say afterwards. He helplessly frowned and said, Well, all right, you rest for a while first. After an incense stick of time, we'll arrive at the monster race. This year, the Monster Emperor's Longevity Feast is an extremely important event. If you are still feeling ill, I can help you take a look and see what is afflicting you. Thank you, grandfather, but I'm fine. Xianxia quickly refused. If Empyrean Demon Dawn were to probe her inner world, the results could be imagined. She feared that once this happened, she absolutely would not be able to conceal the truth any longer. Okay. Empyrean Demon Dawn nodded and turned to leave. Xianxia let out a long breath of relief. She turned towards the porthole, feeling her hands and palms wet with sweat. And at this time, outside of the porthole, she could see that the spirit ship had already arrived on a mainland. This mainland was covered with vast verdant forests. The trees were thousands of feet high and would take several hundred people to encircle them. The monster beasts raised within these massive forests were extremely terrifying. This was the territory of the monster race. Faintly, deep in a forest, Xianxia could make out a city of the monster race. Within the sprawling city there was a massive black pagoda that seemed as if it was holding up the skies. This was the heaven-lifting black pagoda where the monster emperor dwelled. After an incense stick of time, the black spirit ship slowly descended towards this heaven-supporting pagoda. The black spirit ship was hundreds of thousands of feet long, but in front of the heaven-lifting black pagoda, it seemed like a fly buzzing around a tree, simply not worthy of mention at all. The spirit ship steadily descended. Empyrean Demon Dawn and Xianxia both flew down, accompanied by many attendants, and beneath the spirit ship, thousands of monster disciples were already lined up in a procession, waiting. The one leading them was a beautiful woman dressed in a coat of white fox fur. This was monster concubine Arches. The moment Xianxia saw monster concubine Arches, she tightened her inner world and restrained her aura. But she kept a cute and lovable smile on her face at all times, remaining completely calm throughout. Junior Xianxia greets concubine Arches. Xianxia greeted in the manner of a junior. Humph! Monster concubine Arches snorted. She was utterly respectful towards Empyrean Demon Dawn, but towards Xianxia, there was even a hint of disrespect in her tone. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't know just what monster concubine Arches meant by this. Xianxia's thoughts raced, a strange feeling coming over her. She felt that monster concubine Arches was extremely unfriendly towards her, and even her eyes were as sharp as swords. It made Xianxia feel as if she had been seen through. How did I offend her? Xianxia thought, puzzled. At the same time, she was even more careful in concealing her aura. She had an extremely bad feeling of foreboding. Oh! And as Xianxia and Empyrean Demon Dawn arrived at the monster race, there was also another spirit ship flying towards the monster race's world. This spirit ship wasn't overly large, but it shimmered with a clear radiance, as if it were carved from the finest crystal. On the side of this spirit ship was a mysterious symbol. This was a word of an ancient language in the divine realm, meaning dream. The spirit ship naturally belonged to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. With the arrival of the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, Lin Ming accompanied Empyrean Divine Dream to go to the monster race's world. During the Monster Emperor's longevity feast, I should be able to see Xianxia. I wonder how she's been doing in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Xianxia would definitely participate in the Monster Emperor's longevity feast. Lin Ming was a little worried about how she was doing. The good fortune saint's son. He really came. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream's voice echoed out in Lin Ming's ears. Looking out a porthole, Lin Ming could see that several hundred miles away, there was a giant floating fortress. This fortress was bright silver all over and covered with sharp spikes. It looked extremely fierce. This is the good fortune saint's son's transportation? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Empyrean Divine Dream nodded. The ancient monster race had existed since time immemorial. In the divine realm, the monster race wasn't too powerful. Compared to humanity, they were considered small and weak. However, the monster race wasn't limited to just the divine realm. Within the other universes of the 33 heavens there also existed the monster race. According to legend, the monster race was an ancient race that had existed 10 billion years ago, and had continued spreading out. 10 billion years ago, the three great races of humans, saints, and spiritas were by no means the rulers of the world. Rather, they could be called extremely weak and small races. The ones who ruled in that era were the various ancient races. The kings of these ancient races could destroy the heavens and annihilate the earth just by raising their hands. And in that time when many ancient god kings existed together, the monster race's unrivaled monster emperor was equally able to dominate his own region. However, as time passed, far too many great elites and supreme elders rose up from the ranks of the ancient races. These powerful figures started countless wars, and whenever the god-lamenting wall weakened, the entire 33 heavens would be drowned in the flames of war. Yet there was nothing that could withstand the erosion of time. Slowly, the ancient races declined. The monster race was far luckier. At least they survived until the present. And now, for the last several billions of years, The 33 heavens had become the world of the spiritas, saints, and humans. But as more time passed, of these three great races, humanity also began to slowly decline. In particular, in the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, humanity had suffered a catastrophic attack. Only the divine realm, under the leadership of Empyrean Divine Seal, had been able to obtain an arduous victory, managing to continue until now. Of course, in the eyes of the saints, humanity was barely managing to hold on to a feeble and pathetic existence. The annihilation of humanity was only a matter of time. At this time, in the massive silver fortress, a tall youth in white robes was reclining in a luxurious chair. A glazed wine glass was in his hands, gently dangling and swaying. Within the wine glass the bright red liquid rippled, looking like blood. Beneath the white-robed youth, a beautiful maid draped in the thinnest silks was kneeling on the ground, massaging his legs with even and strong strokes. From her rhythm it was clear she was extremely skilled at this. This white-robed youth was the good fortune saint's son. Humanity! A dark and playful smile appeared on the good fortune saint's son's face. He drank the rest of the wine, a bit of the red liquid dripping down the corners of his lips and making him look fierce. To allow you to linger on for 3.6 billion years, it's about time for your era to come to an end. As for the monster and demon races, if you obey me, then there will still be a small place for you to stand and assist my people. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as the humans. As the good fortune saint's son spoke, there was a cracking sound as the glazed wine glass in his hands was crushed to shards. The good fortune saint's son rose up. His cloak fell down and the maid at his feet also quickly bowed her head to the floor. The good fortune saint strode towards a porthole. At this time, outside the porthole he could see countless spirit ships in the air. These spirit ships carried heroes and elites from all over that the monster race had invited. Amongst the many spirit ships, giant monsters stood up around the heaven-lifting black pagoda. All around the heaven-lifting black pagoda flew flood dragons, blue luans, and many other spirit beasts that had bloodline relations to god beasts. These spirit beasts were all raised by the monster race. The monster race were not lacking such spirit beasts. The monster race even had true god beasts in their ranks. And these god beasts had often already cultivated to the boundary where they could take human form. Those with poorer bloodlines were inferior to Empyreans, but there were also god beasts with top royal bloodlines that were second only to the monster emperor in terms of strength or status. Many human Empyreans have also arrived. It seems they want to struggle for the support of the demon and monster races before their grand calamity truly arrives. The good fortune saint's son rubbed his chin, a diabolical smile crossing his face. This is also fun. During the monster emperor's longevity feast, I will have them all thoroughly lose heart. I will have the demon and monster races clearly demonstrate their alliances and crush all the fantasies that those old geezers of humanity have. At this time, the doors of the grand hall were pushed open and a charming voice sounded out. Ho ho ho! Holy Son, Your Highness! If you wish to complete such a matter, it isn't difficult at all. Behind the good fortune saint's son, a young girl wearing a rainbow-colored robe of feathers entered the room with a smile. That old man from the monster race already favors us. As for Empyrean Demon Dawn, he has no strong opinion on the matter. His only worries are that the little granddaughter of his will not be obedient and agree to the marriage. But with Your Highness Holy Son's methods, isn't dealing with a little girl that's just 100 years old an incredibly easy matter? The rainbow-clothed young girl said, her expression and voice full of jealousy that the good fortune saint's son was about to conquer yet another woman. The good fortune saint's son laughed. This Xiao Maxian has quite the character. She won't be easy to win over, but only women with character are worthy of conquering. Ha ha ha! As the good fortune saint's son spoke, he wrapped his hand around the rainbow-clothed young girl's snake-like waist and pulled her into the opulent chair beneath him. For the monster emperor's grand longevity feast, heroes and rivals were gathered together. It wasn't just Empyrean Demon Dawn and Empyrean Divine Dream, but soon after Empyrean Vast Universe, Dark Demon Monarch, and other such great figures of the human race began to arrive one after another at the core of the monster race. With so many grand figures, it was impossible for the monster emperor to greet them all. He could only send high-level figures to meet them and arrange them separately. However, for an important guest like Empyrean Demon Dawn, the monster emperor went to personally greet him. At this time, within heaven-lifting Black Pagoda, monster concubine Arches was already leading Empyrean Demon Dawn, Xiao Maxian, and their subordinates to the main hall of the Black Pagoda. And in this main hall there was a 1,000-foot-long table made from pure white jade. Set out on top of the table were all sorts of spirit foods that had an astronomical price. If a mortal ate these spirit foods, they would live for several hundred years more, and if a martial artist were to partake in this food, their body would grow strong and healthy and their inner world would be nourished. It was extremely beneficial. Brother Demon Dawn, haha. I haven't seen you for such a long time. The monster emperor had a close and tight relationship with Empyrean Demon Dawn. As Empyrean Demon Dawn passed through the doors, the monster emperor quickly strode forwards to greet him. It's only been 20 years. This time, I went into seclusion for just 20 years and came out especially for my silly brother's longevity feast. Empyrean Demon Dawn chuckled in return. Like this, the two of them sat across from each other in the seats of honor. As for Xiao Maxian and monster concubine Arches, they sat down according to their status. During the reception, after the monster emperor exchanged 3 cups of wine with Empyrean Demon Dawn, his attention inevitably shifted onto Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian was the proudest daughter of heaven from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Looking at the entire monster race and demon race, there had been no juniors who could compare with her martial talent for the last billion years. Moreover, she was closely related to the monster race and demon race, as well as being the key reason for the alliance between the two races. It was natural that the monster emperor would pay close attention to Xiao Maxian's growth. Now that Xiao Maxian had returned from the Azura Road, by all rights he should ask her some questions. Xianxia, this time in the Azura Road, what harvests have you had? Come and tell us all. Your cultivation has risen quite rapidly. Xiao Maxian's cultivation speed was number 1 within the entire divine realm. At 26 years of age, she had broken through the middle divine sea realm. Even the Lin Ming from that time was left in the dust by her. Now that Xiao Maxian had reached the late divine lord realm, she was just half a step from becoming a holy lord. This cultivation was certainly high. But what was strange was that everyone could faintly feel that Xiao Maxian's aura wasn't as strong as they thought it would be. In fact, it could even be considered a little small and weak. This surprised the monster emperor. In his experience, this sort of situation in truth meant that Xiao Maxian's combat strength wasn't formidable at all. For a peerless genius, their combat strength amongst others of their realm was far, far more important than their cultivation speed. If one's cultivation was low but they could jump ranks to fight, this indicated that they had tremendous potential. But if one's cultivation was high and their strength was only on par with those of their realm, that was a sign they would only be able to cultivate for another realm or two before exhausting all their potential. As the monster emperor looked over Xiao Maxian's situation, it seemed a bit similar to the second possibility. This left the monster emperor worried. Some geniuses had amazing potential when they were young, but slowly, as they grew, their potential would exhaust itself. This was not good news at all. This was why, after being asked such a question by the monster emperor, Xiao Maxian tensed up. She had been using all of her strength to suppress the pure yang energy within her, and also to maintain the appearance of her primordial yin energy, so that the supreme elders present wouldn't discover the changes within her. Xiao Maxian suppressed her racing heart and forcefully spoke out with a calm tone. Your Majesty, monster emperor flatters Xianxia too much. My talent is low and I haven't had many fortuitous encounters in the Azura Road these past years. I simply cultivated in an orderly manner and managed to obtain several stalks of immortal grass so that my cultivation speed rose by a great deal. However, in truth, I'm afraid that my strength hasn't increased by much. If I had to say, then I must admit that I have wasted away my time in these past years. I have failed the hopes of your Majesty and am deeply ashamed. Xiao Maxian concealed the heaven-shaking fortuitous encounters she experienced in the Azura Road. This was because with her pregnancy, her strength had sharply fallen. In addition, she also had to suppress the pure yang energy within herself, making it so that she could only summon a pitiful amount of power. Whether it was how her condition looked from the outside or how her situation really was, the truth was that in the end Xiao Moxian's strength was lacking right now. In this situation, if Xiao Moxian were to speak about the fortuitous encounters she experienced in Tragic Death Valley or the final trial, she simply wouldn't be able to explain it. If she had so many fortuitous encounters, how could she be so weak? Thus, she could only say that she had wasted away her time cultivating in the Azura Road. Hearing Xiao Moxian's words, Empyrean Demon Dawn felt a little awkward. No matter how it was said, Xiao Moxian was his granddaughter and was also closely related to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. As for the monster race, Xiao Moxian could only be considered a granddaughter to them from her mother's side, and their relations were a bit further apart. If Xiao Moxian's performance in the Azura Road wasn't wonderful at all, and not only did she not increase her potential, but instead wasted her talent, Empyrean Demon Dawn would naturally feel ashamed. Haha, Xianxia is too modest. The rise in your cultivation alone is already extraordinary. Looking at the entire divine realm, who could compare with Xianxia's cultivation at such a young age? As for those several stalks of immortal grass, they should be on the level of transcendent divine medicines, right? In terms of combat strength, Xianxia should also be able to contend with a peak Holy Lord martial artist. The Monster Emperor slowly said as he placed down the copper cup in his hand. According to common sense, if a martial artist at the late divine realm, close to a half-step Holy Lord, was able to jump up a boundary and fight with a peak Holy Lord, this martial artist would be considered a shockingly rare talent. But for a monstrous genius like Xiao Moxian who couldn't be explained by common sense, such an achievement wasn't anything at all. Rather, one could say these expectations were quite low. In the Monster Emperor's eyes, Xiao Moxian should be able to barely contend with a weak world king. Only then would this match her previous performances. Facing the Monster Emperor's questions, Xiao Moxian felt a pained bitterness. In her weakened state, she might not even be able to deal with a peak Holy Lord. And if she really couldn't deal with a peak Holy Lord, the matter of her grandfather losing face would only be a minor consequence. What she worried about was that someone would think there was something strange going on with her and decide to inspect her inner world for problems. If that happened, everything would be over. But at this time, a high yet harsh voice echoed out, dripping with unfriendliness. I think that your majesty is too generous with Miss Xianxia, let alone a peak Holy Lord. I'm afraid she will find it difficult to deal with a late Holy Lord martial artist. For Miss Xianxia to go to the Azura Road this time, perhaps it really must have been a mistake. Or, maybe Miss Xianxia has exhausted all of her potential. If so, then even if she didn't go to the Azura Road, I fear nothing would have changed. When these words were spoken, the entire welcoming reception fell into utter silence. Everyone looked towards the origin of the voice. The one speaking was Monster Concubine Arches. At this time, Monster Concubine Arches had just finished eating a beautiful spirit fruit and was using a handkerchief of divine silk to wipe her cherry-red lips. Her movements were careful and delicate, like she was rubbing an exquisite jade sculpture. Such a scene was originally filled with an aesthetic sense, but when combined with the words she had just spoken, it caused the previously slightly embarrassed Empyrean Demon Dawn's complexion to darken. Even if Xiao Moxian's potential had indeed been exhausted, no one was allowed to speak of it. Concubine Arches, what are you trying to do? Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was ice cold. He had always been an aggressive individual and was very fond of Xiao Moxian, doting on her a great deal. So how could he allow his own granddaughter to be insulted like this? According to what Concubine Arches says, Xianxia isn't amazing at all. Then let me ask you, in your Hydra clan, are there any juniors in Xianxia's realm that can compete with her? If there are, then bring them out to fight. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were forceful and menacing. As he said them, Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten. She didn't think that the situation would devolve to such a scene. If she really did have to fight, then that would undoubtedly be extremely bad. This monster Concubine Arches, just what had she done to offend her? A woman with such a status shouldn't be trying to needle her at every possible moment during such a grand event. Even the Monster Emperor faintly frowned. He shouted, "Concubine Arches, just what kind of words are you saying? Even for an unrivaled genius, there will always be periods where they lag behind, but none of that matters as long as they can continue to display magnificent results in the future. Moreover, even if Xianxia does lag beyond, she still far surpasses all other geniuses of her age. It's only that the expectations we've placed on her are far too heavy." The monster emperor's words could be called returning a bit of face to Xiao Moxian and Empyrean Demon Dawn. But monster concubine Arches didn't seem to appreciate this kindness. It was like she had taken the wrong medicine today, causing every single one of her words to be filled with explosive provocation. She faintly smiled and continued to say, "Your Majesty, the monster emperor need not take offense. This concubine was simply carelessly speaking. Throughout the endless ages there have been many talents who have lagged behind for a small period of time but maintained their glorious rise afterwards. But there have also been many geniuses who have failed afterwards, their potential being completely exhausted and vanishing from sight. What Empyrean Demon Dawn said is true. There is no genius in my clan that can compete with Miss Xianxia. Indeed, in the past there was one such genius who could. He went to the Azura Road together with Miss Xianxia and afterwards he didn't return. Even the life-soul jade slip he kept in the clan had been shattered." Monster concubine Arches' words were cold and critical. Upon hearing them, Xiao Moxian froze. She finally realized just why monster concubine Arches had been targeting her at every opportunity. So it was because of this, the genius of the monster race that they had sent to accompany her to the Azura Road, Monster Prince Duyu, had come from the same clan as monster concubine Arches. That's right. Monster Prince Duyu was from the Hydra clan. Xiao Moxian thought, her heart bitter. At God-Burying Ridge, Monster Prince Duyu hadn't liked Lin Ming at all. When Lin Ming was being chased by Mr. Zhou, Imperial Prince Naki, and the others, Monster Prince Duyu was afraid that he would be sucked into his mess, and thus he had suggested that their group rid themselves of Lin Ming, and then he and Xiao Moxian could follow the group and leave. This was also because he was hoping that Mr. Zhou would find and kill Lin Ming. But then Xiao Moxian had stubbornly stuck together with Lin Ming, causing Monster Prince Duyu's plan to fail. After that, Xiao Moxian was forced into tragic Death Valley with Lin Ming and had not heard any news of Monster Prince Duyu since. In fact, she had nearly forgotten about him. Now that she heard concubine Arches' words, it was clear that Monster Prince Duyu had died in the Azura Road, and he had likely been killed at God-Burying Ridge. In Xiao Moxian's heart, this Monster Prince Duyu was an unimportant character. But to the monster race, he was indeed a genius, especially to concubine Arches' Hydra clan. He had been a direct descendant. Amongst the younger generation of the Hydra clan, Monster Prince Duyu had been the most outstanding junior there was. But he had died in the Azura Road. How could monster concubine Arches not be sad about this? How could she not be angry? Hearing monster concubine Arches mention Monster Prince Duyu once more, the monster emperor's complexion darkened. "Concubine Arches, are you trying to put the blame of Duyu's death atop of Xianxia? As the head of the harem, how could you not understand the simple truths of the world? The Azura Road smelting trial is originally filled with perilous risks, and life and death are both decided by one's destiny. If Duyu died in the Azura Road, then the only one that can be blamed is him for lacking in destiny. It had nothing to do with Xianxia. Do you think that Duyu was killed by Xianxia? Ho ho ho! You are asking what responsibility she has? Don't you know that Xiao Moxian is nothing but a little witch that loves to draw disasters upon herself? As soon as she arrived at the Azura Road, she provoked a city lord, causing the city lord to fight Old Blue, the guardian that the monster and demon races sent to protect Xiao Moxian and Duyu. In the end, both of them were wounded. At this time, according to Duyu's original intentions, he should have returned to the divine realm. If he came back then, there wouldn't have been any problem at all. But what did Xiao Moxian do? She took advantage of the time when Old Blue was closed up in seclusion recovering from his wounds and ran away. After that, because Duyu was worried she would encounter some accident, he went to find her and finally tracked her down after a great deal of hardship. But even after suffering so much to find her, she didn't listen to Duyu's advice at all and refused to return. Finally, because Duyu was concerned for her safety, he followed her and ended up dying. After that, Xianxia actually managed to come back safely all by herself. If she had some amazing accomplishments, then I would have nothing to say. But what did she do in those dozens of years at the Azura Road? Is she strong? Her cultivation is high, but her foundation is absolute garbage. The more monster concubine Arques spoke, the more zealous and vehement her words became. Her eyes were like knives as she glared at Xianxia. Xianxia paled. Concubine Arques, the matter is not as simple as you think. I never asked you to follow me. When Xianxia went to the Azura Road, she had indeed stirred up a city lord. But that wasn't because she had provoked him on purpose, but because her results in the smelting trial were too outstanding and the rare reward she obtained was coveted by the city lord. Following that, Xianxia had indeed shown her wild side and refused to return to the divine realm. But while Monster Prince Duyu did follow her, it wasn't because he was worried about her safety but because he had other plans. Monster Prince Duyu wanted to obtain Xianxia. However, Xianxia had already long been annoyed by him. Yet no matter how much she tried, she couldn't get rid of his nagging presence. Of course, monster concubine Arques absolutely wouldn't listen to any of this. Ho ho ho! Did you all hear that? She didn't want Duyu to follow her. It was only that Duyu was worried for her safety and tried to help her. To think a dog you feed with such painstaking care would bite you in return. The more monster concubine Arques spoke, the coarser and ruder her words become. Empyrean Demon Dawn suddenly humphed coldly. As he did, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing all of the platters and dishes on the table to jump up. Enough! For a time, everyone calmed down. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes burned as he looked at monster concubine Arques. His voice was as cold as the winters of the 9 nether hells. I don't know what happened, nor do I care. I also do not care to listen to your explanation or sieners. I will only ask you one thing. Just what are you trying to do? As a top Empyrean within the entire divine realm, Empyrean Demon Dawn was only inferior to a handful of people. Once his anger was aroused, his momentum could stir up stormy seas and monstrous waves. In the entire main hall, all of the martial artists were covered underneath this horrifying pressure, all of them gasping for breath. As for monster concubine Arques, she bore the brunt of this pressure. Even though she was a half-step Empyrean, she still found the aura difficult to withstand. And this was with Empyrean Demon Dawn suppressing his aura. If he fully released his aura, it would be a dream for monster concubine Arques to continue sitting where she was. But this monster concubine Arques was also a ruthless and vicious character. In the harem that was filled with blood-drenched competition, she had managed to climb up to the top. She was an inherently aggressive character, and even facing Empyrean Demon Dawn's pressure, she didn't flinch at all. Instead, she coldly said, I want Xianxia to meet my palm. I will suppress the strength within my palm to that of a peak holy lord. Didn't His Majesty say that Xianxia could contend with a peak holy lord martial artist? Then, for her to meet my palm won't be difficult at all. After this palm, I will no longer investigate this matter. No matter what achievements Xianxia has, no matter what her status is in the future, even if she becomes the ruler of the monster race, that will have nothing to do with me. Although monster concubine Arches' latter words seemed free and daring, the truth was that it was all a show. This was because the monster emperor still had an extremely long life ahead of him. Although monster concubine Arques was much younger than the monster emperor, her cultivation was inferior to his, and it was hopeless for her to break into the Empyrean realm in the future. She would never outlive the monster emperor, and let alone Xianxia ruling the monster race. Even if she did, monster concubine Arques would have already died of old age by then. She simply didn't need to fear Xianxia at all. A palm strike from a peak holy lord? Empyrean Demon Dawn coldly smiled. He looked at Xianxia. Siener, meet her palm. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice did not brook any disobedience. He believed that it was impossible for Xianxia to be unable to block Imperial Concubine Arches' strike when she had suppressed her cultivation. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if Xianxia's strength was lacking and she was wounded to the point she spat blood, that would only be losing a bit of face. there would be no harm to her life. As for any hidden wounds left behind, with Xiao Moxian's unique physique she could quickly recover. Grandfather, Xiao Moxian felt bitter over the situation. In her peak state, let alone the strike of someone that had suppressed their strength to that of a peak holy lord. If she tried her best she could even withstand a strike from a great world king. But currently, she was pregnant. It was impossible for her to transfer too much strength. Hearing Xiao Moxian's timid tone, Emperor Demandon's complexion became cold and gloomy. He always spoke in a strong manner and no one dared to refuse his orders. In such a scene, how could he possibly allow his momentum to be weakened? The strike of a peak holy lord. You won't even meet it? Emperor Demandon's tiger-bright eyes looked at Xiao Moxian, a burning anger growing within them. In his impression, Xiao Moxian was someone that didn't fear the heavens or earth. Her character was just like Emperor Demandon's when he was young. Thus Emperor Demandon was extremely affectionate towards her. Not only did his granddaughter possess a top-ranked talent in the divine realm, he also approved of her disposition and way of living. But today, Emperor Demandon would never have imagined that facing the arrogant taunting of monster concubine Arches, Xiao Moxian would endure her insults. This caused Emperor Demandon to feel as if he had lost all faith. Xiao Moxian hadn't made much progress in the Azura Road, and whether it was because of destiny or her potential was lacking, that wasn't something she could control. But now, she didn't dare to face a palm from monster concubine Arches. This was a matter of her courage. As a top talent of the divine realm, the late divine lord Xiao Moxian didn't even dare to meet the palm of a peak holy lord. This caused anger to surge in Emperor Demandon's heart. He struggled to contain it. Ho ho ho! Xiao Moxian, if you don't dare to meet my palm, then you can apologize to my clan and also mourn for Duyu for 1 year. After that, I will consider the matter finished and won't pursue it any longer. After hearing monster concubine Arches' words, Emperor Demandon was on the verge of violently storming out. He looked at Xiao Moxian, the anger in his eyes brewing like a volcano ready to explode. Xiao Moxian's face paled. The corners of her lips twitched. She took a deep breath and said, "Fine. Then I will meet your palm." It wasn't that she feared Emperor Demandon's anger, but that she couldn't observe mourning for monster Prince Duyu. The so-called observing mourning for 1 year meant that within this year, one couldn't drink, have sex, or have any other forms of entertainment, all in order to express one's sorrow and grieving. To Xiao Moxian this wasn't difficult at all. She could easily go into seclusion for a year. But to observe mourning, that was something only done by children for their parents or a wife for her husband. If Xiao Moxian were to observe mourning for monster Prince Duyu, the reason would not be because of the former, but because of the latter. This was an impossible choice for her. As monster concubine Arches spoke, even the monster emperor frowned. He felt that monster concubine Arches had stepped over the line. Emperor Demandon coldly snorted. His expression calmed down as he slowly sat back in his seat. In the great hall, monster concubine Arches created a force field, isolating the space within. Within this space, there was only her and Xiao Moxian. Facing Xiao Moxian, monster concubine Arches jeered with hatred. "You killed Duyu and all I need is for you to meet my palm. How easy for you." As monster concubine Arches spoke, she stretched out her slender right hand. With a crackling sound, scales began to form over her skin and her fingertips turned into sharp nails. For a time, the origin energy around monster concubine Arches started to wildly gather about her. Xiao Moxian didn't say a word, simply quietly withstanding monster concubine Arches' pressure. At this time, monster concubine Arches had already suppressed her energy to that of a peak holy lord. Concerning this, monster concubine Arches didn't play any tricks. Otherwise Emperor Demandon would stop her. After 4 or 5 breaths of time, monster concubine Arches suddenly moved. Behind her, a massive black phantom appeared. This black phantom was a hydra. Monster concubine had activated the power of the hydra bloodline within her, a potent poison gas, thick with the power of darkness, erupted from within monster concubine Arches. These strengths had reached an extremely high boundary of laws, far surpassing those of a holy lord. Although monster concubine Arches had suppressed her cultivation to that of a peak holy lord, she hadn't limited her skill in laws or any other aspects. With a peak holy lord cultivation and activating the strength of her Hydra bloodline as well as using the limits of her laws, the power of this strike was equal to that of an ordinary world king. In particular, that poisonous power was especially horrifying. The concept of poison was an extremely bizarre and unconventional concept for martial artists to learn. When a mortal used poison, it was often refined from some poisonous plants, insects, snakes, or other such creatures. For a high-level martial artist, the poisons they used were refined from poisonous heavenly materials or taken from the corpses of dangerous poisonous creatures. The toxicity of these things could not be compared to common poisons. And a step above that, when one reached monster concubine Arches boundary and their concept of poison reached large success, the poison would no longer be a material thing but a type of energy. Once she started using her poison-type cultivation method, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy would transform into an incredibly poisonous and corrosive energy. An Empyrean poison master could even turn an entire world into a world of poison energy, making the whole world a death trap. In her battle against Xianxia, monster concubine had used her poison laws. If she managed to wound Xianxia, it would be easy for these poisons to remain in her body, continually causing damage. This was an extremely cruel and sinister move. Xianxia, let me see how you block my strike. Monster concubine Arches coldly sneered. The current Xianxia had a messy foundation and her strength was a complete mess. For her to block this strike was nothing more than a dream, because the power behind it had already exceeded the limit of her strength. Xianxia's thoughts focused. In truth, she had already expected that this monster concubine Arches, who loathed her, would not let her off so easily. But she never thought that monster concubine Arches would be ruthless enough to use such a dangerous poison technique. Xianxia naturally didn't fear these poisons, but the embryo within her wouldn't be able to withstand them. Xianxia would not allow her unborn child to be harmed, not even in the slightest. Xianxia was in a critically bad situation. Not only did she have to conceal all the secrets within her body, but she also had to block the strike. It was simply impossible. She grit her teeth. Then, endless pure black flames wildly rolled up from all directions, billowing towards Xianxia. At the same time, the phantom of a dark phoenix manifested behind Xianxia. This dark phoenix was incomparably clear, each feather revealing the most minute texture and detail. The moment that the dark phoenix appeared, the limitless black flames became far more terrifying. These flames seemed to contain a wild and uncontrollable momentum of the great Tao that could burn down the world, one that originated from the most ancient of times. These roaring flames came from the spirit of the undying inferno that she defeated at the Azura Road's final trial. The tumultuous flames were swallowed up within Xianxia. The nirvanic flames within her had already added in the might of the Azura heavenly Tao. This mysterious and ancient strength surpassed the knowledge of everyone present. Even the many other world kings and half-step Empyreans present widened their eyes as they saw these black flames, their hearts shaking. These flames, how is this possible? The monster emperor had originally been leaning back in his seat. As he saw these flames appear, his entire body tensed and he sat up straight. No matter how one saw it, it seemed that Xianxia was sick and her strength was weak. But no one would have imagined that when facing monster concubine Arches, the aura of flames around her body would actually explode to such terrifying heights. This is... Empyrean Demondon's eyes blazed brightly. The flames that Xianxia released were in truth not that strong, but the law concepts were extremely high. She had already steadily entered into the 7th level concept of the fire laws. To possess a higher boundary in the laws was another matter. As long as one's talent was high enough and with the accumulation of time, then even a peak fire attribute great world king would be able to steadily enter the 7th level concept of the fire laws. But what surprised Empyrean Demondon the most was that the quality of these flames had reached an inconceivable degree. Different flames had different qualities. The lowest rank was fire used by mortals. Then, going up rank after rank, Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames were nearly the highest rank flames possible. Yet now, the flames that Xiao Moxian displayed seemed to have used the nirvanic flames as a foundation and gone a level further. An incomprehensible strength had fused together with the nirvanic flames, adding on a finishing touch. Empyrean Demon Dawn originally thought that Xiao Moxian had wasted away her time cultivating in the Azura Road. But now it seemed that things weren't as simple as they appeared. Perhaps she can really block it. Even the normally calm and dignified Empyrean Demon Dawn was excited when it came to the future growth of his granddaughter. His heart tightened. So what if the quality of your flames is high? You are still weak. Monster concubine Arches struck out with her palm. Besides suppressing her cultivation, she had pushed all other aspects to their limit. Chi. A dreadful darkness and power of poison erupted outwards. Even space itself was melted by this poison. Xiao Moxian was surrounded by the poison energy. As long as this poison energy gathered, even a top spirit artifact would be corroded to slag. A normal martial artist would be melted away without even their bones remaining. As everyone was expecting Xiao Moxian to use her fire laws that contained a strange strength to burn away the poison energy, what actually happened left them all startled. Xiao Moxian didn't explode with her nirvanic flames. Rather, she used the nirvanic flames to protect her body and forcefully withstand monster concubine Arch's strike. Empyrean Demon Dawn frowned. This sort of combat method was simply the same as passively sitting there and being smacked around. Why didn't she counterattack? Even if Xiao Moxian wasn't strong enough, even if her counterattack would definitely fail and even result in her being injured, she still shouldn't weaken her momentum and allow others to bully her. Chi. The radiant nirvanic flames turned most of the clouds of poison energy into nothing. After fusing with the Azura Heavenly Tao, Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames were now of an extremely high quality. However, she could only move a limited amount of strength. One reason was because the embryo within her possessed the bloodlines of a dragon and phoenix, and had also inherited the power of the Azura blood. Thus it was absorbing too much energy from her. And a second reason was that she had to use a great deal of her strength to conceal the pure yang energy within her and maintain the semblance of her primordial yin energy. In this situation, how could Xiao Moxian withstand monster concubine's poisonous strike which utilized the laws of a half-step Empyrean? The black nirvanic flames were slowly weakened by the endless poison energy. In that moment, Xiao Moxian's protective true essence was also slowly being corroded by the poison energy. Chi. After the poison energy corroded Xiao Moxian's protective true essence, it began to invade her meridians and blood vessels, even corroding her blood. Strands of black energy began to multiply within her blood. Even her marrow was contained by this poison energy. It was as if drops of acid were being injected into her. Extremely agonizing. However, Xiao Moxian grit her teeth. All the energy she could summon was quietly transferred to her inner world, protecting the unborn life within her. Xiao Moxian's entire body was being corroded by poison energy. The agonizing pain of her blood being burned by poison was beyond description. This sort of pain was the same as having concentrated acid mixed into her blood, as if her marrow was crackling like heated oil. She gripped her fists, withstanding the waves of pain. All of her remaining essence was used to protect her inner world. With things having come this far, she could only quietly continue in hopes that she wouldn't be discovered. Otherwise, the matter of her pregnancy would become known. Black blood began to drip from the sides of Xiao Moxian's lips. As this black blood flowed out, Xiao Moxian's heart skipped a beat and her complexion changed. The baby in her stomach was connected to her own bloodline. If her blood was corroded by the poison to the point of turning black, no matter how much energy she summoned, she would not be able to cut off the streams of black blood from entering the baby within her. The fetus was at its earliest developmental stage. Xiao Moxian absolutely could not allow it to be affected. Ignoring the violent poison energy all around her, she forcefully revolved the nirvanic flames within her body and had the terrifying burning heat flood her blood vessels, crazily burning away the poison energy. For a time, Xiao Moxian's body became a battlefield. The poison energy intensely fought with the nirvanic flames. The pressure on Xiao Moxian's mortal body could be imagined. Even though she had a half-god beast body, withstanding such pressure still caused her blood vessels to explode and blood to shoot out. Monster concubine Arques grinned as she saw this. She could faintly feel that Xiao Moxian wouldn't be able to last much longer. Just as she was about to put forth more energy, a furious voice slammed into her ears like a thunderclap. "Fuck off!" With an explosive sound, monster concubine Arques felt a tyrannical and fierce strength rush into her body, causing her to violently shake and directly smashing her away. Pong! Monster concubine Arques was blown away and sent crashing into the table. Countless glazed dishes and bowls were shattered, and her entire body was drenched in the dregs of spirit foods and spirit drinks, making her look extremely miserable. Seeing this, the monster emperor thought of moving. But in the end he didn't. He let out a long breath. He never thought that today's welcoming reception would have such a scene. In a pile of debris, monster concubine Arques propped herself up on her arms, gnashing her teeth as she looked at Empyrean Demon Dawn. Facing the angry and mighty Empyrean Demon Dawn, it was impossible to say she wasn't afraid. The savage battles of the demon and monster races were far more barbaric than those of the humans. If the races of the divine realm were compared to those of the mortal world, then the monster and demon races were comparable to primitive nomadic tribes and barbarians. For a battle to suddenly occur at a banquet wasn't strange at all. Even if Empyrean Demon Dawn were to heavily wound monster concubine Arques, that would also be a likely possibility. One move has already passed. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice held a faint trace of killing intent. Monster concubine Arques stood up from the mess, circulating the energy within her, and using the power of darkness to clean away the food that stained her. Soon, her clothes seemed as if they were completely new. As for Xian Moxian, her face was still wan. A great deal of monster concubine Arches poison was still in her body. Empyrean Demon Dawn looked at Xiao Moxian and suddenly walked over to her. "Grandfather!" Xiao Moxian held her breath. The poison that monster concubine Arques left behind within her wasn't fatal at all. Resting for a day would have been more than enough to completely recover. But now that she was pregnant, everything had become far more complicated. If Empyrean Demon Dawn helped, then he could certainly rid her body of all of the poison instantly. But there was a 100% likelihood that the secret of her pregnancy would be discovered. When Empyrean Demon Dawn was 100 feet away from her, Xiao Moxian subconsciously stepped back. Her heart had caught in her throat. She was unable to find any excuses to refuse her grandfather's help. At this time, Empyrean Demon Dawn had already reached out a hand towards her. "Xianer, what are you hiding from me?" Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was filled with fury. He had already felt that something was wrong, but he just didn't truly suspect Xiao Moxian. However, when he saw Xiao Moxian use her nirvanic flames, as well as her strange actions that didn't conform to her normal behavior, he had confirmed that she was hiding something. "In the Azura Road? Just what happened to you?" Empyrean Demon Dawn grabbed onto Xiao Moxian's arm. Xiao Moxian's heart shrank. Suddenly, she felt it nearly impossible to breathe. It was no longer possible to hide the truth. She was like a puppet directly held by Empyrean Demon Dawn. As Empyrean Demon Dawn's energy rushed into her blood vessels, Xiao Moxian felt the world slow down to a crawl. All sight and sound seemed to fall away. Chi chi chi. A black vortex appeared in Empyrean Demon Dawn's palm. In just a moment, all of the poison within Xiao Moxian was swallowed up by the black vortex. This was Empyrean Demon Dawn's heaven-absorbing demon art. The poison was eliminated and the agonizing pain in her body also disappeared. But compared to the suffering in her heart, that physical pain hadn't been anything at all. Time passed, one breath of time after one breath of time. To Xiao Moxian, every breath of time was as long as a year. She didn't dare to look at Empyrean Demon Dawn's face. She didn't even dare to breathe. As for Empyrean Demon Dawn, he remained completely quiet. As he grabbed Xiao Moxian's arm, a long period of silence passed. Rivulets of sweat dripped down Xiao Moxian's back and forehead. She felt as if she could collapse at any moment. Brother Demon Dawn. At this time, the monster emperor finally spoke up. Before, he had already been suspicious about Xiao Moxian's bodily state. He felt that her primordial yin energy wasn't as steady as it should be, and her energy was in utter chaos. But when he considered that it might be because Xiao Moxian didn't consolidate her foundation in the Azura Road, the monster emperor didn't care too much about this matter. But then, in the battle just now, he saw Empyrean Demon Dawn's expression. The monster emperor seemed to faintly realize what happened. All of you leave. The monster emperor waved his hand and the monster race martial artists began to file out. They never imagined that things would develop to such a degree. When monster concubine Arques and Xiao Moxian had begun to fight, all of them had fallen silent, none of them daring to utter a single word. Whether it was Xiao Moxian or monster concubine Arques, they both had a status far above their own. You also leave. The monster emperor looked at monster concubine Arques. Monster concubine Arques clenched her teeth and silently withdrew. Before she left, she cast a deep look towards Xiao Moxian. She had already faintly guessed what might have happened. Monster concubine Arques possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation, and in the monster race her status was only inferior to that of the monster empress and several great god beasts. She carefully observed Xiao Moxian and had discovered several questionable points. After a time, in the entire hall, there was only Empyrean Demon Dawn, the monster emperor, and Xiao Moxian left. Tell me, who is he? After remaining silent for a long time, Empyrean Demon Dawn finally spoke up. At this time he was like a furious lion. Xiao Moxian trembled. She looked up towards her grandfather. Empyrean Demon Dawn's eyes had turned blood red as if they could swallow her alive. Xiao Moxian bit her lips and remained silent. Good. You don't want to tell me? Fine. Then I'll just refine the bastard in your womb. In any case, a bastard of unknown origin is the shame of my demon race. As Empyrean Demon Dawn spoke, he lifted his left hand. A brilliant black vortex appeared in his palm. This vortex was his heaven-absorbing demon art. As long as this black vortex was thrust into Xiao Moxian's stomach, whether it was the baby's forming soul, its flesh and blood, or its energy, all of it would be devoured without a single speck remaining. Seeing Empyrean Demon Dawn raise his hand, Xiao Moxian closed her eyes and decisively said, Grandfather, if you will do that, then kill me as well. If I cannot protect my child, then I do not wish to live in this world any longer. Xiao Moxian's voice was resolute. The monster emperor's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware that with Xiao Moxian's character, she would stay true to her words. If Empyrean Demon Dawn really did as he threatened, then Xiao Moxian would instantly commit suicide. Brother Demon Dawn, calm down. The monster emperor quickly spoke out. He could feel that this time, Empyrean Demon Dawn was truly angered. In the past, no matter what Xiao Moxian did, Empyrean Demon Dawn would always accommodate her. No matter what trouble she stirred up, no matter who she provoked, he would always play damage control and deal with the aftermath. But this time, she had touched upon his bottom line. The monster emperor feared that in his violent rage, Empyrean Demon Dawn would do something he could not take back. If anything happened to Xiao Moxian, it would be a tremendous loss to the monster and demon races. Even the baby in Xiao Moxian's womb needed further consideration. It had to be known that it was extremely difficult for a god beast to become pregnant, especially for someone like Xiao Moxian. Once they had a child, after that child grew up, they would definitely become an amazingly outstanding individual. To rashly kill such a child was too great a pity. You want to threaten me with your death? Empyrean Demon Dawn's complexion turned cold and grim. In the divine realm, no one can threaten me, not even you. Do you not believe I don't have 100 methods to make it impossible for you to commit suicide? Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was ferocious. But Xiao Moxian was also a stubborn and proud character. She clenched her teeth and said, Even if you have 100 methods to lock in my energy so that I cannot kill myself, it is impossible for you to continue that for the rest of my life. As long as that spell is undone, then I will instantly abandon my meridians and die. Facing Empyrean Demon Dawn, who was roiling with killing intent, no one dared to speak to him like that. Even monster concubine Arches, whose status was in the top 10 of the monster race, didn't dare to say a single word when she was struck to the point of spitting out blood in the face of everyone. It was because when facing the enraged Empyrean Demon Dawn, the pressure was simply too great. No one knew for sure whether or not he would instantly strike to kill at any moment. Hee. Good. You truly are my good granddaughter. Is that little animal really worth you protecting him? That you would threaten me with your own death? Do you think that just because you don't say anything, I won't know? The bloodline of the bastard within you has the aura of a true dragon as well as the aura of a human. When you went to the Azura Road, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Lin Ming also went. Along with the aura of a true dragon and humanity, who else could it be but him? After Empyrean Demon Dawn suddenly mentioned Lin Ming's name, Xiao Moxian trembled and didn't speak again. Xiao Moxian hadn't thought that Empyrean Demon Dawn would know that the father of the child was Lin Ming. But, thinking about it more carefully, even if he did know, then there was nothing he could do. Lin Ming was someone related to humanity's great calamity, and it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call him one of the hopes of humanity. In this case, how could Empyrean Divine Dream allow anything to happen to Lin Ming? Ruthless. Far too ruthless. So it really is him. Empyrean Demon Dawn's killing intent surged out in all directions. That little beast. Even in the tempering grounds of the Azura Road, he still messes around in love affairs like a playboy and even went so far as to deceive my granddaughter. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice shook with rage. At this time the Monster Emperor said, "This Lin Ming, he might have known that my monster race and the demon race were planning to ally with the saints and also knew that Xianxia's marriage was the key to this. Thus, he decided to take advantage of the time he was in the Azura Road and trick Xianxia of her chastity, ruining all our plans before they began. He even left behind a child within Xianxia, making everything an absolute mess. This move of his is ruthless enough." Hearing the Monster Emperor say that all of this was a deliberate plot that Lin Ming had planned, Xiao Moxian was unable to remain silent. She looked towards the Monster Emperor and coldly said, "Monster Emperor, your majesty, you may blame me, but you cannot use such words to frame Lin Ming. Before this, he didn't know that you planned to ally with the saints, nor did he trick me. Me being with him is also on my own initiative." "Shut up." The already enraged Empyrean Demon Dawn suddenly burst out. His fist punched towards Xiao Moxian's stomach. This sudden move caused Xiao Moxian's complexion to change. Even the Monster Emperor held his breath. "Demon Dawn, you dash!" The Monster Emperor was too late to stop Empyrean Demon Dawn. With a loud cracking sound, Xiao Moxian was sent flying away like a broken kite. She felt a terrifying strength pour into her inner world, rushing towards that tiny life within her. "Ah!" Xiao Moxian cried out in panic. A cold sweat ran through her. She thought that Empyrean Demon Dawn planned to kill her child. However, after falling to the ground, Xiao Moxian discovered she wasn't wounded in the least. Rather, she discovered that the power Empyrean Demon Dawn placed within her body had simply formed a group of black energy that locked down her inner world. As for the place the black energy locked down, it was where the fetus within her was. Xiao Moxian paled. "What did you do?" Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't respond. He flicked his fingers, pushing her acupoints and sealing away all her true essence. Then, Xiao Moxian felt sore and weak, as if she had reverted to being a mortal girl. "I do not like being led by the nose." The originally enraged Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice had calmed down. However, his calm voice still gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. "I have placed an energy lock within your stomach. With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to unravel it. With just a single thought from me, the energy lock will collapse and create an energy vortex of the heaven-absorbing demon art, killing the fetus in you. You might have thought that I wouldn't be able to bear destroying such a talented baby, and you are right, I truly cannot bear to do so. But compared to the survival of the monster race and demon race, compared to the future of our people, what can an unborn child be considered as?" The monster and demon races were in a precarious situation, caught in a raging storm all around them. Even if this baby was destined to become a true divinity in the future, This wasn't meaningful to them at all because it was a matter that might occur dozens of millions of years from now. And by that time, the monster and demon races might have been long annihilated in the Great Calamity. Moreover, no one could say whether or not the fetus within Xianxia would be able to become a true divinity in the future. Now, what Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor had to consider first was how to preserve the existence of their monster and demon races. You want to use my child to threaten me? Xianxia looked at Empyrean Demon Dawn, her voice trembling. Originally, I didn't want to force you. But you have left me far too disappointed. Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was deep and resonant. As he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with indisputable anger. You knew long ago that our demon and monster races planned to ally with the saints. Yet you disregarded the interests of your people and gave away your most precious thing to that little beast Lin Ming. Who gave you this right? Everything you have now, your bloodline, your body, all of it was bestowed upon you by the monster and demon races. Do you think that your most precious primordial energy belonged to you alone, that you could give it to whomever you pleased? One's body, their skin, their hair, all of it was granted to them by their parents. In the extremely traditional demon race, in the eyes of Empyrean Demon Dawn, Xianxia's actions were no different from betraying them. Starting from this day forth, you cannot leave. I will seal away your strength. 10 days from now, at the longevity feast, the good fortune saint's son will publicly propose your marriage to me. I want you to agree to it. Otherwise, your child will not live on the 11th day. Empyrean Demon Dawn gloomily said. Xianxia shivered as she heard this. That's right. At the longevity feast 10 days from now, Lin Ming will also be there. When you agree to the marriage proposal, it will also be in front of him, so you had best prepare yourself to do so. And after I seal away your strength, it will be impossible for you to send Lin Ming a sound transmission. Whether you want your child or whether you want your so-called love, make your own choice. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words were knives that stabbed into Xianxia, leaving her heart bleeding. Was there any crueler situation in the world? Her own grandfather was threatening her with the life of his unborn great-grandchild. To have her, in front of the person she loved the most, agree to marry someone she loathed above all. Moreover, she would have no chance to explain the situation to Lin Ming. She would cruelly hurt Lin Ming and then have to face his endless disappointment. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart shrank. As she looked at her own grandfather, she felt that his face had become unfamiliar to her. I will give you one final warning. You absolutely must not think that I cannot bear killing your child. So, do not disobey me anymore. From this day on, forget Lin Ming. As for your child, as long as you do not disobey me, I will do everything in my power to hide it from the saints until it can be born. But the child will also have no relation to Lin Ming. As Empyrean Demon Dawn spoke, he turned and left. And behind Empyrean Demon Dawn, the Monster Emperor shook his head again and again. He said, Xianxia, you are too naive, too pure, too young. I know that you hate your grandfather, but in the future you will come to know that everything he did was for your own good. If he were to allow you to do as you wished, then the alliance between our monster and demon races with the saints will break apart. In the upcoming great calamity, it is likely we will all perish. At that time, just what will you be considered as? Without the roots, just what will you do? Will you just follow Lin Ming around like a grieving dog? Do you know that you aren't even Lin Ming's official wife? Do you believe that Lin Ming will always share the same affection with you in the future? A man's vow is the same as dog shit. The so-called love is nonsense, and sacrificing yourself for love is the height of stupidity. Moreover, if you decide to sacrifice yourself for love, you will also drag down the monster and demon races with you, placing my people, your people, in a perilous state. Knowing this, do you still wonder why your grandfather is so angry today? Even I am disappointed in you. Remember, in a world of martial artists, strength is all. What use is love? Can you eat it? Moreover, it's unknown whether or not that Lin Ming can live for much longer. He reached past his limits and agreed to a 100-year duel with the good fortune saint's son. At that time, even if he doesn't die, he will be beaten into a crippled state. Will you take revenge for him? Do you think he will still be able to take revenge for himself in the future? The saints will not give him the chance. Give up on him. When you become an Empyrean in the future, when you become a true divinity and the world is in your palm, you will understand just how naive you have been. As the monster emperor said this, he also turned and left. Soon, maids pushed open the doors and brought Xianxia away. After passing through several winding corridors, Xianxia was brought to an extremely luxurious room. There were rugs made of peacock feathers, and the smell of incense made of heavenly materials wafted in the air. Even when eating meals or bathing, there were always 8 maids constantly supervising and helping her at all hours. However, there was a single point. After Xianxia entered the room, she wasn't able to take even half a step out again. She had been placed under house arrest here in order to wait for the Monster Emperor's longevity feast 10 days from now. At that time, in front of Lin Ming, she would have to agree to the good fortune Saint Sun's proposal. And what pained her most was that she wasn't able to tell Lin Ming her reasons for doing so. She couldn't even tell him of her pregnancy. And after the longevity feast and even after the child was born, it would have no relations with Lin Ming. He might not even know that he had a child. I have to, before the longevity feast begins, inform Lin Ming of the situation. 3 days later, in a massive silver battleship outside heaven-lifting Black Pagoda, the good fortune Saint Sun sat above a stone bed, deep in meditation. Then, a flame flickered in front of him. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. A brief ray of thought penetrated into the good fortune Saint Sun's spiritual sea along with it. Reading this message, the good fortune Saint Sun grinned. "Your Highness Saint Sun, what are you so happy about?" A rainbow-clothed girl tittered and asked from beside the good fortune Saint Sun. The good fortune Saint Sun narrowed his eyes. He played with the burning embers of the sound-transmitting talisman and leisurely said, "The Monster Emperor has sent me a message. Xianxia has agreed to marry me. As long as I propose at the Longevity Fest, she will agree." "Ho ho ho! Congratulations, Your Highness," the rainbow-clothed girl happily said. "I've already said that Your Highness Saint Sun is a dragon amongst men. There are countless teams of proud daughters among the saints that are just waiting for the Saint Sun to visit them. How could this Xianxia possibly refuse Your Highness? If Your Highness Saint Sun is willing to dual cultivate with her and take her primordial een, that is her good fortune." The rainbow-clothed girl smirked as she spoke. She really did think that Xianxia had obtained a great bargain by being able to latch onto a thigh of the Saint Sun. This was because after the great calamity was over, the saints would capture the divine realm and rule the world. As for the good fortune Saint Sun, he would eventually become the new good fortune Saint Sovereign. At that time, Xianxia would be a favored imperial concubine of the Saint Sovereign, so of course she would easily profit from all this. Humph! This is simply a union of benefits. The Monster Emperor and Empyrean Demon Dawn are both eagerly waiting for me to hand over the method of becoming a true divinity. However, even if I hand over the method to them, their chances of breaking into the true divinity realm are less than 1%, and even if they can, that is something that will only happen dozens of millions of years from now. As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he walked to a window. Looking out the porthole at the Black Pagoda of the monster race, the smile on his face became increasingly wide. At this time, the rainbow-clothed girl reached out from behind the good fortune Saint Sun and held onto his waist. In a spoiled tone she said, "That seductress has a physique that is very suited to dual cultivation, so being able to take her primordial een is extremely beneficial. Although Your Highness Saint Sun has a new love, you shouldn't forget your old flames either." As the rainbow-clothed girl spoke, a hand gently rubbed against the good fortune Saint Sun like a spirit snake. "Ha ha!" The good fortune Saint Sun grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her into his chest. He laughed, saying, "How could I forget the old? You follow me from your heart, but that Xianxia might not be the same. If she knows her limits and takes care of me calmly and without reserve, then I might give her a proper status." As the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he picked up the rainbow-clothed girl and tossed her into the luxurious great chair. As she cried out in shock, The good fortune saint's son had already thrown himself onto her. For a time, the only sounds that filled the room were heated pants and moans. And behind this extravagant and obscene scene, outside of the porthole, the monster race's black pagoda stood tall, standing between the heavens and earth like an ancient dragon rising to the sky. A gray moon hung high in the sky, cold starlight sprinkled down, covering the black pagoda. At the peak of the black pagoda, at a summit that stood 1,000,000 feet up into the air, a black-robed man stood quietly, his gaze looking out 100 miles towards the good fortune saint's son's silver battleship. The black-robed man's looks were cold and decisive. The edges and lines of his face were sharp and distinct. His eyes were like black gems, shining with a profound light. This man was Empyrean Demon Dawn. He had stood here for 3 days and 3 nights, not moving in the least. He was like a black stone sculpture that had stood here since time immemorial. Ha! A faint sigh sounded out from behind Empyrean Demon Dawn. A middle-aged-looking man in a red robe slowly stepped onto the summit. This person was the ruler of the monster race, the Monster Emperor. Demon Dawn, if Xianxia doesn't agree, will you really kill the child in her womb? Empyrean Demon Dawn slightly shook. He turned his head. In the bright moonlight, his profile was illuminated a dark silver gray. He humorlessly chuckled. If you ask such a question, we must first be able to hide the matter of her pregnancy before even considering it. Empyrean Demon Dawn shook his head once more. He loathed Lin Ming from the depths of his heart for stealing away his granddaughter's chastity, and wished that he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. But no matter what happened, the reality was that the child in Xiao Moxian's womb had the bloodline of their monster and demon races. Moreover, when he investigated the child with his energy, he discovered that it was beyond ordinary. The child possessed a true phoenix bloodline and true dragon aura. Moreover, it also possessed a strength he could not understand. Although Empyrean Demon Dawn didn't know what the origin of this strength was, it made his heart inexplicably race. Moreover, this child hadn't formed a true fetus form, and yet it was already able to affect heaven and earth origin energy as well as the laws. This sort of talent was far too terrifying. If the saints discovered the existence of this child, they absolutely would not allow it to be born in the world. They would destroy it before then. The Monster Emperor said, "The energy lock you sealed away Xianxia Stantion with comes from the heaven-absorbing demon art. It can swallow all origin energy as well as the pure yang energy and fetal energy within her. During the longevity feast, as long as Xianxia doesn't reveal any flaws or arouse the suspicions of the saints, she should be able to conceal what happened." When Empyrean Demon Dawn had placed an energy lock within Xiao Moxian, although it was to threaten her, the main purpose was to protect her. We must hide the truth, otherwise the consequences will be inconceivable, Empyrean Demon Dawn grimly said. At the longevity banquet, if Xiao Moxian's pregnancy became known by the good fortune saint's son and also made public there, the results would be unimaginable. This wasn't just a strike against the good fortune saint's son's face. This was completely ripping apart his face. In a situation where the saints were making a marriage alliance with the demon and monster races, the fiancé Xiao Moxian had already been stolen away by the top genius of humanity, Lin Ming, and even carried his child. The good fortune saint's son's head would turn so red it would likely blow up. Everyone under the heavens would laugh and jeer at the good fortune saint's son. Even within the saint race there would absolutely be some people and influences who didn't like the good fortune saint's son and would take advantage of this to stir up chaos. At that time, the good fortune saint's son would be blinded with rage, and it was likely that their alliance would be ruined. It had to be known that compared to the saints, the monster and demon races didn't have much strength at all. The saints didn't necessarily need to ally with the monster and demon races. Their purpose in doing so was to strike at the confidence of humanity so that the saints would suffer fewer losses. But on the other hand, if the monster and demon races didn't ally with the saints, there was a 99% chance that the two races would be exterminated in the Great Calamity. The safest path to take was naturally to kill the child in Xiao Moxian's womb. But Empyrean Demon Dawn was well aware that if he did this, he would lose his granddaughter forever. The next time they met in the future, it would be as blood-sworn enemies. That damned little beast. Empyrean Demon Dawn suddenly gripped his fists, his knuckles crackling. He wished he could tear apart Lin Ming. The truth was that dozens of years ago, not long after Xianxia arrived at the Azura Road, Monster Prince Duyu had sent Old Blue a message which included the news Xianxia was traveling together within someone. Monster Prince Duyu's message had been filled with grievances. At the time, from the clues given, Empyrean Demon Dawn suspected this person was Lin Ming. At that point, whether it was Empyrean Demon Dawn or the Monster Emperor, neither of them ever thought that things would develop to this stage. Lin Ming, Ak. If it wasn't for the Great Calamity, then it would have been appropriate for Xianxia to be with him. But what a pity, the times will not accommodate them. The Great Calamity is soon to arrive and he is too young. I estimate that within the next several hundred years, the true Great Calamity will erupt. At that time, Lin Ming will not be any older than 500 years. A 500-year-old junior, what use will he be in the face of a great calamity that has swept up the fates of two races? He is simply asking for death. The Monster Emperor shook his head. Let alone Lin Ming. Just how much could Empyrean Divine Dream do when faced with the terrifying might of the Saint race? Humph! Live to 500 years? It's already more than enough for him to live long enough to fulfill his 100-year battle with the good fortune Saint's son. Right now, Empyrean Demon Dawn felt bothered whenever Lin Ming's name was mentioned. This wasn't just because Lin Ming had left a massive pile of trouble for them to cover up, but also because Empyrean Demon Dawn felt that Lin Ming had stolen his granddaughter from him. From his previous exchange with Xianxia, he noticed that every time she spoke up it was to help Lin Ming, even opposing her grandfather to do so. How could he not be angered? 100-year battle. I really do hope that Lin Ming can win or at the very least not lose in an ugly manner. But unfortunately, that is impossible, the Monster Emperor said, dark clouds rising in his heart. In the depths of his heart, he certainly hoped that humanity could survive the Great Calamity. After all, when the humans ruled the divine realm, the monster race was able to live on. But if the saints were to rule the divine realm, it was unknown what their situation would be. Even though the Monster Emperor knew this logic, he had no other choice he could make. When one was weaker than someone else, they could only bow their head in defeat. Empyrean Demon Dawn let out a deep sigh. He looked in the distance, his eyes filled with bleak sorrow. Facing the changing momentum of the world, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was like becoming an Empyrean was all in vain. Whether it was his granddaughter's happiness or the future of the monster and demon races, everything was spiraling out of his control. If this was all he could accomplish in the entirety of his life, that was truly too much of a failure. Oh! As Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor were at a loss for what path to take, in Xianxia's room, the entire chamber was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. A 100-square-foot pool was filled with scintillating flower petals. The air was blurry with mist. Miss, please undress. Several maids wearing thin gauze knelt on the ground, each of them holding a variety of bathing tools as they waited upon Xianxia. Looking at the carefully mixed pool of water, Xianxia's demeanor was blasé. She removed her layers of clothing, revealing a perfect body. She gently lifted her right foot, her pearly toes stepping onto the walls of the pool. Her snow-white legs were so enchanting that they left one blinded with beauty. She slowly stepped into the pool, her body sinking in. The mist was like a dream. Xianxia submerged herself in the pool. The several maids respectfully walked near Xianxia, taking off their thin gauze clothes and stepping into the pool with her, beginning to help wipe down her body. Her porcelain-perfect skin dripped with crystalline beads of water. Her body was like a flower collecting the morning dew, leaving one mesmerized. Miss, please take this off. Several maids wanted to help Xianxia wash her chest, but strung at her chest was a strangely exotic necklace. With this necklace in the way, it was naturally inconvenient to wash her chest. You leave, I will wash myself. Xianxia frowned, as if she were unhappy that these maids were touching her chest. The several maids panicked as they saw Xianxia become somewhat disgruntled. Leave! Xianxia's voice was harsh, but her right hand grasped her necklace, holding it tight. To Xiao Maxian, this necklace held extraordinary significance. But, miss, the several maids kneeled in the water, confusion and panic coloring their faces. The monster emperor had commanded them to not allow Xiao Maxian to leave their line of sight for even a single moment. Although it was said to be serving her, the truth was that it was monitoring her. With Xiao Maxian's character, she wouldn't sit around and do nothing. She would try everything within her power to make something happen. If no one was watching over her at all moments, who knew what would happen? The monster emperor and Empyrean demon Dawn wouldn't feel relieved either. Leave. Xiao Maxian's expression was cold. When I'm bathing, I do not like others staring at me from the side. This. The several maids looked to each other. If Xiao Maxian was telling them to leave, they really didn't know what to do. Miss, please don't cause trouble for us. We are merely following the monster emperor's orders and cannot leave you. At most we can stand near the door. The several maids moved out and quietly fell back to the entrance. Xiao Maxian's bathing chamber was extremely large, and the entrance was around 100 feet from the bathing pool. When the maids left, Xiao Maxian quieted down. She took a deep breath and slowly sank into the water. Her shimmering skin and luscious curves submerged into the water. Finally, even her head went down under. Her long black hair was like a black rose blooming in a lake as it scattered outwards. Warm waves of water rippled along her body. Although this should have been comfortable, at this moment Xiao Maxian only felt exceptionally lonely. She slowly traced the strange and exotic necklace hanging down on her chest. This necklace couldn't be called beautiful at all. In fact, many people would consider it somewhat ugly. The chain was overly thick and uncomfortable to wear, and the design itself was crude and simple, without any feminine elegance. The reason Xiao Maxian carried this necklace with her was because it was the first gift Lin Ming had given her. It had a pleasant-sounding name, the 1,000-Mile Heart Link. After Xiao Maxian was placed under house arrest by Empyrean Demon Dawn, all of her strength had been sealed away. Besides her extraordinary physique, in all other aspects she was similar to a mortal. In this situation, it would be difficult for Xiao Maxian to contact Lin Ming and impossible for her to tell him about her upcoming marriage proposal from the saints. However, because of this necklace, everything had turned around. Lin Ming had purchased this necklace at Divine Rune City's treasure fair before the auction began. He had spent 30 million contribution points in order to buy it. This necklace could record a person's soul aura. The owner of this necklace could contact the person whose soul aura was recorded within. No matter how far apart they were, as long as they were in the same universe, they could contact each other. However, this necklace could only be used to communicate between two specific people. Due to its niche function and the high cost to create one, its price had been incredibly high. Even an Empyrean spirit treasure was only several 100 million points. In other words, this necklace was worth 1/10 of an Empyrean spirit treasure. Another restriction was that this necklace was limited to the Azura Road in use. However, before she and Lin Ming left the Azura Road, he had tinkered with the necklace and told her she could use it in the divine realm. Xiao Maxian had already recorded Lin Ming's soul aura in the necklace. Now it was her first time using it. Her thoughts focused on the 1,000-Mile Heart Link. Xiao Maxian began to whisper Lin Ming's name. She was extremely afraid. With her strength being sealed, she didn't know whether she had the ability to use this necklace. But now she could only try her best, even if there was no hope left. Xiao Maxian's chanting whispers carried with them her final hopes and message. She sent them into the unknown void, and beneath the mysterious pull of the laws, they departed from the monster race's great pagoda, veering towards the silver spirit ship that was flying away from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming, the monster emperor's grand longevity feast, will begin in several more days. Tomorrow we will go to the monster race's black pagoda. In the silver spirit ship, Empyrean Divine Dream was advising Lin Ming. Lin Ming bowed. Junior understands. Senior Divine Dream. I will prepare to my best. You don't need to make any special preparations. The only reason I am telling you this again is to urge you not to come into conflict with the good fortune Saint's son at the banquet. He cannot do anything to you. If he provokes you, you need not pay attention to him. Do not forget you are far younger than he is. No one will laugh at you for ignoring him. Rather, they will simply think that the good fortune Saint Sun is bullying you. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Ming nodded. In truth, he didn't mind waiting the full 100 years to fight the good fortune Saint Sun. Because if that were true, the good fortune Saint Sun would have even less of a chance of victory. And concealing his own abilities would also give him an advantage. Just as Lin Ming was about to request to leave, at this time he shook and froze on the spot. An unbelievable sound transmission rang out in his mind, the contents of it leaving him shocked. What? Lin Ming was left at a complete loss. Xianxia said, "She's pregnant? I actually have a child." All of this had happened far too quickly. With the great calamity approaching, Lin Ming simply didn't want to have any children at all. He was afraid that after the child was born, it would have to face a cruel and brutal war. But the plans of the heavens superseded those of man. For Xianxia, having a child was originally an incredibly difficult matter. When Lin Ming was together with Xianxia, he had listened to her more than once speak about how she might never have any children in her lifetime. Because of this reason, Xianxia had always been covered in a faint layer of gloom. Now that Xianxia was finally pregnant, this should have been an event worthy of endless excitement and joy. But from Xianxia's tone, Lin Ming could hear no joy or happiness. Rather, there was only worry and sorrow. Lin Ming's heart felt gripped. He was well aware that in her current situation, this child would place her in danger. He anxiously said, "Xianxia, has the matter of your pregnancy been discovered?" Lin Ming tried to respond to Xianxia's voice with his soul force. As he asked this, on the other end of the 1,000-mile heart link, Xianxia trembled, tears quietly flowing from her eyes. With her having lost her strength, even with the 1,000-mile heart link, she wasn't sure that she could contact Lin Ming. Now, as she had nearly lost all hope and despair, as she had to face the threats of her heartless grandfather, as she had to soon agree to marriage with the good fortune Saint Sun, she had finally heard Lin Ming's voice. Xianxia could no longer suppress the feelings within her heart. "I've been discovered. I didn't know I was pregnant at the start. Otherwise I would have waited until the child was born before returning to the monster race. Big brother Lin, what can I do? I've already been placed under house arrest by grandfather. My grandfather, Xianxia related all of her experiences in the monster race and demon race to Lin Ming, including Empyrean Demon Dawn threatening her with her child's life to agree to marriage with the good fortune Saint Sun. Pa! On the stone bed that Lin Ming was sitting on, a crack suddenly appeared. This was because due to Lin Ming's rage, energy had involuntarily rushed out from his body. Empyrean Divine Dream was startled upon seeing this. "Lin Ming, what is it?" At that moment, Empyrean Divine Dream had felt a strange energy spread into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As for what it meant, she didn't know. Empyrean Divine Dream also didn't understand the Azura laws. Lin Ming remained silent, not able to immediately reply to Divine Dream. At this time, Xianxia's voice sounded out in his mind once more. "Big brother Lin, I don't want to agree to the marriage, but I cannot lose my child." As Xianxia was soaking in the bathing pool, her tears washed into the water, making it slightly salty. Lin Ming could understand the meaning within Xianxia's words. For the child within her womb, she was willing to do anything. In a situation where she had no choice, she could only agree to marry the good fortune Saint Sun. This was something Lin Ming could absolutely not accept. Lin Ming gripped his fists, his knuckles releasing explosive crackling sounds. In the end, he was just far too weak. If he could completely annihilate the saint race by himself, would Xianxia have to face all of this? "Don't worry. You will always have me. I will not allow anyone to harm our child, nor will I allow others to steal you away. You do not need to consent to the Saint Sun's marriage, but do not offend your grandfather either. Leave the rest to me." Lin Ming's words echoed through the laws of the 1,000-mile heart link and into Xianxia's ears. For a time, this was the only sound in Xianxia's world. "Don't worry. You will always have me." With these words, It was like all of Xiao Moxian's grief and sorrow had instantly disappeared. In her life, she always believed that she could stand alone, that all she needed was to be strong. But after meeting Lin Ming, and especially after discovering she had a child, she discovered that she also desired to be protected and cared for. Lin Ming, what happened? Did someone send you a sound transmission? Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming, asking him once more. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Then he truthfully said, "Yes. Someone sent me a sound transmission. It was Xiao Moxian." Xiao Moxian? Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "It seems you met with Xiao Moxian in the Azura Road?" Empyrean Divine Dream naturally knew that when Lin Ming went to the Azura Road to adventure, Xiao Moxian had also gone there. It wasn't strange for them to meet in the Azura Road and even become friends. And if Xiao Moxian were to send Lin Ming a sound transmission now, Empyrean Divine Dream thought it would be Xiao Moxian disclosing some inside information on the monster and demon races to Lin Ming. Towards anything related to the monster and demon races, Empyrean Divine Dream certainly was concerned. This was because their attitudes towards the saints and humans were connected to the Great Calamity. If the monster and demon races were to ally with the saints, that would be a massive blow to the confidence of humanity. What did Xiao Moxian say? Empyrean Divine Dream asked, highly concerned about the contents of the sound transmission. Seeing Empyrean Divine Dream's concerned expression, Lin Ming bitterly smiled. He slowly said, "She said she is pregnant and that the child is mine." After Lin Ming said these words, even the normally ethereal Empyrean Divine Dream, who never seemed as if anything could affect her mood, suddenly flashed her eyes wide open. What did you say?" Empyrean Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming with utter disbelief etched on her face. "Xiao Moxian is pregnant with your child." "You!" The shock value of Lin Ming's words was too great. Empyrean Divine Dream wasn't able to come up with an immediate response. She knew what status Xiao Moxian had in the monster and demon races. She was even faintly aware that Xiao Moxian was one of the main chips in the potential alliance between the monster and demon races with the saints. But now, Xiao Moxian was carrying Lin Ming's child. If the good fortune Saint's son were to find out about this, no one knew just how he would react. Does Empyrean Demon Dawn know about this? What Divine Dream was concerned about the most was Empyrean Demon Dawn's stance on this matter. Lin Ming nodded and briefly reiterated Xiao Moxian's heartbreaking experiences. After Empyrean Divine Dream listened to him, she let out a deep breath. She had already expected that this would be the route he would take. "Lin Ming, about this, I don't have a good solution yet either." Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head. Lin Ming was originally a perfect match for Xiao Moxian, and they even had a child together. If there was no great calamity, she could definitely bring Lin Ming to the demon race to propose and help facilitate the marriage. Unfortunately, that was now impossible. No matter how much more talented Lin Ming was, it was a useless endeavor. To the monster and demon races, what they cared about was the present. As for things in the future, that could be left to discuss in the future. With the upcoming eruption of the Great Calamity, both of their races were in a perilous state, teetering on extinction. Who knew whether or not they would still have a future? Lin Ming fell silent. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Lin Ming, don't be impulsive. Some matters simply cannot be helped. I will try my best to change Empyrean Demon Dawn's mind, not just for you, but also for the human race. No matter how slim our hopes are, this is something I must do. A few days from now will be the longevity feast. I know that you will be in an uncomfortable and even unbearable mood, but no matter what, you must not enrage Empyrean Demon Dawn. His most beloved granddaughter is now pregnant with your child, and he must loathe you from the depths of his heart. If you argue with him at the longevity feast, it will only add oil to the fire and make matters even worse." As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, she stood up and floated away. These past days, she had been constantly negotiating with the monster and demon races, trying to get a hold on what stance they planned to take in the Great Calamity. But the results had left her feeling anxious. Perhaps humanity really would lose two allies in the monster and demon races. If so, then Lin Ming's love towards Xiao Moxian would undoubtedly turn into tragedy. Thinking of this, Empyrean divine dream's mood was shrouded in dark clouds. The monster and demon races could bow their heads in submission, but humanity had no path of retreat. Time passed a day at a time. Xiao Moxian was placed under house arrest in her chambers. All day she would spend her time eating, bathing, sleeping, or idling around. The monster emperor had come to see Xiao Moxian several times. However, Xiao Moxian remained completely silent as if she didn't see him. The monster emperor could only let out a deep sigh at this. He knew that whatever he said was useless. For the sake of their races, for the survival of their people, they had to sacrifice Xiao Moxian. This was simply far too unfair to her. Especially now, they had even threatened her with her child. Thus, each time the monster emperor visited, he could only order the maids to serve Xiao Moxian attentively and leave behind some nourishing heavenly materials before quietly leaving. These heavenly materials were processed by the maids and turned into soups, dishes, and other forms of meals. As for Xiao Moxian, she welcomed this and ate it all down. No matter how sad she was, Xiao Moxian wouldn't go on a hunger strike out of spite. All of the spirit medicines, every bowl of spirit food, Xiao Moxian would earnestly eat them up, all for the child in her womb. She was well aware that the child she had with Lin Ming possessed extraordinary talent. Although the child was still only in its most basic form within her stomach, it was actually able to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. In any event, she could not waste this child's talent and affect its growth. While Xiao Moxian was under house arrest, more and more heroes from all over the universe began catching up to the monster race. The monster race's black pagoda became increasingly lively. Great influences from all over had converged here. Just looking at human Empyreans alone, there were over a dozen of them. As for the saints, they also brought several top Empyreans. They followed the good fortune saint's son and moved into the most opulent and distinguished mansion in the monster race's black pagoda. Every day, there would be people from the monster and saint races entering and leaving the mansion that the saints were living in. All sorts of top-quality items and beautiful women were brought into the mansion. The banquets there continued without end, and every night the air was filled with music and song. The human Empyreans saw all of this, but they were helpless to do anything. During this time period, Lin Ming also entered the monster race's black pagoda. From the moment that Lin Ming stepped into the black pagoda, he didn't take a single step out of his room. Rather, he sat alone in his chamber. All around Lin Ming, heaven and earth origin energy slowly gathered, flowing through his meridians. A black will quietly floated in front of him. His naked upper body revealed a sublime musculature, his lines perfect. His inner world contained an unfathomably deep strength. For the rest of the days, Lin Ming spent every moment in cultivation. In the limitless road of martial arts, this period of time was nothing to speak of. But with these several days of cultivation, Lin Ming was able to adjust his body, divine soul, and inner world to their peak condition. He already had a foreboding feeling that this longevity feast would be filled with tension. It was likely that swords would be drawn. Empyrean Demon Dawn, Good Fortune Saint's Son. Lin Ming quietly spoke these two names. In front of him lay a simple black spear. This black spear seemed to have been condensed through the endless rivers of time. Just by looking at it, one felt their heart tremble. This spear was the black dragon spear that Lin Ming had obtained in the final trial. With the divine spear in his hand, Lin Ming quietly rubbed the spear shaft. The cold brightness of it shimmered in the dark chamber. He had been sitting here all night. The sun was soon to rise, and today was the monster emperor's longevity feast. Sir Lin, are you ready? Senior Divine Dream wishes to inform you that it is time to leave. The voice of a maid echoed out from the other side of Lin Ming's room. Lin Ming lightly said, I understand. After wrapping the spear shaft with a strip of cloth, Lin Ming put the spear away and stood up. Although this was called attending a grand longevity feast banquet, to Lin Ming it was the same as stepping onto a battlefield. At this time, Lin Ming heard Xiao Moxian's sound transmission. Big Brother Lin, My grandfather just came and placed several spells on my body so that no one can make out any differences in me. My time in the longevity feast will be short. Moreover, I will need to agree to the good fortune Saint Sun's proposal in front of everyone. Xiao Moxian's voice was a bit restless. Lin Ming only said, "Do not agree to him. Leave everything else to me." Hearing Lin Ming's voice once more, Xiao Moxian's heart warmed and her unease faded away. "Miss, please hurry. We still must comb your hair and help you change clothes." At this time, Xiao Moxian heard the shout of a maid. They were worried that Xiao Moxian was planning some little trick to cause a problem at the longevity feast. If that happened, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough of a punishment. "I'm coming," Xiao Moxian coldly said. It had been difficult for her to get some time alone from these maids, and she couldn't delay them too long. 2 hours later, the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast finally began. The group that Lin Ming traveled with gathered at a specified area. On the fresh grass, 2 white-clothed women were talking and laughing. Although their appearances were clearly different, they gave off a feeling of similarity. As the 2 women stood there, when combined with the wonderful background around them, it brought a completely natural sense of harmony. "Senior apprentice sister, Miss Mo." Lin Ming was surprised to see these 2 women. These 2 were the sisters Mo Eversnow and Mo Bright Moon. Originally, Mo Eversnow and Mo Bright Moon had stayed at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, so Lin Ming didn't think they would suddenly arrive at the monster race. "Lin Ming, you finally left seclusion." Mo Evers now looked at Lin Ming, her eyes deep and complex. Now that she was reunited with her sister, all of her wishes had been brought to completion. The truth was that Mo Eversnow had already come several days ago. But in these past days Lin Ming had been deep in seclusion in order to confront the scene of the longevity feast. Thus she only saw him today. She had learned from her little sister that Tian Mingzi had been killed by Lin Ming using tricks and tactics. Although Lin Ming had drawn support from a death zone, for him to do so still left Mo Eversnow incomparably shocked. To know that the deep hatred and animosity she had been shouldering for 50,000 years had been avenged all of a sudden, Mo Evers now felt it all a bit unreal. "Senior apprentice sister, you also came?" Compared to dozens of years ago, Mo Evers now seemed to have stepped onto a completely different road of cultivation. Even Lin Ming found it hard to see through her boundary. This didn't mean that Mo Evers now was stronger than Lin Ming, but because she had borrowed the mortal body of the goddess from the primal god race, Heavenly Empress Xianxia, in many cases it was impossible to judge her strength using common sense. Lin Ming could confirm that in these past several dozen years, Mo Evers now had been following Empyrean Divine Dream in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, training in the cultivation methods left behind by the ancient primal god race. It was inevitable that her strength would ascend to a completely new level. The laws of the god race were also one of the 33 heavenly Taos. When Miss Frost Dream left seclusion, we came together. As Mo Evers now spoke, amongst the many attending maids from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming could see a blue-clothed girl looking like a fairy that had fallen from the heavens, elegant and unstained by the mortal world. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This blue-clothed girl was Frost Dream, someone Lin Ming hadn't seen for a long time. Lin Ming already knew that Frost Dream was a reincarnation avatar of Divine Dream. As he looked at Frost Dream once more, he could feel that her aura was becoming increasingly similar to Divine Dream's. Perhaps in the near future, the 2 of them would fuse together as one. At that time, Empyrean Divine Dream would truly step into the realm of true divinity. However, it was unknown whether or not she could accomplish that before the great calamity erupted. Lin Ming turned towards Frost Dream and faintly smiled, greeting her. Frost Dream slightly bowed in response, not saying anything. From the time he met her, she had always had a cold and distant personality. "Lin Ming, when you killed Tian Mingzi, did you happen to keep his bones or head?" Mo Evers now grit her teeth beside Lin Ming. The hatred she felt towards Tian Mingzi was far too entrenched in her bones. She wanted to see Tian Mingzi's severed head with her own eyes. Lin Ming shook his head. "Tian Mingzi's mortal body has already been destroyed. but his soul is sealed in my myriad demon karmic wheel. After the longevity feast ends, I can show him to senior apprentice sister. Great! Mo Evers now took a deep breath, gripping her fists tight. She said in a low voice, Lin Ming, thank you. Senior apprentice sister. There is no need to thank me like a stranger. Lin Ming smiled. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream arrived. Let us go, she lightly said. At the same time, Empyrean Divine Dream also cast Lin Ming a deep look. Lin Ming understood the significance in her gaze. She hoped that he would act accordingly in the longevity feast and wouldn't suffer a loss. Lin Ming nodded, expressing that he knew what he had to do. Empyrean Divine Dream didn't say anything further. Everything that could be said had already been said. She believed that with Lin Ming's personality, he would never do something that was beyond his control. Like this, the group flew into the skies. As Lin Ming followed Divine Dream to the longevity feast, he was actually shocked by the inside background of the monster race. So, it seemed that sealed within the monster race's heaven-lifting black pagoda, there was actually a sea. The sea was incomparably proud. Origin energy was thick in the air as high and mighty waves tumbled about. Without a doubt, this was a world that the monster race had sealed within the black pagoda. However, this world was far too large. To seal such a large world into the black pagoda, this was too shocking. At least, Lin Ming didn't believe that the monster emperor had the ability to accomplish such a feat. The monster race has an extremely deep background. In the ancient past, their people also produced true divinities. Divine Dream faintly said from beside Lin Ming. In the past, the monster race used to be one of the ancient races. 7 to 8 billion years ago to 10 billion years ago, the monster race was incomparably magnificent. Compared to humanity's inheritances, theirs were far, far longer. Unfortunately, they have already declined, and it's unknown just how much longer they will be able to continue living on for. Empyrean Divine Dream sighed as she spoke. Lin Ming knew that as she spoke about the monster race, she was also worried about the human race. If the rabbit dies, the fox also grieves. It was easy to have sympathy for someone in similar distress. Humanity's future was just as muddled and chaotic as the monster race's was. In the vast universes of the 33 heavens, there had never been a race which was able to live prosperously forever. Is the god race also an ancient race? Lin Ming suddenly asked, looking at Mo Evers now. Mo Evers now had possessed the body of Heavenly Empress Xianxia, and Heavenly Empress Xianxia had come from the primal god race. Yes, 10 billion years ago, out of all the ancient races, the primal god race was the most powerful of them all. Thus the reason they dared to call themselves the god race. Their race has a small population, but every individual among them is extraordinary beyond belief. The god race is likely the most perfect race that the heavens have ever created. The second time that Lin Ming went to the eternal demon abyss, he had heard from the remnant soul of Empyrean Primordius disciple about the god race. The god race possessed a formidable divine soul, mortal body, and inner world. They were able to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. From the moment they were born, they possessed great strength and a talent that defied the will of the heavens. Not just that, but their lifespan was 10 times longer than that of a human. They were indeed existences that defied heaven's logic. Unfortunately, even such a race wasn't able to prosper forever. Their people declined over time, and several 100,000 years ago they had neared extinction. It seemed that afterwards, Heavenly Empress Xianxia and Empyrean Primordius had built the Samsara road together. Their goal was to draw support from the mighty strength of reincarnation through samsara and find the thread of hope for the survival of the primal god race. But in the end, they had failed. The monster emperor's longevity feast was on an island deep in the center of the sea. This island alone was 800 miles in diameter. All around this island were smaller islands that surrounded it like planets around a sun, dotting the landscape. And in the seas amongst these islands, there were countless massive monster beasts, patrolling back and forth. There were deep-sea black turtles, horned sea flood dragons, heaven-swallowing pythons, sea hydras, and so forth. These sea beasts were titanic in size, and each one surpassed a holy lord in strength. All of them obeyed the commands of the monster race. If they were to battle, they would be a terrifying force. Senior Divine Dream, Brother Lin Ming. Suddenly, in the far-off distance, a voice echoed out. Someone strode forwards in greeting, sending their regards first to Emperor Divine Dream and then Lin Ming. This person was unexpectedly White King, Emperor Vast Universe's core disciple. At the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, he had fought with Lin Ming on the arena stage. Behind White King there was a large and strong team of people. It was clear that Emperor Vast Universe had also come. Long time no see, Lin Ming greeted. As he saw White King again, he felt his heart fill with emotion. For this longevity feast, it was likely that all of the top young elites of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, those like Dragonfang, Xianxia, and June Blue Moon, would also come. Of course, one of the main leads of this event, Xianxia, was also one of the top geniuses from that year's First Martial Meeting. However, at the time of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, Lin Ming would never have thought that he would one day come together with that overly arrogant and sometimes insufferably cute Xianxia. Could only be said that fate was far too wonderful. Almost 100 years had passed since that first martial meeting. Thinking back to those days, everyone had been far too young and filled with passion. Now that they met again, it was natural to be filled with emotion. Lin Ming's expectations were correct. After arriving on the island, he soon ran into another acquaintance, Mount Potala's Xianxia. Xianxia wore linen robes. It was plain and clean. Mount Potala's group only consisted of 3 people, making them seem a bit lonely. Battle Buddha Emperor Sakya and Great Limitless Buddha hadn't come. Benefactor Lin, it's been a while. Xianxia gathered his palms together, a bright smile on his face. Even after so many years, he hadn't changed at all. After Xianxia looked over Lin Ming's cultivation, he was a bit amazed before immediately relaxing. He wryly smiled and said, "Benefactor Lin is truly an outstanding individual. This poor monk's cultivation used to be higher than Benefactor Lin's by 2 small boundaries. But now I have fallen behind instead." Xianxia shook his head. Lin Ming's current cultivation had slowly left the rest of the younger generation in the dust. And in truth, cultivation was only secondary. What was terrifying about Lin Ming was his combat strength. In the Azura Road, Lin Ming had studied the Azura Sutra as well as inherited the Azura blood. His combat strength had reached incomprehensible levels. Brother Xianxia is too modest. Come, let us go together. Lin Ming bowed in return. He had an extremely good impression of Mount Potala. In the past, Great Limitless Buddha had given him a deep graciousness. If it wasn't for Mount Potala's Bodhi tree, it would have been incredibly difficult for Lin Ming to fuse his 3 martial intents together. The further they went into the island, the more heroic young elites and outstanding people there were. At the center of the island, there was a massive dangling palace. This was where the Monster Emperor's longevity feast would be held. All around the palace were soaring spirit birds and auspicious beasts. As they flew through the clouds and mist, they were beautiful to behold. In addition, there were divine carriages, spirit boats, and private vehicles from all sorts of great influences, all of them exorbitantly expensive. When they were all gathered together, they created a magnificent scene. To be able to sit at the innermost seats of the palace, all of those people were heroes amongst heroes. Just counting Empyrean-level powerhouses, there were over 20 of them. And as for the elites of the younger generation, although they could also enter the innermost depths of the palace, they could only sit on relatively far seats. This included Lin Ming. As for Mo Bright Moon and Mo Eversnow, those that lacked enough strength or status, they could only sit in the same position as Lin Ming. After that, the followers of the various great influences were only able to stay outside the dangling palace. Lin Ming arrived at his seat and sat down. As he closed his eyes in meditation, he suddenly felt a sharp and fierce killing intent shoot towards him. This killing intent caused Lin Ming's heart to chill. He nearly extracted the phoenix blood spear. As he turned his head to look towards the direction of this killing intent, all he saw was a tall man standing on a stone platform. His eyes locked onto him like 2 bolts of thunder. This person was Empyrean Demon Dawn. Lin Ming's breathing deepened. He could feel a massive pressure push down on him. In the Grand Longevity Feast, it was naturally impossible for Empyrean Demon Dawn to strike out at Lin Ming. But even so, he couldn't suppress his anger and tried to use his aura to shock Lin Ming. If it were an ordinary half-step Holy Lord martial artist, being suppressed to death by Empyrean Demon Dawn's aura was something that could occur in just a moment. "Brat, you still dare to come here? It seems your courage isn't small." Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was ice-cold. His sound transmission struck like a thunderclap in Lin Ming's ears, as if he wanted to shatter Lin Ming's eardrums. "Senior Demon Dawn." Lin Ming cupped his fists together. In the depths of this aura that was as wild and dangerous as a storm, he could only barely maintain his calm. If Empyrean Demon Dawn were to increase the pressure, then he would have to open the heretical god force and use more strength. At the end, he might even need to use the Azura blood. "Who the hell is your senior? Stop trying to act close to me. You stole away my granddaughter's primordial Een, and I will never forget this matter. Even if Divine Dream is protecting you, sooner or later I will have you pay for what you did." Empyrean Demon Dawn's voice was aggressive and fierce. Lin Ming could only remain silent. Like Empyrean Divine Dream said, Empyrean Demon Dawn was in a furious rage right now. Moreover, his original temperament was cruel and ruthless, and he hated others arguing against him. Thus, if Lin Ming were to say anything else at this time, it would simply have the opposite effect. "Brat, from this day on, Xianxia has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? In this great calamity, you are nothing more than an ant. You think you're invincible just because you have a little bit of talent? In front of a true divinity, what use is your talent?" Empyrean Demon Dawn was breathless with anger. He increased his pressure again and again, intending to force Lin Ming into an embarrassing situation. Lin Ming frowned. He would soon need to open the heretical god force to withstand this pressure. But at this time, not too far away from Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream spoke a gentle Although this simple sound was as light as a spring breeze, it immediately blew away all of Empyrean Demon Dawn's formidable momentum. "Demon Dawn, at this longevity feast it seems as if you're not in the best of moods?" Empyrean Divine Dream lightly said. Empyrean Demon Dawn's words caught in his throat. As he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream, he took a deep breath. Although he had only used a small amount of strength in his aura to suppress Lin Ming just now, all of it had been scattered away by Empyrean Divine Dream's faint voice. This left Demon Dawn shocked. Her level of cultivation had reached an inconceivable boundary. This Divine Dream, how can she already be close to becoming a true divinity? Facing the serene and indifferent Divine Dream, Empyrean Demon Dawn felt as if he were looking into a bottomless lake. He simply couldn't imagine what boundary she had reached. If Divine Dream was already a half-step true divinity, then if she fused together with Frost Dream, it wouldn't be impossible for her to break into the realm of true divinity. If Divine Dream was able to break through the boundary of true divinity, then humanity's strength would have to be re-examined once again. Although they would still be inferior to the saints, they would at least have some capital to contend with them. As Empyrean Demon Dawn and Empyrean Divine Dream were confronting each other, at this time a brilliant divine light filled the palace. A golden divine carriage flew into the main hall, pulled by several horned flood dragons. "Who is that? How arrogant." They actually drove their carriage into the main hall. Many young elites were startled. Their carriages and spirit boats had all been parked outside of the palace, and as for their followers, they definitely weren't allowed to take a single step inside. As everyone looked towards the carriage, they saw a white-clothed youth standing proudly upon it, and beside him was a seductive young woman. In front of this man and woman was a middle-aged man in battle armor. This middle-aged man had an aura as deep as the sea, no worse than that of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was also a peak Empyrean. Saint Empyrean, the good fortune saint's son, someone cried out in alarm. During the years that Lin Ming ventured into the Azura Road, the good fortune saint's son had already become well known by everyone in the divine realm. In front of the good fortune saint's son, There wasn't a single junior within the divine realm that was able to summon the energy to face him. This was because dozens of years ago, when the good fortune Saint Sun first came to the divine realm, he had challenged many mighty masters of humanity. These masters weren't common people of their generation. Even so, they had all lost to the good fortune Saint Sun. Several years ago, the good fortune Saint Sun had even defeated a human great world king. After that battle, the good fortune Saint Sun's reputation and prestige had been pushed to a terrifying new height. Upon mentioning the name of the good fortune Saint Sun, the juniors of humanity weren't able to summon any fighting fervor at all. Even if they hated him or criticized him in their hearts, they couldn't help but accept his strength. The difference was just far too great. So it was the good fortune Saint Sun. No wonder they arrogantly entered like this, even driving their carriage into the main hall. Lower your voice. Be careful that he doesn't hear you. Although he can't do anything to you at this longevity feast, afterwards he might come to the gates of your sect and challenge your sect master. If that happens, you'll really be in bad luck, several people said. Immediately, many people that were dissatisfied with the good fortune Saint Sun suddenly shut up. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun arrived at the area of the Empyreans and sat down in a grandiose manner, his legs splayed out wide. Sitting on the side of the good fortune Saint Sun was the human race's Empyrean Traceless. Empyrean Traceless frowned, but eventually didn't say anything. In all fairness, if the good fortune Saint Sun was able to defeat a great world king, that meant he had some ability to contend with the supreme elders of the older generation. The key factor among this was his young age. After several hundred more years, it was likely he would reach an Empyrean level of strength, so sitting in this area was also well within reason. Moreover, the monster race had a close relationship with the saints, so they definitely wouldn't oppose the actions of their guests. Ha. It's been many years since I've seen your highness the Saint Sun, and yet your strength has increased even more. On the side of the monster race, someone immediately sent out a warm welcome. This person was an imperial scholar of the monster race. Middle Holy Lord Realm. Several high-ranking ministers of the monster race sighed in praise. The good fortune Saint Sun had broken into the Middle Holy Lord Realm several years ago, and his strength had greatly increased. It was also at that time he had defeated a human world king. Now, with several years having passed, the good fortune Saint Sun's foundation had consolidated and he was likely stronger than before. It's just the Middle Holy Lord Realm, not much at all. The good fortune Saint Sun shook his head, as if all these achievements were normal to him. In fact, it would have been strange instead if he didn't manage to achieve this. Haha, that's right, this truly isn't anything much at all. The Saint Sun's goal should be to reach an Empyrean level of strength within the next several hundred years. Another high-level minister of the monster race flattered. The good fortune Saint Sun faintly smiled. With a careless tone he said, "It should be 200 years. In 200 years I will be able to fight an Empyrean, no longer than that." His words were brazen and cocky. But even so, the young elites of the divine realm could only listen without refuting him. If he were to grow at his current speed, he really would be able to confront an Empyrean in 200 years. The good fortune really might be able to defeat a weak Empyrean at the World King realm. And with the Grand Miss Spirit Bead, it was completely possible for him to break into the World King realm within 200 years. Saint Sun, your highness is truly daring, the ministers of the monster race said together. Beside Lin Ming, White King curled his lips and said in a low voice, "What a condescending fellow." White King's words weren't spoken through a true essence sound transmission. Although he was quiet, the good fortune Saint Sun had extremely sharp senses, so he was able to hear them. The good fortune Saint Sun turned and glanced towards White King. He simply didn't care about White King, but instead turned towards Lin Ming, who was sitting beside him. The sight of Lin Ming left him slightly surprised. Soon, he seemed to recall something. A devious smile spread on his face. "I never imagined you would also come. It seems that for our 100-year battle you still have 40 or so years remaining. Ha. Make sure you enjoy these remaining 40 years, because after that you won't be able to enjoy your life any longer." In the good fortune Saint Sun's eyes, A character on the level of White King wasn't worth looking at more than once. The only one he cared about a little was Lin Ming. The good fortune saint's son and Lin Ming stood in sharp contention, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. In the past, during the negotiations of humanity and the saints, Lin Ming and the good fortune saint's son had agreed to a life-or-death duel in 100 years. This matter had caused a great stir within the entire divine realm. Could be said that there was no one who didn't know of this. Now that the good fortune saint's son mentioned it, everyone naturally knew what he was speaking of. Everyone looked towards Lin Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Empyrean Divine Dream furrowed her eyebrows. She sent a sound transmission. Lin Ming, do not be provoked by him. If he taunts you, that is proof he is concerned about you. Your talent is something that the saints fear. They will do everything in their power to immediately exterminate you. The good fortune saint's son's character was well known by all. He believed he was unrivaled by all below the heavens and above the earth. But for him to reach this step also meant he wasn't an idiot. It was because he sensed that Lin Ming would become a future disaster that he targeted him. He wanted to take advantage of the present when Lin Ming was still small and weak to cut Lin Ming down. To a martial artist, superiority through age was highly evident when they were young. When everyone was 100 years old, even a difference of 10 years was a great disparity. But when one was several thousand years old, tens of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old, a difference of a few hundred years was nothing more than floating clouds. Lin Ming sat quietly in his seat, his hand holding a teacup. Towards the good fortune saint's son's provocation, he merely sneered. 60 years ago when you and I agreed to a duel, at that time you were at the peak of the late Saint Lord realm, just a step from entering the Holy Lord realm. Then you were able to resist a world king. However, I was only at the middle divine transformation realm, and the difference in strength between us was far too great. Now 60 years have passed and you are at the middle Holy Lord realm while I have already risen by a large boundary and a half, becoming a half-step Holy Lord. The differences in our cultivations have become increasingly small. Once another 40 years pass, what do you think will happen then? Who gave you the confidence to believe you would defeat me? Lin Ming's voice was calm and steady. As some martial artists listened to him, they immediately checked his inner world. And, just like Lin Ming had said, he was indeed a half-step Holy Lord. Through Lin Ming's adventures in the Azura Road, his cultivation had risen by a large boundary and a half. This cultivation speed was truly that of a monstrous genius. 40 years from now, it was possible that Lin Ming could step into the middle Holy Lord realm. If so, then his disparity with the good fortune saint's son would decrease even further. However, the good fortune saint's son laughed as he heard Lin Ming's words. How ridiculous! Who cares if your cultivation increased rapidly? You went to the Azura Road, obtaining some lucky chances, and thus your cultivation progressed astronomically in a short period of time. You still have a long period in your future where you must consolidate your foundation. Do you think you would really break into the Holy Lord realm anytime soon? You simply overestimate yourself. The current you still has some differences from the boundary I was at 60 years ago. Not just that, but in these 60 years my strength has made considerable progress. I chose not to focus on increasing my cultivation too quickly but concentrating on studying my cultivation method. Now, my understanding in my cultivation method has made a qualitative leap upwards, and this leap is not something that a frog in a well like you could ever understand. As the good fortune saint's son mentioned his cultivation method, the martial artists present suddenly recalled a rumor. That was that the good fortune saint's son had cultivated the good fortune divine art to the 5th level. And this good fortune divine art was a true divinity level cultivation method. Compared to Divine Dream's divine dream law, it was an entire level higher. Once he cultivated this technique, it would naturally be terrifyingly powerful. It is said that once one reaches the 5th level of the good fortune divine art, one has the power to summon and move the power of good fortune. Someone who had heard about the good fortune divine art spoke out loud. It's normal. The good fortune saint's son has the Grand Mist spirit bead, so how could his cultivation speed have been so slow? It seems that it was all because he was perceiving the good fortune divine art. Thus his cultivation progress was delayed a little. If he perceives his cultivation method, then although his cultivation progress might be a bit slow, the progress of his strength would actually be faster. The current good fortune saint's son is even more terrifying than I thought. Someone said, shocked. If things continued like this, then it really wouldn't be long before the good fortune saint's son was able to defeat an Empyrean. And once he could contend with an Empyrean, then the good fortune saint's son would truly become a leader of the saints, standing on par with the supreme elders of the older generation. At that time, no one would be able to refer to him as someone of the younger generation. The good fortune saint's son's words caused him to slowly suppress Lin Ming with a creeping momentum. However, Lin Ming simply smirked and indifferently said, "What a coincidence. While you spent the past 60 years perceiving a cultivation method, I have also spent the past 60 years perceiving a cultivation method. I wonder, between our cultivation methods, just which one is weaker." The cultivation method that Lin Ming mentioned was naturally the Ajura Sutra. However, as Lin Ming's words fell onto the ears of others, these people felt the words lacked in energy. Even the human martial artists felt it was a bit hard to listen to. What the good fortune saint's son practiced was a true divinity-level cultivation method. Just what was Lin Ming's cultivation method? Before the good fortune saint's son could say anything, his 4 followers actually laughed out loud. You also practiced a cultivation method? Can your cultivation method compare with the good fortune divine art? Ha ha ha. This is too hilarious. Are you an idiot? I really can't stand such embarrassment. These minions weren't weak, and their cultivations were even 1 or 2 small boundaries above the good fortune saint's sons. Some were at the late Holy Lord realm, and some were at the peak Holy Lord realm. Of course, their foundation couldn't compare with the good fortune saint's sons, and their age was far older than his. They didn't have much potential remaining. Without a great heaven-defying lucky chance, it was impossible for them to break into the World King realm. However, a peak Holy Lord was still a peak Holy Lord. Even if they were minions, they couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if they dared to jab their arms into the conversation between the good fortune saint's son and Lin Ming, it proved that their status wasn't low either. Lin Ming glanced at the 4 followers. They were sitting not too far away. After the good fortune saint's son took his seat, the followers he brought had casually seated themselves near Lin Ming, White King, Hang Qi, and others of similar status. Many other people had seen them before. Although they weren't happy with this, they didn't say anything. If the good fortune saint's son sat with the Empyreans, then that could be ignored. But for his lackeys to sit with the young heroic elites of humanity, didn't that mean the young heroic elites of humanity were on the same level as status as the good fortune saint's son's minions? Lin Ming sneered. A pack of minions? Who gave you the right to sit there and pretend to be on the same level as me? According to the customs of the longevity feast, servants aren't allowed to enter the palace. The lot of you should pack up and fuck off. No one thought that Lin Ming would be so aggressive with his words. Not only did he call them all minions, but he also ordered them to leave. In the divine realm, a peak Holy Lord could be called a ruler of their own land. Yet, they were being insulted by Lin Ming. For a time, everyone was left dumbfounded. Divine Dream also slightly frowned. The way Lin Ming acted seemed as if he didn't heed her words of caution at all. These 4 people were all infuriated. Even nobodies still had pride of their own. If they were scolded like this by Lin Ming today and endured it, they would never be able to lift their heads high in the future. The 4 minions directly stood up, their auras erupting and their killing intents all locking onto Lin Ming.